Valhalla is the third largest hunter academy on the planet, and getting in is not a metaphorical fight. 500 applicants compete for every single place, and a lot of them do not walk out. The bodies pile up in the arena in an actual heap. So when the fourth day of the ranking tournament opens with the daughter of one of the 5 great families stepping into a booth, everybody in the building already knows how this ends. Her name is Yusoyan. At 10 years old, she was pushing mana around at a level high schoolers could not match. At 13, she catalyzed mana directly into her own blade. At 16, she caught up with the adults of the Yushin family and then quietly became the strongest person in it. There is also a rumor circulating that she can speak directly with her family's guardian Constellation, which, if true, puts her in a category of roughly one human being. Her opponent is a boy with no family name attached to his file, just Kim Joo-hook, 17, nothing else on record. Up on the balcony, Valhalla's top-ranked instructor Lee Sang-chul is watching the boards with his arms folded, and beside him, the heir of the Yushin family, Min-jin, is leaning on the railing to watch his niece work. Lee Sang-chul looks at the two competitors and notes that they both seem awfully calm. Min-jin has an explanation ready. Her opponent already lost this fight morally the second he found out who he was standing across from. Everybody has heard about her. Down in the booth, Yu So-yun is locked in, focused, absolutely still. Kim Joo-hook yawns. Lee Sang-chul, watching him cover his mouth with his hand, revises his read and says that this one appears to have no fighting spirit at all. Min-jin says he is confident this ends quickly. Correct. 3. Her blade is out of the sheath and she is in stance, and the edge catches the light. 2. Kim Joo-hook shakes his head like he is bored and needs his own shoulder. 1. Her eyes flash purple. Begin. She crosses the distance instantly and swings, and what comes off that blade is a compressed stream of blue and white energy that she shapes and sharpens on the way out, a sword made of mana thrown at his face. Lee Sang-chul is genuinely delighted watching it, because at her age that is refined blade work and absurd control of mana flow. Kim Joo-hook stands there with his hands down and watches it come. Then there's an explosion. Lee Sang-chul stops believing his own eyes. Min-jin screams. The referee and the cameraman are both visibly sweating, and the referee announces that Kim Joo-hook has won. He is standing there with one fist raised in front of him, still glowing blue with spiritual power, and the genius of the Yushin family is on the floor at his feet, unconscious, still gripping her sword. He looks down at her, honestly puzzled, and asks why everyone here is so weak. Is this really what the world turned into after 300 years? 300 years earlier, at the Tower of Destruction, 2 people were still standing. One of them was a demon named Bark, white-haired, 2 horns, eyes wrapped in a blue blindfold, holding a hand over the bloody ruin of his own stomach and laughing about what an amazing fight that was. The other was the strongest human being alive. Kim Hyun, the god of martial arts, was also holding his stomach together, face full of cuts and bruises and sweat bent forward from the pain, saying nothing at all. Then he lifted a boot over Bark's head and told him, yes, amazing fight, and kicked his skull in. His aura went bright pink. Bark hit the floor dead. The system confirmed it. Boss of the Tower of Destruction eliminated. The decay of the world stopped, and then the tower started shaking. The windows went red. Kim Hyun-oh lost his footing and went down clutching his stomach and asked out loud what. The tower was collapsing because he killed the boss. Stones started coming down. Several pieces landed on him. He winced, sweat running off his face and groaned through his teeth, and when he moved his hand, he found the wound in his stomach was enormous and still bleeding. What he said out loud in that moment was that he wanted to finally relax. He put his back against the wall and looked up. He had been busy his entire life. He had worked as a hunter since he was a child, and it was precisely now, once he had finally made some money and finally earned some recognition, that this happened. Boulders came down outside. He asked himself whether he should have called his students and remembered the moment he stopped the whole line of armed people behind him with one gesture of his hand. No. He looked at Barch's body and admitted the one thing nobody could argue with, which was that the freak was monstrously strong. If his students had come, they would have died horribly. All of them. He heard the sound above him, closed his eyes, and smiled a little, sadly, with his hand pressed to the hole in his stomach. Then the stone hit his head. Darkness turned into white light, and Kim Hyun-oh opened his eyes. He was sitting in a bed staring at hands that were not his. 300 years after the Tower of Destruction fell, honestly, for a while there, he was fine with the arrangement. The body was far weaker. Sure. But everything he learned as the god of martial arts came with him, and knowledge does not rot. So Kim Joo-hyuk stood at the window in a white shirt, looking out at a skyline of buildings that did not exist in his century, smiling, thinking that if he could just adapt to this body, he could spend this entire life doing absolutely nothing in enormous comfort. That is the last peaceful thought he gets. A black window opens in the air in front of him and informs him that in 5 years, a tower of destruction will appear. Please prepare. Our boy grabs his own hair and swears at the ceiling. Does this freak have some kind of personal grudge against him? Barch was a scoundrel, and he should have simply left him alive to rot while the option was on the table. Except that is not an option because you cannot go back and renegotiate with the past. Fine. He looks at the warning and decides that this time he destroys the tower permanently, and then he goes back to the plan, which is luxury and idleness. He can already see it. Then the window opens again. He needs his weapons and his memories back. They are on the 3rd floor of Valhalla in the 5th room. He asks it out loud whether it just said weapons and memories. Valhalla, rooms, constellations. He touches his chin and admits he knows exactly which weapon this is about and then hits the part that actually bothers him, which is the word memories. He did not get all of them back. Looks like he is going to have to find this Valhalla, which is how the strongest man of the 23rd century ends up sitting on a bench outside an entrance exam, listening to a referee announce day 4 of the competition for the title of the 10 strongest sighing and asking himself, should he? The stands are packed because for the first time, all 5 great families have representatives here at once, reporters everywhere. Lee Sang-chul is up on the spectator stand with his arms crossed, spots one particular participant, and frowns because it is that newcomer again. The newcomer is standing on the floor with one hand in his pocket, looking at his opponent with roughly the interest of a man waiting for a bus. The opponent is Oh Sa-hyuk, 17, eldest son of the Osean family. Tan, fair-haired, built like a door, white eyebrows, pale blue eyes, sleeves rolled up. He looks across at Kim Joo-hyuk and cannot make it fit. This guy beat So Yun on the first day. Kim Joo-hyuk stretches his shoulder. Oh Sa-hyuk decides he does not look strong at all, which is excellent news because beating him will do wonders for his reputation. And here's the thing about Oh Sa-hyuk. He is not good at literature. He is not good at strategy, and he is not good at martial arts. What he has instead is one talent that outclasses all of it. He is physically absurd. He can clench a fist so hard that sweat runs down his arm from the tension alone and put it through a wall and leave craters. He can do things with raw muscle that other people cannot do with mana. A tiny amount of training multiplies his strength exponentially because he was born with a first-class physique that requires no work to improve. On that basis alone, the word genius is fair. He grins, sets his stance, throws his fist forward, and tells Kim Joo-hyuk that he is going to knock him down fast. Kim Joo-hyuk asks, genuinely, what that means. Is he gonna shake him? The grin drops. Oh Sa-hyuk clarifies coldly that it means he will knock him out. 2 seconds on the clock. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles and says, in that case, let it roll. 1 second. Oh Sa-hyuk asks what? And our boy grins wide, all teeth, gives him the finger, and explains that it means get out of here. Jerk. Begin. Oh Sa-hyuk goes up like a struck match, whole body wrapped in orange fire and comes in surrounded by a golden aura, screaming. Kim Joo-hyuk does not move. He is still standing there, one hand in his pocket, the other hand still making the gesture, then he drops it because he has done his math. With this body, he cannot win a straight physical contest against this guy. He does not yet know where his other numbers sit, but on pure strength, the joke is not funny, which does not mean he loses. Physical superiority is not the same thing as victory. Oh Sa-hyuk winds up and puts everything into one punch. Kim Joo-hyuk tilts out of the way. His technique was built to work with a physique like that, and he watches the fist go past him and detonate into the wall slabs behind. Then he brings a knee up sharply, catches Oh Sa-hyuk's leg, and takes his footing out from under him. The heir of the Oh-sun family starts falling, staring up in total confusion, making noises that are not words. Kim Joo-hyuk winks at him and holds a hand out to the side like he has no idea what is happening either. Then he swings his palm. He drives it into the chest of a falling opponent with everything he has, and the blast wave goes out blue in every direction. Blood comes out of Oh Sa-hyuk's mouth and speckles his white shirt, and he lands on his back hard enough to Kim Joo-hyuk stands over him with no expression at all and observes that this is what happens when you're not in harmony. The voice announces his win. He walks off thinking that even with this body being weaker than what he used to have, hunting monsters and being a hunter should not be a problem. Elsewhere, a room full of people in suits watched all of it on a projector, and the room is not handling it well. A woman with her arms crossed asks whether Oh Sa-hyuk really got flipped and hit in the middle of his own attack. A man taking notes says he did not think anyone would deal with Oh Sa-hyuk using a technique that's simple. Everyone behind them has a hand over their mouth. One man is not surprised. He is blonde. He is frowning with a finger pressed to his chin, and he is the head of the Oh-san family. Oh, Kolshin. His conclusion about the room is that they are ignorant idiots. They call that a simple technique. His aura curls around him while he goes back through it frame by frame because his son never once showed the slightest interest in learning martial arts and trained nothing but his body. And even so, he could dodge the fist of any peer he has. What just happened was not avoidable. Then his son let his emotions get ahead of his judgment and simply charged. And on top of that, in order to finish it as fast as possible, he used a form of magic almost nobody bothers with, and Kim Joo-hook dodged it by tilting his head slightly. Then there is the expression on his son's face because he was so certain the punch would land that he had already committed his entire center of gravity to it. One small movement of a foot put him on the ground, and the hand was already rising before he got there. Oh, Cheol-shan reaches the part that matters. That boy moved faster than his son, which means from the moment he stepped onto the floor, Kim Joo-hyuk already had the whole plan built. That by itself is a monstrous talent. Then he hears noise behind him and turns around and finds one man on the phone at a raised voice, a woman tearing through a stack of papers, another man writing fast in a notepad with his lips pressed thin. Oh, Cheol-shan says, unfortunately for him, plenty of other people have also just realized what this new boy is worth. Not all of them are ignorant. He looks up at the screen at a 17-year-old walking out of an arena looking around with a cool, uninterested face and says the name to himself and decides that whatever it takes, he is bringing Kim Joo-hook into the family. The final is held in a huge round arena, and the crowd is losing its mind because the other finalist has a fan section. People are screaming her name. One grown man is clasping his hands and openly weeping and shouting that he loves her. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at the stands with visible hostility and tells them to just look at these idiots and then asks the real question, which is why grown men serving in the army are screaming like that about a 17-year-old girl. The girl is Choi-eun, second daughter of the Choi-jin family. And Choi-eun does something none of the others did, which is nothing. She stands in a side stance with the sheath sword in her hands and waits. Kim Joo-hyuk takes no stance at all, smiles slightly and waits back. Then he works it out. She is waiting for him to attack, and he decides that since she is at least trying to read the situation, she is already an improvement on everyone he has fought so far. She keeps waiting. So he grins and asks himself whether he should and starts walking at her, not running. Walking, hands in his pockets, contempt all over his face. She tightens her grip and the sword answers, huge bands of blue and white energy unfolding off the hilt until they fill the entire arena. Up in the stands, a girl filming this asks whether Choi Aaron has already mastered the elemental conversion of the Choi-jin family at 17 and then asks what that glow even is. Another spectator says out loud that the children from the 5 families this year are simply incredible. Choi Aaron pushes the sword forward, aura spreading in every direction with a strange sound, and Kim Joo-hook takes another step. She swings for his chest. Then she is standing in an empty patch of arena looking around in a daze because he is not there. He calls out to her from the side cheerfully and points out that if she is going to announce with her eyes exactly where she plans to attack, is it not a little easy to dodge? She freezes. He is standing next to her with open mischief on his face. She turns her head and gets one syllable out. He hits her in the chest and drives her backwards. Red aura sprang out of the impact, and she cries out from the pain. Then he makes a small surprise noise because something is wrong with the feedback. Her sword is already coming forward. Her hand shakes hard enough that she has to grab the blade with both hands from opposite sides, and she slides backwards trailing a long line of attack energy. Kim Joo-hook works out what happened. She got the blade in the way. That is why the hit did not feel right. Choi-eun is looking down with tears in her eyes, whole body shaking, thinking that this is very hard. Then she notices a fist resting against the flat of her own blade. He is leaning on it, looking straight at her, and she looks up at him stunned and grips the sword tighter. He takes his fist off the blade and tells her to try dodging this one. Then he shoves her in the chest and long yellow waves of aura go out across the whole arena, and she flips through the air clutching her blade to her chest with her mouth open and lands on her back and her head. He watches it, fist still clenched, and thinks that was an attack. Then he looks at her unconscious body and asks himself whether he imagined it or whether something was definitely off because his posture was slightly crooked on impact. He turns and walks away and decides he does not really care. First place, Kim Joo-hook. Second, Choi Yoon. Third, Jang Joo-on. 8th, Lee Chang-gon. 9th, Oh Sa-hook. 10th, Kim Yeon-won. He looks at his own name at the top of it, and everything swims a little. Then he walks out between the buildings stretching his neck and stops dead because there is a wall of microphones, phones, and voice recorders in his face. They want a story. They want him to listen. Every question runs into every other question. Somebody is shouting at him to join Cheonmyeong. Somebody else is shouting that their guild has held its reputation for 30 years. A reporter with a notepad shouts that if he joins them, they will give him the best terms available. Someone cuts that man off to shout that their guild is better. The same voice adds that it has a 30-year history. Kim Joo grits his teeth, then he screams at all of them to get away from him. The photograph that makes the front page is our boy, eyes white with rage, giving the entire press corps the finger with both hands at once. The headline asks whether Kim Joo-hook is a sick psychopath and whether it is true that after winning the admission tournament he went mad with anger and threw obscene gestures in every direction at the guilds trying to recruit him. 92 comments. A user called Autorack says it is a shame, and also that it was filmed, and also that it was funny watching him lose his temper and start swearing at people just to make them go away. A user called Softcake says that, frankly, watching him curse them out, he is starting to doubt this is an adequate human being. A user called Uncomfortable says that even if he does not belong to any class, no matter how angry he is, swearing like that is too much. And in a public place, and asks what kind of children we are producing these days. Several users agree that it was very rude for a newbie. A user called I Love Aaron Nunu asks why on earth that idiot Kim Joo-hook suddenly started insulting scouts since if he made it into Valhalla, he is going to be a hunter just like them. So what is the point of torching those relationships? And one reader points out that after he went through 5 families, he will be accepted anywhere regardless of his personality, and admits to being stunned watching him beat Aaron Nunu and Yoo So-yeon, who is honestly not even worth mentioning, and that he had forgotten she existed considering she could not even reach the finals. A user called Fisheye concludes that cursing people out is very bad and that he is a petty freak. Anyway, he got in. The welcome ceremony is a large bright hall full of identical dark blue uniforms, and somebody at the front is welcoming the freshmen to a Valhalla that boasts 100 years of history. Kim Joo-hook yawns into his hand and decides it is very boring. Then he notices the guy next to him staring, turns his head, and the guy turns away in fear. Our boy asks himself whether he really stood out that badly yesterday. He also remembers why he is here. Weapons and memories. 3rd floor, 5th room. He tells himself the plan is simple. Get in. Get out. This should not be a problem. Besides, he has just realized something. The class assignment sheet is where the trouble starts, and instructor Kim Ri-gong is the one holding it. He looks at the front row and asks with rising panic why the applicants were distributed this way. Front row, Yoo So-yeon of the Yushin family. Next to her, Choi Aaron of the Choi Jin family. Then he looks at the boy with his arms crossed and a black aura coming off him and a face like a thundercloud and identifies the thug in the very center as Oh Se-hook of the Oh Sun family. He grabs his own head. They told him students would be assigned randomly. How do 3 geniuses land in one class at the same time? Then he looks a little further and finds Kim Joo-hook looking back at him with interest. Why is this freak here too? This year, he is doomed. He tells himself to calm down. In a situation like this, you have to stay strong. He clears his throat into his fist and announces that he is glad to see them, that he is in charge of this class, and that he is also their personal instructor. His name is Kim Ri-gong. There is a sword and sheath hanging across his back. Then he presses a button and says with a sly little expression that this is the start. The floor goes white. The students scream, and then they are all standing outside in the open with a podium in front of them and their instructor behind it. Students start shouting questions. What is this? Where are they? They were just in a room. Kim Joo-hook says nothing and studies the terrain. Kim Ri-gong closes his hand around his sword hilt and decides to show them a little bloodlust. Goblins come from one side, red aura, clubs up. Orcs come from the other, growling red eyes. Within seconds, the students are surrounded on every side. Oh Se-hook folds his arms and identifies them as orcs and goblins and puts the count at 100 at least. Then the monsters charge, and one of them reaches a gray-clawed hand toward Oh Sa-hyuk's face, and a transparent barrier snaps into existence around the whole group. The monsters scratch it, pound it, try to climb it, get nothing. Kim Ri-gong is very pleased. The barrier is working beautifully. The students huddle inside it watching things with claws throw themselves against the wall. Then he calls Kim Joo-hook over. Our boy walks up to the podium and gets asked, with a thumb jerked at the horde, whether he can handle them alone. He checks, does the instructor mean the ones currently running around outside the dome? Yes. Kim Joo-hook goes thoughtful. Kim Ri-gong is delighted with himself. His ego must have shrunk a bit. Most students have only ever seen a real monster in a book, so, of course, he is frightened right now. He watches him mock him internally and tells him to stop pretending to think and just answer. Because the moment his pride is pacified, the lesson can begin. Kim Joo-hook smiles. Kim Ri-gong's aura goes fire red and he demands to know whether this boy is laughing. Does he seriously believe he can deal with all of them alone with no help? No problem, says Kim Joo-hook. The instructor decides he is bluffing and says, fine. Let him try, which is when our boy puts both hands in his pockets and asks whether he is supposed to just do this for free. Kim Ri-gong asks what? Kim Joo-hook explains with a smug little grin that from what he heard they are not supposed to be doing anything like this on the first day of training. And since the instructor is testing him this hard, he dares to assume there is a reward attached. Is that not so? Kim Ri-gong says with displeasure that no prize was included in the terms. Kim Joo-hook says they can discuss it now and asks sweetly what the instructor is willing to bet that he cannot handle these monsters. Kim Ri-gong thinks about it and says that if he clears them, he will do anything for him that falls within his authority. Kim Joo-hook touches his chin, considers, and says that even though it sounds rather regrettable, he accepts. The instructor warns him that the monsters in the system are no different from real ones. Our boy holds out a hand and tells him to give him the sword. Kim Ri-hook repeats the word sword. Kim Joo-hook asks indignantly how exactly he is meant to fight without a weapon, or whether the instructor genuinely expected him to go into that with his bare hands, and glances over at the monsters currently displaying their fangs. Kim Ri-gong sighs and hands over his own sword. The barrier opens a passage. The monsters on the other side welcome him with delighted grins. Kim Ri-gong watches this happen and cannot process it. Yoo So-yeon and Choi Aaron watch him walk out. Then Kim Joo-hook rips the blade out of the sheath and cuts down a row of goblins in one swing, and their blood goes everywhere. He checks his surroundings with the sword held ready in front of him, and there is nothing bored about his face anymore. More goblins come. He swings side to side and opens all of them up. He hears growling behind him and turns to find orcs closing in with clubs and red fire in their eyes, spins the blade in the air to point the tip backward, turns and drives it through an orc's neck. Purple blood comes out. He is enjoying this enormously. He swings in every direction with his eyes lit up and thinks that it has been 300 years since he held a sword, and it still feels quite good. In his day, the world was in total chaos because of monsters, and people fought with whatever was lying around. He remembers being a teenager killing monsters with a shovel and a pickaxe, but the sword was always something else. He hears something behind him and turns to find a huge orc mid-swing, steps aside, and lets the club crater the ground. He smiles and observes that their behavior patterns are simple, exactly as expected, and takes its head off and notes that this is a high-quality fake. The students are watching this with their mouths open. Kim Ri-gong's mouth is also open, and his internal monologue has reduced to the fact that he just handed him that sword. He watches more closely and registers the part that actually breaks him. There is no magic in any of this, and no visible effort either. How is he cutting like that? It is as if the sword is pulling the monsters onto itself. The monsters try to surround him. He smiles and opens all of them at once. Choi Aaron has her arms wrapped around herself. Oh Sa-hyuk says out loud that this is crazy. And Kim Joo-hyuk finishes standing on a hill of corpses, sheaths the sword, and says he would like to go down to the Constellation room. Behind him, a few goblins are still making noises. He looks over his shoulder at his instructor with a sly expression and asks whether he intends to keep his promise. Kim Ri-gong looks at him from under his brows and says nothing at all. By the time class ends, the sky over Valhalla has gone to sunset, and the whole building has turned pink. Kim Ri-gong announces that is all for today, that it must have been quite tiring, and that since it is their first lesson, they should go rest. The students file out. Kim Joo-hook stays slumped in his chair, exhausted asking himself what kind of lesson runs this long, and deciding that he is going to take what he needs and get out of here as fast as humanly possible. He closes his eyes. He never taught anyone anything. He never went to school. Later, he walks home behind everyone else under a sunset sky and admits the lesson was boring but not useless because he did get something out of it, specifically a story about one of the constellations. In his past life, constellations did not exist. The word describes what happens when someone who has previously experienced enormous concentrations of luck transforms into a god. Most constellations reach hunters through sacred relics, which grant special powers, and Valhalla holds an enormous number of those reliquaries, which is a large part of why it is the third largest academy in the world. Everything else in that lesson, the fencing, the monster-killing tactics, is nonsense to him. What he needs is to get to the dorm and take his own martial arts seriously because this body is far too weak. He winces and rubs his shoulder. Then somebody says something behind him. He turns around and finds Choi Erin standing there, hands clasped in front of her saying nothing. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, Lee Sang-kul is holding a coffee and telling Kim Ri-gong that he gets it, and Kim Ri-gong is sitting in a chair with his hands in his lap looking like a man at a funeral, saying that, honestly, it is more ridiculous than it is hard. He says it does not make sense. Is Kim Joo-hyuk really a high school student? In the virtual combat simulation today, he generated about 120 monsters. Lee Sang-chul asks whether he killed all of them. That says Kim Ri-gong sweating is exactly what he is trying to say, a high school student who has never encountered a monster in his life. Lee Sang-chul says that based on everything he knows about the boy, there is nothing special about him whatsoever, which is what makes it stranger. Kim Ri-gong asks whether there was anything remarkable in his history either and gets told that the boy is an orphan out of a small orphanage in a very dangerous area. An orphan. Kim Ri-gong suggests, hopefully, that maybe he is a forger. Lee Sang-chul drinks his coffee and says he ran his own small investigation, and every piece of the record checks out. So, no, the boy is not lying. Besides, think about how stupid a forger would have to be to enter Valhalla and then cause that scene at the entrance ceremony. They both remember the gestures and the swearing. Kim Ri-gang concedes the point. Then Lee Sang-chul asks about the other thing. Kim Joo-hyuk requested access to the constellation room. Kim Ri-gang confirms it unhappily. Lee Sang-chul says that after the first semester ends, the boy would have been able to get down there without anyone's permission anyway, and that if he asks the director will most likely allow it. He leans against the coffee machine and says he does not know what is going on with the completely sealed area upstairs, but anyone at all can reach the first floor. So nothing breaks if the kid gets there slightly ahead of schedule. Kim Ri-gong says thank you, quietly to the floor. Lee Sang-chul takes another sip and reminds him that he is the one who brought him here, so the responsibility is no smaller on his side. Then Kim Ri-gong admits he is a little worried about next year, not only because of Kim Joo-hyuk. Although, yes, because of him too, but because there are 3 students from famous families in that same class and controlling any one of them is not simple. Lee Sang-chul says he understands and then says he is not trying to comfort him, but an exchange student from the Ventric family was assigned to a different class. Kim Ri-gong's mouth opens. Ventric. The Ventric? Lee Sang-chul confirms it. Directly from the Ventric family, Rockdale Ventric. Kim Ri-gong starts sweating again because he has heard about that one, specifically the part where he got thrown out of the British Academy over some mischief. Then he closes his eyes, exhales, and says that actually now he is starting to feel like things are not so bad. Back under the sunset, Kim Joo-hyuk is looking at Choi-eun, and Choi-eun is looking at the ground. He asks what the matter is. She says quietly to her own feet that he should teach her. Then she looks up and says it louder, teach her fencing. He stares at her. She repeats it, holding a case with something in it behind her back, and adds that it is the skill he showed then. That is what she wants him to teach her. Kim Joo-hyuk scratches his ear and says no. She asks why. He asks why she is asking and says he simply does not want to, and turns away. She keeps watching him. He turns his head back sharply and asks whether she has anything else to say because otherwise, he is leaving. She repeats it again, teacher fencing. He looks at her with his eyes wide, says nothing for a moment, and then repeats that he already said he does not want to and asks sarcastically whether she has cleaned her ears lately and tells her to stop pestering him. Then he points at her and says he has no desire to teach anybody, so leave him alone, and walks off toward the sunset. Choi-eun does not answer. She just watches him go with something sad and thoughtful sitting on her face. The next morning, Kim Joo-hyuk is at his desk with his legs sprawled out, staring down at nothing when he hears something and raises his hand and looks at his own palm. He expected this. He curls the fingers slightly and admits with a small twitch of his lips that this body is better than he previously believed. The problem is that there is nowhere left to go with martial arts training alone, and the reason is that he does not have any magical abilities at all. On top of which, controlling his own mana flow is extremely difficult for him. He closes his fist angrily and reminds himself that the magic problem gets solved if he finds that thing. He also needs to stock up on some mana. Then somebody says his name. He looks up to find a blonde boy standing over his desk in a deliberately arrogant pose with a blonde girl behind him who has her hands clasped and her eyes down. Kim Joo-hyuk asks coolly who this is supposed to be. The blonde boy's internal reaction is that this is exactly what you would expect from an ignorant nobody who does not even know their family, and then he announces proudly that standing in front of him is Rockdale of the Ventric family. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at him with nothing on his face at all. Rockdale says he will ask directly, extends a hand, grins like a predator, and asks whether he would not like to become stronger. Here's why he thinks that offer is irresistible. In most families, it is far harder for someone from a side branch to reach real power than for someone from the main line, and the main line always sits a level above. The Ventric family solve that problem because they possess a relic of one of the constellations, a beaked mask. In an ordinary high-class constellation or above, there is a guardian who protects the family directly, and that guardian chooses who becomes the constellation and grants them the strength and protection. The Ventric family instead contracts directly with a member of their own family who has not yet been chosen as a constellation, and that turned out to be the only path where the chosen person can contract with a constellation without any disagreement at all. That single decision made the Ventric family the most influential name in Europe. If you're a member of the Ventric family, you can pick literally anyone to enter a contract regardless of where they came from, which is exactly why even the side branches of the Ventric family hold the same power the main line does. Rockdale Ventric belongs to that family, and he is predictably insufferable. Not long ago, he was expelled from the British Academy over an incident, and he was escorted out of the grounds without a shred of regret while the iron doors closed behind him. His conclusion at the time was that everything was fine and there was no point crying about it. Because considering the family he came from, they would always find a way to put him back. Now he is standing over Kim Joo-hyuk's desk having decided that the beast that drew all the attention at the welcome ceremony is going to belong to him. So he says arrogantly that if this boy obeys him, he will bring him to the Ventric constellation. Kim Joo-hyuk rolls his eyes and asks if he is an idiot. Rockdale's eyes go wide. Yuria de Felix keeps looking at the floor with her lips pressed together. He leans a hand on the desk and demands to know what was just said. So our boy elaborates. He asks whether Rockdale probably thinks he is stupid, informs him that he is not remotely interested in him and that he has done nothing but brag since the moment he appeared, and then delivers the actual verdict. If he opens with a speech like that, he is an absolute moron. Is that not so? Rockdale grinds his teeth and starts to say something about ignorant filth and gets cut off by a voice telling them to get back to their places. Kim Joo-hyuk looks around, surprised. Rockdale starts shouting, demanding to know whether this person just gave him an order. Lee Sang-chul crosses his arms and frowns at him and says that this is not the British Academy. This is Valhalla. And no matter how powerful the Ventric family is, he obeys the instructors here. Rockdale freezes because he knows that name, and this is Lee Sang-chul, Valhalla's combat instructor. So he grinds his teeth harder, drags Uriah to Felix out behind him, slams the door into the wall, and says they will meet again soon. Kim Joo-hyuk watches him go without bothering to answer. That evening, the park is full of sunset and students walking home, and Kim Joo-hyuk is going through his day and finding it worthless. He learned nothing new. There was no useful information about the Constellation Room. Instead, he had to deal with some idiot in the morning. He presses a hand to his forehead. He does now know that the Guild Scouts were outsiders permanently camped around the school, and that they were using teachers and students to work out where he was. Then he asks himself whether it was maybe a bit much to insult them like that. Meanwhile, Choi Erin is walking behind him like a shadow, and he has not noticed. She tries to call out to him and produces a small strange sound. He turns around and freezes. She asks him again to teach her fencing. He stands there with a face like a man reading his own sentencing and asks whether yesterday was not enough for her. Elsewhere, In an upper room of the Valhalla dorm with engraved window surrounds and framed paintings on the walls, somebody swears several times and puts a fist through a large circular lamp, and it comes apart into pieces. Rockdale Ventric is standing there with his fists clenched. Yuria de Felix is standing further back with her hands folded silent. He is grinding his teeth thinking about Kim Joo-hyuk and asking him mentally how an insignificant orphan dares to humiliate him. Then he tells Yuria de Felix to contact his sir. He needs him to deal with someone. She does not move. He says her name in a threatening voice. She keeps looking at the floor. Then he grabs her by the hair and clamps down. She screams. He hauls her head up and shouts at her to answer when he asks her something. She winces. Eyes squeeze shut, looking sideways at him. He asks if she still thinks of herself as the eldest daughter of the palace family, tightens his grip and asks whether he should throw her out of their family then. She looks down and says in a shaking voice, no. He throws her to the floor. She lands on her whole body. Then he looks down at her with open hostility and repeats the instruction. Contact the sir? He needs him to deal with someone. And she is also to tell the son of the Rise family, who is in the 2nd grade, that Ventric wants to see him. She does not raise her head. She says she understands. In another room of the same dorm, Kim Joo-hyuk is sitting in the dark with moonlight coming across the edge of the bed and blue aura rising off him in bands like flame. He has his eyes closed. He is trying to meditate. He relaxes his entire body and concentrates on his energy, and the blue keeps pouring off him in every direction. Then he exhales hard, and sweat starts running down his face, and he ends up breathing heavily with a hand pressed to his chest, thinking that this body is just terrible. He says it out loud. He cannot extract even a particle of magic. Sometime later, he is walking down the street again with his hands in his pockets, and Choi Erin is behind him taking small quiet steps, and this time he has noticed. He stops. She stops too, on heels. He turns around and asks irritably what now, and points out that they are already standing directly in front of the dorm, and asks how long exactly she intended to follow him. She repeats firmly that he should teach her the art of fencing. He asks with a small laugh whether she is a parrot and internally admits that she is now genuinely getting on his nerves and that he needs to get rid of her. So he tells her the price is 10 million won. Her mouth opens. He repeats it. 10 million won per lesson. She freezes and looks down without answering, and he starts turning his back and asks whether she cannot afford it, and says in that case, he will be going. Then she quietly tells him to give her his phone. He exhales with a great many questions in his head and holds it out. She snatches it out of his hand. He asks why she needs his phone. She says so she can put her number in it. He watches her fingers moving on the screen. She hands it back with a smile, explains that this will make it much easier to transfer money to him. Her own phone is in her other hand in a pink case. He takes it back and asks what. Then he looks down at the notification. 100 million won. Choyun holds her phone up to her lips and asks him, with hope in her eyes, whether he will teach her now. Kim Joo-hyuk holds his phone up too, smiles slyly, and says no. The phone announces that he has rejected the transfer. Later, he is sitting on his bed, replaying the moment he got stunned, and asking himself how an ordinary student sends a 100 million won on the spot. He touches his chin and thinks that if he starts teaching her, he is going to have to spill every secret he has, and he thinks about the amount of money. Then he stops himself mid-thought and decides it does not matter because it is just money, and money has no value to him. All he has to do is find it. Even if the thing has a terrifying amount of mana in it, he pulls on a sweater with blue and black sleeves and gray sneakers, packs the tools he needs into a backpack, and thinks that he is starting to move. He needs to find a secret vault. Later, out past the stadium beside the tall building, Kim Joo-hyuk is walking through the forest with his hood up, holding his backpack straps, thinking that he checked all of this before he ever enrolled in this school. The problem is that most of the records hidden 300 years ago were destroyed. By his investigation, at least 4 of them should still exist today. And realistically, it is probably only 3. He exhales heavily and looks up at the most important part, which is the mountain standing right beside the building, because all of it is hidden in the mountains of Valhalla. He decides he is going to find it. Then he puts his hands out and starts pushing his aura down into the ground, and the ground answers, deep cracks spreading away from him across an enormous distance. He closes his eyes because the way you locate one of these is by feeling the marble, and with the small amount of magic he currently has pointed at the job, he can still find the first entry. He meditates, and a circle of blue aura lights up in the middle of the forest, throwing rays out in every direction, and he opens his eyes and says he found it. Then comes the part nobody warned him about, which is the shovel. He digs. He starts breathing hard almost immediately. He informs the empty forest that this body is terrible and weak. He keeps digging, throwing dirt over his shoulder, thinking that if he had known it would be this hard on him, he would have buried the thing somewhere considerably more convenient. Then he stops being annoyed at himself and remembers why it is buried here at all. 300 years ago, the tower had not been destroyed yet. The world was standing on the edge of annihilation, and there was nowhere on it safe enough to keep his wealth. So he left the notes in the ground. He drives the shovel down again and starts hoping, seriously hoping that everything inside survived. The sun comes up over the mountains of Valhalla with him standing at the bottom of a pit, rubbing his forehead with his fist, wrecked, and blue light is coming up from below and lighting half of him. He found it, a huge iron hatch. His record. There are no keyholes, which is briefly a problem, until he brushes the dust off and uncovers one. He presses a thumb to the end of it because he already knows an ordinary key will not open this. Then he brings his palms together, blue circle igniting between them, and builds a key out of his own aura, and it comes out wrapped in white thread. He puts it in the lock and turns it, and it fits. The hatch swings open and daylight goes down into a room absolutely carpeted in gold coins. Kim Joo-hook drops through the opening, lands with a hand on the floor in front of a mountain of money, weapons, and chests, grins at all of it, and asks whether his children lived well down here. He stands up, puts his hands on his hips, and watches gold shimmer in the sunlight coming through his own hatch and realizes that money is now permanently not his problem, so he can finally get on with finding the thing he actually came for. Then he freezes and says out loud, "What?" Because scattered in among the coins are several minerals that shimmer purple and blue and look like somebody folded an entire cosmos inside each one. Storage stones. He picks one up and remembers that he poured magic into these to preserve his notes and that the time has come to use them for something else. So he closes his right hand around it and starts pulling, and blue energy comes out of the stone and wraps his entire body. Kim Joo-hook is extremely happy. Exactly what you want from accumulative stones. The glow dies down. He pockets it. Then he gets practical about the rest, deciding to deal with the remaining stones first and asking himself whether he should leave the gold bars down here and take the jewelry instead since it weighs less. The next day at Valhalla, he is slumped in his chair in class with his entire body shaking, and he cannot feel his own muscles. After a few strokes of a shovel, he is so shocked by his own condition that he concludes that if he genuinely believed he could pull something like that off again in the future, he is a rare idiot. Then Choi Aaron sits down next to his desk and he flinches. He asks while jerking the shoulder that currently hurts, "What is happening?" She looks at him with that piercing and completely empty expression she always has and asks him to teach her the art of the sword. Her persistence scares him slightly, which he tries to hide, and he says tiredly that she is not going to leave him alone. Is she? Then he actually thinks about it because from the information he dug up after his rebirth, the Choi Jin family, which is her family, does professional fencing. So why does she need him? He asks her directly. Why is she asking him this persistently? Her family can train her just as well. She says she wants to learn fencing from him. He does not let it go and asks why. She answers evasively that she has never seen anyone handle a blade better than he does. That confuses him, so he keeps digging. What about her father? Is he not the head of the Choi Jin family? He must be far better than some student. Choi Aaron seems to stall out and repeats the word father twice, and that is where the conversation dies because Kim Rae-gang opens the door and asks Joo-hyuk to come to the teacher's room. He asks why. Kim Rae-gang says it concerns his previous request and asks whether he is not interested. Our boy is out of that chair instantly. Choi Aaron is left standing there, and as he passes, she tries once more and gets no reaction at all and lowers her head. Then he says without turning around, "Tomorrow at 6, training ground." She short-circuits. He glances back over his shoulder and asks what? Has she already moved on? And she snaps her head around and promises she will definitely be there. In the teacher's room, Kim Rae-gang keeps it short because class is about to start. Firstly, he has been granted access to the Constellation room. He goes down to the ground floor. Joo-hook repeats the words ground floor. Kim Rae-gang confirms it. Except for the first floor, every other floor is closed to him, and Joo-hook is not upset at all. He is pleased. He says he understands and asks when he can go. Tonight, if it can be arranged. Great, says Ju Hook. Then it is decided, which Kim Ri-gong finds deeply unexpected because he was braced for a screaming argument about the ban on the upper floors. He tells him he can go and gets a polite okay and watches him walk out. That night, they go to it, and it is not a room. It is a tower ringed in scaffolding and sealed over with hieroglyphs and chains with a guarded entrance. Kim Ri-gong announces they have arrived. Valhalla Academy Treasure Constellation Room. Ju Hyuk immediately starts counting security. On one side, 2 men in black suits and black sunglasses, one of them carrying 2 swords on his back. On the right, 2 more. One with a face like a slam door and a bulletproof vest. Another with a pistol on his shoulder muttering into a radio. He notes that this is considerably heavier than the main gate. Kim Ri-gong says, of course is, because this is the Constellation Room, and the unshakable value of what is inside is a large part of why Valhalla counts as one of the 3 great academies. Ju Hak is not listening to a word of that. He is noting that the guards and the walls and effectively everything out here is drowning in a concentration of magic and that the only place free of magical shackles is the main entrance. Then he asks his instructor a question, how does one get to the 2nd floor? And if he ended up there despite the ban, would he definitely become a criminal? Kim Ri-gong folds his arms and gives him a look and says, no, he would not become a criminal. His expulsion would simply be processed as fast as administratively possible. Also, he would lose his mind before he even got out of the school. Ju Hyuk asks about that second part. Kim Ri-gang explains that on the 2nd floor, the immeasurable magical power of the constellations is raging loose and a human mind cannot survive contact with a surge like that. Kim Ju Hyuk smiles and repeats it back to him, blows his mind, get expelled, understood. And Kim Ri-gong hearing that tone starts to have a very bad afternoon because why would anyone ask that specific question standing at this specific door? Is he actually planning to go down there? No. Impossible. The first candidate ever admitted to the Constellation Room would not do something that stupid. He is certain the boy understands how serious the ban is. The gate opens. Kim Ri-gong tells him he has 30 minutes, and then he comes out. Ju Hyuk waves a hand and says he will be right back. The second he is inside, the system window opens and repeats the assignment. Return his weapons and memories. 3rd floor of Valhalla, 5th room. He stops for a couple of seconds and decides he does not particularly care about the exception because this is the entire reason he came to this school in the first place. 3rd floor it is. He goes down the stairs past the machinery lining the walls wondering why this mission is made almost entirely of staircases and whether they have an end at all. Then his footsteps stop, and he looks up and asks what this place even is. He is standing in a long corridor with blue light spilling from a square opening in the ceiling that looks disturbingly like a portal. And there are doors set into the white walls, each one locked behind its own complicated mechanism. He looks around and asks whether this is a prison. He was fairly sure the Constellation Room was on the 1st floor. Is this it? He decides it does not matter and moves toward a door. Then a new system window says all conditions have been met and that he will be carried into the room. He gets as far as repeating the word room, then darkness, and then a voice saying that it has been a long time since anyone has seen Kim Hyun. Oh, Bark is floating in front of him in a white void. Our boy takes this in and asks, with a smile that has nothing pleasant in it, whether they are having a reunion after 300 years. Barch does not get to finish his next sentence because Kim Ju Hyuk punches him in the face so hard he goes backwards. Eyes gone white with rage, our boy announces that he is glad to see this freak. Barch throws his hands up and asks him to stop. He gets hit again with the note that he should die. Barch tries again telling Hyuno to settle down and calm himself. He gets hit again. For the next couple of minutes, every single plea gets answered with a fist, stay. He is going to hit him harder now. Eventually, Bark's on the floor rubbing his face, and Kim Ju Hyuk, out of breath, says that he is not the kind of man who solves problems with his fists. Bark says what? Our boy detonates again and kicks him harder than everything previous, screaming that he cannot possibly pass up the chance to smash this face in, that it would be the stupidest waste imaginable because this is the freak who ruined his idle future, his wealth, his pride, all that time he spent teaching his students. Barch groans and covers up, and then somewhere between requests for mercy, asks whether Kim Hyun-oh is not the least bit curious about what this place is. Kim Ju Hyuk stops, which is progress, and looks around and points out that there is nothing here. Bark explains, it is an imaginary world, more precisely the subspace of the relic. The bark standing in front of him is only an embodiment inside that subspace. His real body ceased to exist 300 years ago. Ju-hyuk works through that and asks whether he means he has been inside this relic the entire time. Yes. Then Kim Ju-hyuk's face changes and he grins and spreads his arms, and behind Barch, a seal appears. Barch confirms it proudly. Exactly. He has become a constellation. He is clearly expecting some admiration for this. Kim Ju-hyuk punches him in the face again and says what nonsense. Outside, the guards run him through a scanner on the way out and Kim Ri-gong asks if he did anything strange. Ju-hyuk, who does not have a mark on him, says, of course not. He was just looking around and adds that he could not go down any further or he would go insane. Kim Ri-gong still does not trust a word of this, but he chuckles and says he understands and tells him to go home. So our boy walks across campus with his hands in his pockets, and the rest of that conversation plays back. He had told Barch he did not care that he became a constellation and asked whether he was the one who created that notification window and whether he was going to explain what it is. Barch admitted he knows nothing about it and got punched again for it. He swore he knows nothing. After Ju-hyuk killed him, he spent 300 years in there, completely drained. So then, who sent the message? And Barch dropped the actual bomb. He received a similar notice himself. A notification telling him to contact the reborn Kim Ju-hyuk and get his memories back. Reborn. He said there was more. For that reason, one suspicious person showed up. And it would be very interesting if this turned out to be the work of the same one who made him the boss of the Tower of Destruction. Ju-hyuk asked whether he meant the one who made him king of that tower, and who that is. Barch answered honestly that he does not know for certain, because all his memories from that part of his life are gone, and he does not think the missing ones are coming back quickly. Then he asked what exactly was written in Ju-hyuk's notice, which caught our boy off guard until he pulled the window back up in his memory and said it told him to find his weapon in order to return his memories, and that there was also a line at the bottom that was impossible to read because it was censored. And then he asked the question that actually bothers him, which is whether he did not already get all his memories back since he remembers everything that happened in that tower perfectly. Bart suggested that maybe those are not all the memories he needs and pointed out that he has already found his weapon, so the memories should come back naturally. Ju-hyuk asked what he meant, found it. And Bart explained that this subspace is the inner world of one of 4 swords that became sacred relics. And that because Ju-hyuk used one of them, Bart remained a constellation inside it. Then Bart noticed that Ju-hyuk had started shaking and tried to interrupt and got hit again anyway. Now alone with only his own footsteps for company, Kim Ju-hyuk works through what he has actually learned. His sword turned into a relic. There is a constellation living inside it. If he told a single person this, nobody would believe him. He would like to destroy the weapon and delete the entire subject from his memory. Instead, he extends his right hand and a translucent sheath forms in the air with a hilt showing. And then it gains weight and becomes real. And he understands, no matter how weak he has become, that he was never going to be allowed to leave Bark, formerly the king of the Tower of Destruction, sitting around unsupervised. Nothing to be done. His new quest runs through this sword. There is no substitute for this weapon. Then somebody behind him asks whether he is the guy who took first place in the entrance exams. He turns around to find a crowd of young men with multicolored hair and white shirts and black trousers walking up on him, led by a tall blonde in a blue suit and a white shirt who is smiling brazenly and flexing his fists. This is Laruk Sunrise, eldest son of the Sunrise family, 2nd year. Kim Ju-hyuk's opening remark is to ask whether hooligans these days are getting younger too. Laruk asks whether he is immortal, and a guy with a mohawk and a scar across his skull hurries to hold him back. So Laruk settles for a threat instead, informing him that first place among the first years is not enough to talk to a senior like that. Then a white-haired guy holding a stick with cloth wrapped on one end asks permission to beat this freak, and Laruk clicks his tongue and tells him to go easy on the first year. The white-haired guy turns around, full of himself, and begins explaining that a beginner should understand the difference between the first year and the second. He does not finish because Kim Ju-hyuk kicks him in the chest and tells the idiot to be quiet and attack already. All the air leaves the guy at once, then our boy jumps and kicks him in the face. And this time he sails backwards past his own shocked friends, takes out a row of trash cans on landing, and stops moving. Laruk mutters that this is a crazy freak, and then he freezes because he's remembering a conversation. Sometime earlier, warm light, 2 sofas Rockdale Ventric telling him he will certainly not be left in debt and that Lyric Sunrise can count on his continued assistance. There is a first year, Ju Hook, take care of this guy. He does not care if Lyric uses weapons. He can do whatever he likes, and Rockdale will clean up everything after him. Have they agreed? Lyric said he agreed. Then he walked out of that upper classroom, slammed the door, and thought about it, and concluded that it does not matter what rank this guy holds among first years, because a first year is a first year, and they cannot compete with older students one way or the other. And here's why he believed that. The first year and the second year are radically different, and the reason is the contract with the Constellations. In the second semester of their first year, Valhalla students are required to visit the Constellation room and form a contract with one of them. The ones who succeed are called contractors, and only they earn the right to move up into second year. A contractor also gains the right to use the power of his constellation. Kim Ju Hook, who does not belong to any family, does not have that. So this was going to be easy. That is what Lyric thought right up until this moment, standing here with sweat running down his face and his eyebrows pulled together and nothing in his expression except doubt. Back in the fight, a weapon flashes and Ju Hook blocks one of them in a burst of light. A red-haired guy pulls a dagger, loads it with red energy, curses the stupid new guy and receives a scabbard across the face. Then a shadow falls over our boy, and he looks up calmly to watch a brunette with a long staff leap into the air screaming that he must die. The attack is genuinely powerful. It craters the ground and throws energy everywhere. Then looking at the dust, the guy asks, confused where his attack went. Kim Ju Hook is standing next to him and asks mockingly whether he missed, then he hits him in the face and the guy joins the others. Lyric watches his friend land unconscious and cannot process what he is seeing. This is unthinkable. The boy is knocking out second years one at a time. Before they become contractors, second years are supposed to prove their superiority over first years in martial arts. So why are they helpless? And what is this strange fencing skill? From outside, it does not look like this guy is putting in any effort at all, and the people around him keep flying away. Kim Ju Hyuk swings the sword, then stops and glances at the 3 hooligans, still standing there holding swords and sticks and watching him very carefully, and points the scabbard at them, and asks whether he did not just say he would rip their heads off if they kept standing around. His friends start losing their nerve, and Lyric shouts at the idiots not to be afraid, because it is just a stupid first year. Our boy grins and asks whether the leader of the whole gang finally feels inspired. Lyric sets his stance and floods his weapon with fire, and he is genuinely about to attack. Then he exhales heavily and looks down because there is a scabbard resting against his stomach and Kim Ju Hyuk, entertained, is asking whether he is going to keep standing there. Then he strikes the hilt sharply, and the surge of energy blows Lyric away along with everyone still upright. Lyric's only thought, mouth open, eyes wet, is to ask when this guy got that close. He hits the ground. Kim Ju Hyuk walks over, sits down next to him, slaps his cheek, and tells him to get up, and asks who he is and why he attacked him. Lyric scraped up and unable to move much. Says, did he not hear? They study a grade above him. Ju Hook continues the conversation while the rest of the gang lies around them not regaining consciousness. So that is why they came at one first year with an armed crowd. Is this normal for them or what? Silence. Then he asks who sent him. Lyric lowers his eyes and lies saying they were just going to put the first year who first place in his place, and that is all. Kim Ju Hyuk smiles and asks whether he has decided to tell him fairy tales and whether this is hooligan solidarity and observes that he looks about to burst into tears. Then he picks his bag up off the ground and says he will be going and that they should clean this place up nicely. Lyric panics and shouts at him to stop and asks whether he thinks he can just keep attending the academy from tomorrow like nothing happened. It does not matter where he ranks among the first years. If people find out about this incident, he is expelled. Kim Ju Hyuk looks down at him with open contempt, waits a beat, and says he does not care. Then he spells it out for him. Several second years decided to jump a first year, and he beat them dry. If this becomes public knowledge, the one who should be ashamed to keep showing up at this academy is Lyric, not him. He suggests Lyric think about that if he would rather not disturb his own education. Then he flashes his eyes at the pile of them and walks off, and Lyric stays on the ground shaking, surrounded by his friends. At 28 minutes past 9, Rockdale Ventric is sitting on his sofa with his phone in his hands grinning, thinking that the call could come at any moment. Lyric Sunrise is calling. Here it is. Rockdale picks up, gets a greeting, and immediately asks how Kim Joo-hyuk is doing. Lyric gathers himself and says that in general, he washes his hands of this job. Rockdale stops functioning for a second, then asks, getting angry what he just said. And Lyric, completely serious, advises him to stay away from anything connected to Joo-hyuk. Rockdale sits there wondering what this idiot is talking about because the last time they spoke he sounded extremely confident. Then Lyric says that if that is everything, is hanging up. Rockdale screams at him not to, and then more quietly points out that he is only talking like this because Joo-hyuk beat him up. So why does he not simply report the guy to the academy administration? No answer. So Rockdale adds that they still have the injuries on them, and is that not enough, and he cannot even manage that? And if Lyric does this one thing, he will transfer the entire promised amount, and on top of that he will try to arrange financing for them from his whole family. Lyric says that even if the Ventric family starts funding them, it is not going to restore the pride they lost. At that moment, he and his friends are limping down a street holding their stomachs with bruised hands. Then Lyric says he is hanging up, and as Rockdale says hello into a deadline, asks whether he can hear him, works out that nobody is talking to him anymore, and throws the phone into the floor as hard as he can, announcing that Lyric Sunrise is a real moron. Then he sits in silence for a while with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands before finally addressing Uriah, who has been standing behind him the entire time, and answers timidly. Without turning his head, he asks whether she contacted Desire. She confirms she did and reports that he wants to meet in person, but since Desire is far away right now, it will take him some time to get here. Rockdale, irritated, asks where the man is even hanging around. Sometime earlier in Mexico, at the Arepa Academy, a tall building with neat round roofs and a coral facade set among green mountains, there is a corridor with red walls and white columns, and in that corridor, a large number of people in white jackets and red trousers are lying unconscious on top of each other. A man with deep scars all over his tan face and a wide gold chain around his neck picks up a phone and asks what this is. Desire Ventric is sitting on top of the pile of bodies like it is a chair. Rockdale wants him to come to Korea to deal with a man named Kim Joo-hyuk. The reward is already prepared. His eyes light up on that last part, and he smiles with all his teeth and says, that is how it is. Because after he was expelled, he had nobody left who could lend him money. What a magnificent turn. At 6 the next day, Kim Joo-hyuk arrives at the Valhalla training hall, which is full of new high-quality equipment, and walks into the locker room holding the strap of his sports bag, talking to himself about how huge it is, and wondering if that is just because the school is not small and saying he really would like to go for a run in here at least once. Then a voice speaks to him, and he flinches, screams, and starts looking around asking, what? Who? This? Barch. Where? Barch calmly explains that he was sealed inside Kim Joo-hyuk's sword. So why is he surprised? Joo-hyuk explains that he is surprised because he was under the impression Barch should have gotten out of there by now, since in that case, he would have to smash his face in again and put him back. Goosebumps go through Bart. He recovers, clears his throat, and says nothing of the kind. Everything is fine. Joo-hyuk opens a creaking locker, puts his bag in, and says that if he says so, then there's nothing to worry about. Out in the hall in new sneakers, he starts stretching his legs and asks whether he is sure everything is fine. Barch asks whether he means his condition. No. The sword. It is an artifact now, and it is supposed to still be inside Valhalla in case he has forgotten that they took it out of the Constellation room. Barch says not to worry about it because he left a copy in that spot, which is exactly what Joo-hyuk was worried about, and he would like to know where a man learns to make copies. Barch says proudly that when he woke up, he discovered all his strength was gone, and despite that weakness, he still found enough to make one. Even though he does not remember where he learned how, Joo-hyuk puts his hands on his hips, arches backwards, throws his head back, and observes that Barche does not remember much of anything, which is how he ends up looking at Choi Erin upside down. He freezes with his head still back, then turns and asks whether she came. She says yes timidly and states that now he will teach her fencing techniques. He says no. They are going to start by increasing her stamina. Choi Erin tilts her head to the side like a rabbit and asks with big round eyes why. He turns his back and says coldly that she can leave if she does not like it. She very quickly says no. She agrees. So he smiles and says they will start with a little stretching, and she says okay. His reasoning is simple, which he does not bother explaining to her. Endurance improves control over your own mana and the quality with which you absorb it. That is the basics. Watching her stretch, he decides that the training methods of this generation are strange. They pour everything into flooding mana and nothing into stamina. Even Eren, enormous mana concentration, and she is visibly short of stamina. She reports that she is done stretching. He says okay and that they can move on to actual training. Choi Eren becomes visibly inspired in a completely deadpan way, shakes her head and lets out a small laugh. Then they do push-ups and squats and dumbbells. All of it comes easily to him. She gives it everything, and her body betrays her every single time, and she keeps falling behind. Before long, she is sweating, red-faced, flat on the floor, trying to find her breath again. And Kim Joo-hook, still going, notes that they have only just started. She lifts her head and asks what he said. He turns around and tells her, sternly, to stop lying around and get up. They only have about 20 kilometers of running left. Choi-Yoon says what? Later, in room 1A, our boy is stretching contentedly and reviewing his student. Because every time he raises the difficulty, her results improve naturally, and her physique is clearly built for this. Choi Eren is sitting at her desk with a blank face, dark circles under her eyes, and a body that will not stop shaking. Then a woman's voice tells the room to be quiet. This is Lilia, a highest-level Valhalla instructor and the teacher of dimensional monsters, and she announces a simple written test. She told them on day 1 that they would need to learn some of this material on their own, and today is checking how well they know how to behave when they encounter certain monsters. She hands out a thick stack of test sheets. Yoo So-yeon, Oh Sa-hyuk, and a trembling Choi-Yoon all read the questions looking mildly alarmed. Even Kim Joo-hook is working with his lips pressed together. Time is up. Papers forward. She explains the results will not count toward their overall score. They exist to establish what the class knows for the next lesson. Choi Eren turns around to collect his sheets, and he hands them over without a word. Lilia squares the pile on her desk, notes everyone has handed in, says the next lesson is in the virtual simulation classroom, and leaves. Kim Joo-hyuk leans back and looks at the ceiling. Then Barch asks whether he is sure he should have left those answers the way he wrote them. Joo-hook asks irritably whether he was spying. Barch, arms crossed in his endless white nothing, points out that there is absolutely nothing to do in here. So what else is he supposed to do for entertainment? Joo-hook asks whether he reads his thoughts. Barch clarifies that he can only hear him when his thoughts are connected to him. Joo-hyuk, still looking at the ceiling, answers internally that he sees and adds that he answered those questions the way he would have answered them 300 years ago. Barche sounds surprised and then says with a certain amount of understanding, right? Then everything is clear to him. That evening in the first-year teacher's room, Lilia is sitting at her desk, holding a sheet of paper, and her face is red, and her teeth are grinding, and she is physically shaking. Almost inaudibly, almost tearing the test in half, she asks how this Joo-hook dared to call this nonsense answers. Kim Ri-gong, who has just poured boiling water over tea and is walking to his desk, notices her tucking her hair behind her ear and glaring at a piece of paper and comes over to ask whether those are tests for his class. She confirms it. To prepare them for the next lesson in the virtual battle simulation, she ran a test to measure the quality of their practical knowledge. A simple written test, and naturally Class A, which contains children from 3 famous families, showed excellent results. Kim Ri-gong says, right? Well, then he will go. Lilia picks up a red pen and says, okay, calmly. He gets exactly as far as his desk and his first sip of tea before she screams Kim Joo-hook's name. He chokes. Everybody in the teacher's room turns around. She is shaking, trying to stay measured, asking how he dared to call this nonsense normal answers. Kim Ri-gong asks whether the guy really did not try at all. She detonates. He did not just fail. It was as if he were laughing at them. Kim Ri-gong comes back over as gently as he can and asks whether it is really that bad. Lilia crushes his answer sheet in her hand and says that this cannot be ignored, and that at the next lesson, she is going to explain to him properly that you do not get to deal with monsters that easily. 1 week later in the virtual battle simulation classroom, she announces that the tests have been marked, that most of the class did well, and that Kim Joo should come to the front. He walks out in front of his classmates. She hands him a crumpled sheet of paper and tells him to take it. He looks at it. 0 out of 10 on the opening questions. Final score, 1. Lilia says loudly and deliberately that student Kim Joo-hook did not earn a single point and asks whether he is truly certain he answered every question correctly. He says, with total confidence, that he did everything exactly as expected. Fine. Question 1. What is the best way to deal with stone goblins? Kim Joo-hook checks his own answer sheet and reads out calmly, rip the monster's belly open. Lilia puts a hand to her forehead. Question 2. He encounters 8 jungle goblins rushing straight at him and must give instructions for how he would handle them. Also, with total confidence, he says that generally you start with the ones who attack first, land a couple of targeted hits on them, and send them straight to hell. She folds her arms and tells him he did not take this seriously, and that she could have overlooked that if his answers had made any sense at all. The best way to kill a stone goblin is to rip its belly open. These creatures are rank B+. That means the aura of a normal sword will not do a thing to them. Is he seriously claiming he could open a stone goblin's stomach? Kim Joo-hook twirls a finger in his ear and says, yes. It will all be over after the first hit. Lilia is now running entirely on rage. His pompousness is driving her insane. He keeps saying absolute nonsense with a completely straight face. Then she calms down and says that since the student is so confident, she is going to give him the opportunity to demonstrate his knowledge and practice. She hits a key on her console and the classroom becomes a forest. With the students inside a protective dome and a great deal of snarling on the outside of it, and one goblin walks into the safe space with them. The task is simple. If he defeats the monsters using his own written instructions, she will not fail him. Kim Joo-hyuk scratches the back of his head and says that everything is clear to him and hands the test sheet back and asks if she would allow him to just put it here. He walks to the weapon rack, takes a sword, and walks toward the monster while the entire class watches. He stops in front of a goblin with red eyes and fangs sticking out of its mouth. Lilia watches with her lips pressed together, thinking that she has heard he single-handedly cleared a 120 summon goblins and that his talent should not be underestimated, and that even so, he is not getting through a stone goblin with a blunt sword. The monster bares its teeth and swings a clawed paw. Kim Joo-hook, smiling, raises the sword. Lilia freezes and says what? Because there is a blade sticking out of the monster's belly, and it is growling hoarsely and shaking, and then deep crack starts spreading across its entire body until it disintegrates, leaving only a sword on the ground. He turns around under the completely blank stares of his classmates and asks whether everything is clear now. They just need to rip open the belly. Yoo So-yeon's mouth is open, and she is asking herself whether he killed a stone monster with an ordinary sword and no magic whatsoever. Oh, Seo-hyuk folds his arms and decides he would rather not think about it too hard. Choi-eun smiles. Lilia clears her throat and sincerely asks how he did that. He is halfway to putting the sword back, turns, tosses it over his shoulder, and asks whether it is not obvious. He put it through the goblin's stomach, and that was the end of it. It is easy. She clenches her fist and says, no. That is true. Then she starts chewing her nails, because to destroy a stone goblin with nothing but a sword, you would need to be at minimum a rank A contractor. That would explain it logically. The situation in front of her is not that. So how did this guy deal with the monster with just a sword? Joo-hyuk interrupts her spiral by asking whether it turns out he answered her question correctly. Lilia hits the keys again and announces furiously that this was only the very first question and he had better hear the next one. The ground shakes under him, and he asks, tiredly what? Translucent slabs rise up out of the floor and form a dark tunnel with 2 torches burning at the mouth of it. He points into the darkness and asks what that is. She orders him not to get distracted and to look carefully. Footsteps come out of the depths, and then a green leg with long claws, and then the rest of them disgusting things with pointed ears and heavy noses, baring their teeth carrying sticks and spears, with rags hanging off them in the approximate shape of clothing. Jungle goblins, which are simply put, goblins with uncontrollable aggression. Extremely difficult for an ordinary student, and there is a specific trap in them because if you make one mistake in the fight, one of them will use its powerful diaphragm to let out a cry that inspires the rest into a merciless attack, and every goblin in the area will obey it without question. Normally, these are handled by specialists or avoided entirely. And if he can only see 3 of them in front of him, 5 more are already waiting to jump him the moment he slips. No fencing technique lets one person handle a crowd like that. Besides which, she has heard this guy is quite slow with a sword. Kim Joo-hook attacks first and puts the blade straight through the head of the nearest one. The second one sees that and opens its mouth to let out the war cry. He is already there and puts the sword through its throat. By the time he pulls the blade out of the last one, every other goblin in the tunnel is dead and slowly evaporating. Lilia cannot get her mouth closed. Kim Joo-hyuk turns around with a satisfied smile and observes that apparently he also answered the second question correctly. Back in the gym on another day, a machine beeps to tell Choyun her daily target is complete, and she steps off the treadmill and immediately becomes horizontal, red-faced, and struggling to talk. Joo-hyuk, whose own machine has just made the same noise, comes over smiling warmly and asks whether she never trained in her clan and why this level of work is so hard for her. She admits guiltily that she does not usually push herself like this. So he puts a hand on his belt and asks sternly whether she is used to going easy on herself and then how she intends to fight monsters. She points out that she could simply use magical power by borrowing from her constellation. He is not remotely surprised because, of course, she does, and instead of training endurance, she has gone entirely over to magical power. Here is his actual objection. Training hard at borrowing a constellation's power can absolutely paper over a weak physical condition, but it puts a person at enormous risk. What is she going to do if she ends up in a dungeon that suppresses magical power, or if she simply runs out of mana in the middle of a preliminary battle? The constellation will not help her then. It does not lend out physical strength. And then what is left for her? He turns and asks whether she thinks all these exercises he has been putting her through will actually help her. She gets to her feet and says not entirely confidently, of course. He tells her that fencing training begins with building endurance. Then he clicks his tongue and asks with a sly smile, what kind of answer that was, and points out that it means she is only doing this because he told her to. She has no answer at all and just says what? He decides not to continue and tells her to forget it. Training is finished for today. Tomorrow, they have the academy. She follows him then notices he is not walking toward the exit and asks if he is not leaving. He says he is going to do one more set and asks whether she wants one too. Choi Erin is genuinely frightened by this offer and shakes like a small animal. He waves her off, tells her again to forget it and go, and she agrees very quickly and says at the door that they will see each other later. The door shuts. He picks up a weight plate. Barch says her name is Erin. Joo-hyuk says yes. And what Barch says he can see that she finishes every workout and never once complains. But why did he decide to train her? Our boy threads the plate onto a barbell, sits down, and explains that Choi Erin was simply asking too obsessively. Barch asks whether he ever actually showed her his own fencing. Joo-hyuk is not sure. Not to her specifically, no, but he is fairly certain she saw enough of it in class. Then Barch makes his point. Just from watching the technique, she wanted to study under Kim Joo-hyuk. That is interesting. And Joo-hyuk agrees. Maybe it really is interesting, which is exactly why he wants to teach her a few things. Then somebody nearby lets out a heavy sigh. Oh, Seo-hyuk is lifting a barbell with the most concentrated expression available to a human face, and his arms are so strong that the bar does not tremble in the air at all. He finishes, sits, breathes, and notices he is being watched, and the two of them look at each other in silence. Joo-hyuk breaks it by asking how long he has been in here. Wiping his forehead with a towel, Seo-hyuk says he is almost always here, and that before entering the academy, he was involved in sports his whole life. And now, if he will excuse him, he walks out, and Kim Joo-hyuk watches him go with heavy steps, thinking that he does not actually know. Maybe it is a matter of physiology, but he is inclined to believe this guy can survive training that long because of talent. Barch asks what the matter is, and whether he finds this person interesting. Joo-hyuk lies back on the machine and says that this guy is clearly much smarter than the ones who are only busy inflating their magical power. Barch says maybe. Then Joo-hyuk, holding the bar, asks what these constellation freaks are actually doing. Barch answers evasively that he is not entirely sure. Joo-hyuk asks whether that is really all he can say and tells him to keep quiet. Barch says that despite being a constellation himself, he has spent the last 300 years sealed off from the outside world. So he knows nothing about the others, and he is confident Kim Joo-hyuk will get the information he needs the moment he finishes his main quest, which prompts the system to open a window in front of him laying that quest out in full, restore his weapon and his memories. Constellation Room, Valhalla, 3rd underground floor, 5th room on the right, additional condition, the Eye of the Great Forest, and a note underneath saying that to fulfill the additional condition, he will need a celestial sword. Kim Joo-hyuk repeats the words the Eye of the Great Forest out loud. He has heard of it. They already visited that place in the first semester. And if it were not for this damned quest, he would have taken his things out of there a long time ago. Apparently, now he has to do it quietly. Barch is surprised by the word quietly and asks whether this is not the same man who got into trouble very recently by starting a fight with those fools. Ju Hyuk points out exasperated that those idiots did not look like they were coming over for a hug and that he had already held back long enough and that if he had not done it, his head would have cracked like Barch's did. Barch is outraged and does not dare say so. Either way, until this quest is done, Kim Ju-hook is not going anywhere, and he is hoping it finally uncovers something about his reincarnation. Meanwhile in London, it is a quiet night at the Ventrick family mansion, a white stone building with carved statues and thin columns, where the corridors are hung with framed bird-beaked masks and paintings of the same masks. In the great hall, lit by 2 tall candlesticks carrying dozens of candles, there is a long marble table, and at the head of it, a large gray chair that is essentially a throne. In it, in a black dress, white gloves, and a fur-trimmed cape sits the vice head of the Ventrick estate, Adelia Ventrick. On the other side of the table, a man stands perfectly straight with his hands clasped behind his back. She crosses her legs, looks at him with yellow eyes, and asks him to tell her what happened. He reports that they solved the labyrinth on the outskirts of Reading. She smiles and calls it great work and asks if there's anything else. He says he is considering recruiting several capable people he met on the way since this time only one person from Robert's ruined clan survived the labyrinth. Adelia asks whether that means he is fairly strong. The man confirms it and adds that the 2 he met recently were both rank contractors. She waves a hand and agrees that people of that rank have earned the chance to be honored with the blessing of the Ventrick family and tells him to assess their potential and then send them to her. He says he understands, but he is looking at the floor, so she asks whether that is everything for today. He is quiet for a few seconds and then says he has some news regarding Rockdale. She frowns but asks calmly whether he has done something again. The man explains that he has heard Rockdale personally invited Desire to Korea and the temperature in the room changes because Adelia hears that name and is taken over by an invisible fury and repeats it to herself. Desire Ventrick is a problem child and a habitual troublemaker who has done a great many terrible things under the Ventrick name. At 19, at an English academy, he personally killed 5 people who tried to argue with him, which is why at 20, he was expelled from the family. Adelia thinks about it. He became an outcast and has been hiding for years. Has Rockdale actually met Desire? Then she gives the order. The man is to place Rockdale Ventrick under surveillance. He bows and says it will be as she wishes. And then more sternly, she adds that he is to inform Rockdale himself about the man goes wary, and she explains why. If Rockdale is caught doing something strange, the way Desire was, then Rockdale gets expelled from the family too. He closes his eyes and says he understands. His report is concluded. With her permission, he will go. The door shuts softly. Adelia Ventrick stays there, serious and tense, thinking about people who wallow in power and permission they earned by nothing but the accident of their birth and about how influence like this must not be squandered because all of it belongs to one place. It belongs to her. Then she looks up at a painting of a figure in a bird-beaked mask and addresses him silently, the guardian Constellation. Back in class, the word villain is written on a green board, and the teacher is explaining that it is built out of 2 ideas, evil and activist, which between them describe the negative side of a person. In modern society, the word is used for people who use the power of their constellations for evil. They usually work alone, but their world does have room for organizations. And the most famous of those is the group of monotheists. While everyone else takes notes, Kim Ju-hook is looking at his own left hand. This body is getting stronger from the training, and he can feel real potential in it for developing mana concentration. He would still not call himself a genius, but it is at least moving him back toward the level he had before he died. He is still weak, and that is the part that bothers him because even accounting for how unprepared this body was. Why was it this weak? On the first day when he ran chi circulation, which is concentrating chi and then circulating it through the body, he could barely finish it because he had less mana than an ordinary person. And his physical condition was so bad that a few swings of a shovel finished him. Fine. None of those unanswered questions are going to stop him from finishing what he started. He does think about the previous owner of this body, though. Did something happen to him? He has no idea. And what is the point of worrying about it now? He leans back and puts both hands behind his head. Then somebody knocks on his desk. Yoo So-yeon is standing there, looking at him coldly, and she hands him a piece of paper folded several times over. He takes it and guesses that it is a note. He unfolds it. It says, "Hey." Kim Joo-hyuk experiences a small amount of panic and asks what this is. At the end of the day, with the sky going yellow and orange, Kim Rong-gong announces that they will be permitted to leave the grounds that weekend and that anyone planning to go out should file a statement in the proper form. Joo-hyuk thinks about that. Then he fills in an application, picks Saturday, and writes, as his stated reason, that he would like to take a short walk outside. Walking down the corridor, Barch asks about the departure and whether he is going out into the outside world. Joo-hyuk confirms he will think about going somewhere. Bark asks where. Exactly. Before he can answer, somebody calls him, and he turns to find So-yeon coming toward him. So he opens with asking whether this is some new kind of prank and what she needs, and points out that he even kindly answered her note, which is more than she bothered to do. So-yeon remembers that because he did hand the sheet back to her with one word written in the corner. What? She is in no hurry to say anything. So Joo-hyuk shows her his statement and tells her to hurry up because he has to hand something in. So-yeon panics internally, and the words jam in her throat, and she manages. Well, she basically is, which puzzles him so thoroughly that he loses his temper with the veins standing out on his face and tells her to finally say what she wants and calls her crazy. So-yeon is briefly offended, then steps closer and asks why exactly she is crazy. He does not lower his voice and asks whether she wants to claim it is normal to wind a person up like this, and what she even wants to tell him. She clears her throat and remembers the thing she cannot let go of, which is watching him kill that monster in class. Did he deal with a stone goblin using an ordinary sword and no magic at all? Because that is different from everything in the books. She just wants to ask him how he did it. So why does it feel like she is grinding her own pride into the dirt? Students walking past are starting to look at them. She bites her lip, gathers herself, and starts, "That stone monster," at which point, Lilia physically inserts herself between them and asks Kim Joo-hyuk whether he can tell her how he killed that stone goblin. There is an awkward silence, and our boy asks himself with genuine disgust where this woman just came from. Then he asks her directly why she suddenly barged into their conversation, since he was under the impression she does not like him. Lilia does not react to that at all, keeps smiling and asks her. Joo-hyuk says essentially yes. That is how it should work. From the moment he threw those answers in her face, she should hate him for embarrassing her in public. She exclaims that she has nothing to do with any of that and explains that she believed there was only one way to kill those monsters until he showed her a completely different one. Then she puts a hand on his shoulder and asks whether he would like to become her assistant. He refuses immediately. He has an application to submit, and it starts today. He keeps walking. She follows, insisting, why is that? He should become her assistant, and together, they can write a joint work about monsters that will be shown to the rest of the world. He stays polite and adamant and says no, but thank you. So-yeon is left standing where she was, with her hand awkwardly half extended, saying quietly that she is sorry. Lilia's voice is still going down the corridor, offering to personally finance anything he needs. Joo-hyuk asks whether she is not ashamed to offer that to her own student. Lilia, entirely unbothered, asks why she should be ashamed. If it means she gets to write a joint work with him. Their voices fade out, and So-yeon is alone in the corridor, and after a moment, she exhales and says it does not matter. She did not really want to anyway. The sun puts gold over Valhalla one last time and goes down. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk is standing between tall buildings with warm light pouring out of them, in a brown hoodie with the hood up and a light blue backpack, looking up at gray towers that are frankly a little creepy and a moon that appears to be glowing purple. He has arrived at what people call the market. There are only a few people wandering the narrow street, and dark columns of smoke are going up from what are presumably factories. The night before, he had been sitting in his dorm room studying his phone, and Barch had asked what he was looking for. Information about where he is going tomorrow. He needs a forum where he can sell the treasure out of his vault, and this is probably the place. Barch found this news deeply unremarkable and said understandable. The market has a website. There is a table of contents explaining how to get there, written by an author calling themselves a typing cat, viewed 2,320 times, shared by 51 users, with 82 comments underneath. The article opens by announcing that today is their open trading day. From what Kim Joo-hyuk pieces together, once you pay an entry fee, you can freely trade any valuables and even assets. Anyone is allowed to use it. It is still considered a black market because of the sheer volume of villains and swindlers walking around inside it. And the reason a thing like this is allowed to exist at all is that the person who created it is known as the hidden ruler and is one of the few constellations and guardians, which is also why plenty of high-ranking officials use this market themselves and why, despite it not being legal, the government is in absolutely no hurry to shut it down. Finding his way in should be simple for him. He decides he is going to make use of it for a while. The article is titled How to Get into the Market and What to Be Careful of, Questions and Answers. And the author explains that even though it might sound like some special procedure, there is nothing to it. Follow the link in the comments, reserve your place, and you get sent coordinates for somewhere within 50 kilometers of your current location. Then you follow the rules, walk through the door, and you're in the market. Ju Hyuk scrolls looking for the link, then a notification arrives because Choi Erin has sent him an emoji. He hums thoughtfully and opens it. She has already sent him 4 crying white rabbits. A minute later at 21 minutes past 8, he writes asking whether she wanted something. Erin explains that she does not think she will be able to come to tomorrow's training because she has to go somewhere. He writes back that he is also going somewhere, so running a session would have been difficult anyway. She says she understands. Then there is a pause in the conversation long enough that Erin gets worried and sends a question mark. He sends one back and then adds that he just wanted to wish her a good trip. She's delighted and sends him 3 laughing rabbits. Kim Ju-hyuk stares at his phone and asks why she keeps sending him this. Anyway, follow the link, book a place, get the coordinates. Is this it? He presses the screen. The next day, he leaves the academy and walks through the city checking his phone, saying out loud that he was told to go somewhere around here, near the old cafe. He stops in front of a cracked building with a collapsing cafe sign on it. Inside, everything is under layers of dust and white cobwebs with light coming through the blinds onto broken furniture and overturned chairs. His instructions say to enter the room and head for the right corner, and there's a metallic gray door there. So he decides that must be his. He takes the handle, walks out of an abandoned cafe, and arrives on a completely different street. Neon signs scattered thin along a gloomy road. Strange people. Animal masks. This is the market. Tall residential buildings that look hollow because of the white light coming out of the windows with black smoke rising between them. Kim Ju-hyuk stands still for a while because something about this is wrong. He is certain this is his first time here. So why does all of it feel familiar? Especially that purple sky and that clouded moon. All of it brings back the same landscape he was looking at 300 years ago. A man's voice interrupts him and asks whether this is his first time. He turns around to find a tall young man with neatly styled hair in a black leather jacket, black shirt, black jeans, and black boots, smiling slightly with both hands behind his back, leather jacket, which lines up with the first condition in the article because he was told to bring 2 million on entry and that he would be met by a worker in an anachronistic leather jacket who would be expecting payment, and that he should treat it as an entry fee, and also that as useful as the market is, every direct sale here carries a 5% tax. So he confirms that, yes, it is his first time. The man in the jacket suggests that perhaps he already knows how to use the market. Kim Ju-hyuk produces a thick wad of yellow 50,000 notes and answers, meaningfully to some extent, and hands over the fee, which is accepted politely with both hands along with a thank you. He is not thrilled about it because that was very nearly the entire prize purse from taking first place, and it leaves him with 30,001 in his pocket. Then again, he came here to make money, so it is not that frightening. Before leaving, the man asks whether he has any questions. He does. He wants to sell jewelry. The man asks whether he wants to put it up for auction. No, says Ju-hyuk. He wants it sold as fast as possible. In that case, the market in the 3rd microdistrict where there are more merchants than he can count, buying everything from jewelry to ammunition and anything else he can imagine. Kim Ju-hyuk, already thinking about hierarchy, asks which of them counts as the most reliable. The answer is that if his goods are gold and jewelry, the recommendation is Morris, who is known for the best prices. He asks where the 3rd district is and gets pointed down a dark alley full of glowing signs. Straight on, at the fork straight again. He thanks him. Then the man in the jacket adds one more thing, which makes him wary and hands him a black cat mask that covers most of his face. He strongly recommends wearing it. Given the nature of the goods traded here, almost everybody in this market is masked. Consider it a small personal gift. Kim Ju-hyuk does not ask any further questions. He puts it on, thanks him one last time, and heads down the route he was given, and the young man bows and wishes him a good time. The market in the 3rd district is not crowded, and every single person in it is wearing the same kind of mask. A blonde man in a gray shirt and green jacket is holding a crystal up to a lens, turning it in the light. Then an unfamiliar voice speaks up beside him, asking whether his name is Morris. He looks up, finds a masked teenager standing there, and says warily that, yes, it is him. Kim Joo-hyuk says he has several items he would like to sell right now. Morris says that depends entirely on the item, but if there is gold or jewelry involved, he can appraise it fast enough. So our boy takes off his backpack, pulls out a small black pouch, drops it on the table, and says he wants to sell that. Morris opens it and sees gold, and his first thought is that these are rings. Then he puts one under the lens, and his mouth comes open, and he says out loud, "Stop. It is them." Because no matter which way he turns it, this is an artifact from the era of destruction. He starts going through the rest of the bag, which contains a lot more rings, different shapes, different stones, and every single one of them belongs to the same period. Then somebody says something, and he flinches and goes rigid because the masked kid is asking how much he can offer. Morris puts a hand to his chin and says he will take a look while thinking, with a certain amount of contempt, about where a person gets this many artifacts, and noting that from the voice this boy is no more than 20. So he looks up and asks him where he got these. Kim Joo-hyuk says he was under the impression that questions like that are not asked in this place. Then he asks with a look attached whether he was mistaken. Morris drops his eyes immediately and apologizes and says he is absolutely right while thinking that these things scrambled his head so badly that he forgot the rules of his own market and that he has just done real damage to his reputation as a merchant. He drops the ring back into the bag with a clink and says he did not know. Kim Joo-hyuk waits, and Morris hands the entire bag back and says he cannot appraise these sensibly because these are artifacts from the era of destruction, and he does not have anywhere near the funds to buy them outright. Our boy takes the bag back and mentally repeats the phrase era of destruction. Then he asks where he goes to get money for them. Morris points back the way he came, at the tall building housing the auction hall, and Joo-hyuk turns and looks at it. He asks how long an auction takes to sell. 2 or 3 weeks on average, because a lot of people have already reserved slots. He asks whether he would have to come to the market in person if he lists them. Morris says that since receiving payment requires verification, most likely, yes. Kim Joo-hyuk looks down and decides that is an enormous amount of trouble for nothing. So he changes tack and points out that even though Morris just told him he cannot appraise this sensibly, could he at least suggest what it would be worth at auction? Morris goes very tense, takes the bag back, puts a hand to his chin, makes a small noise, tells him to look at this, picks up a tablet, types fast, and turns the screen around. About that much, Kim Joo-hyuk's mouth opens because he would like to know whether it is genuinely worth that and also how many zeros are on that screen. Although to be fair to himself, these were not cheap in his previous life either, which is exactly why he kept them away from other people's eyes. Then he asks Morris how much he is short. Morris says this is only his own subjective estimate, and that if this goes to auction, it becomes a completely different story. And then he gives the honest number. If he sold everything he owns, he could cover 3/4 of what these are worth. Kim Joo-hyuk looks down and says, that is how it is, puts his hands in his hoodie pocket, and decides he will sell them to him for that. Morris's head comes up and he says, what? Here is why those rings are worth what they are worth. Artifacts from that era do not command those prices only because of their age. There is a second reason, and the reason is constellations. The constellations that started appearing at the end of that era synergize for reasons nobody has explained absurdly well with artifacts made during it. Well enough that an ordinary person with no power at all could use one to form a contract with a high-ranking constellation. Morris, turning one over in his hands, thinks that if he remembers correctly, this was called the Alchemist Zone, and that if he is not mistaken, this man was still a contractor. The ring in his fingers starts putting out bands of bright purple and black, and watching it circulate inside the stone removes his last doubt. The magic released at the end of the era of destruction is still sitting in there. An artifact from that period should carry certain characteristics, and these carry all of them. 8 artifacts from the era of destruction. Who would have thought he could buy them back this cheaply? Today is his lucky day. Then he hears a sound and looks up and asks who, and his eyes go wide because there is a man in a suit standing in front of him with his hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, in a bare gray room with light coming through the crack of a door, Kim Joo-hyuk steps back over the threshold, pulls the mask off his face, exhales, and announces that the thing was so uncomfortable he almost died. He looks around at the scattered chairs and tables and works out that if he goes back through the same door he came in by, he should end up where he started, which would make this the same abandoned cafe. Then he opens his transfer history. 2,500,000,000 credited from the market. 2 million went out on the entry fee, and he pulled 4,500 off the credit card. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at his phone and concludes that the money question is now permanently closed. 8 rings. Who would have thought? And even if he burned the entire amount tomorrow, he still has an entire vault sitting in the ground. From here on, money is simply not a problem he has. Then the phone vibrates in his hand. Unknown number. He picks up and says hello, and Lilia cheerfully asks what he is doing and announces that they should have lunch together. He pulls the phone away from his ear and looks at it with open suspicion, then puts it back and asks how she got his number. Lilia points out that he should not forget she is a Valhalla instructor. Then she waves the entire topic away and repeats that they are having lunch and tells him to come to the Valhalla gym and adds that she is buying. Then there is a clip. Kim Joo-hyuk apologizes to a deadline out of pure reflex, moves the phone away from his face and stands there in silence wondering who hangs up like that the second they have said everything they wanted. Then he starts walking and reconsiders because maybe he should simply skip past all of that and go eat at her expense. He is free anyway. Back at the market, a man in a suit is standing in front of Morris, and Morris is asking, with his entire body tensed, why he is here. The man is wearing a cat mask and asks whether they are really on such bad terms, because this is the owner of the market, the Black Cat, and he is standing there with his arms folded behind his back looking extremely pleased with himself. Morris says worried that even if they have met a couple of times, a merchant does not normally get to chat with the owner of the market like this. The Black Cat says that is exactly why he likes him. Morris puts his hands flat on the table and asks again why he is here. Nothing serious, says the Black Cat, laying a palm on the table. It is simply the first time in a very long while that somebody submitted an anonymous bid to enter the auction. Morris looks at that hand and says carefully that apparently the anonymous application was not so anonymous after all. The Black Cat taps his own mask and explains that since the real owner of this market is not him but his constellation, he can collect any information he wants. Then he holds out a palm and says he would not mind taking a look at the goods that were put up. Morris pulls back very slightly, then gathers himself and says, of course. While thinking that even though these belong to the era of destruction, this is the first time the Black Cat has ever taken a personal interest in artifacts. He puts the bag on the table. The Black Cat turns the rings over in his fingers and says this should sell for quite a high price. Morris asks why he is saying that, and the system panel answers for him because a constellation on the other side has begun observing, and the constellation on the other side wants to get the ring. Then that line repeats and keeps repeating until the panel stretches down the entire screen saying the same thing over and over. The constellation on the other side wants to get the ring. The Black Cat looks at it and suggests that his constellation really liked this one. At a restaurant inside Valhalla, Lilia is eating noodles across from Kim Joo-hyuk with a pizza sitting between them. She wins noodles onto a fork against a spoon, closes her eyes, chews, and says it is delicious. He is looking around the room and saying nothing. She asks why he is not eating, and he says he is honestly just wondering why a place like this exists inside Valhalla at all. Lilia raises a finger and informs him that besides the school canteen and the staff cafe, there are also normal restaurants like this one. Did he really not know that? He starts on his noodles, waves the whole thing off, says he never cared, and then asks why she called him here. Lilia smiles, looks down, leans both elbows on the table, and tells him to become her assistant. Kim Joo-hyuk picks up a slice of pizza and says he does not want to. She says no because he is supposed to at least consider an offer before refusing it, and asks whether he understands that her assistant enjoys a great many privileges and points out that he knew perfectly well what she was going to say when he agreed to come, so he can hear her out to the end. He chews. Then he asks what privileges. Lilia lights up, stands, and puts a finger in the air. He would receive a scholarship and a large number of grants. He asks what about it. He would also get to write a dissertation with her. And if his published dissertation covered features of monsters that have not yet been identified, his name would absolutely go on the roster of the World Association for the Study of Monsters, which naturally means enormous fame and enormous money. He takes another bite and asks what else. He would be allowed outside twice a week instead of once a month. He puts his hands on the table and asks whether there is anything more. Lilia thinks about it, makes a small noise, and then points her thumb at herself and announces that now he gets to work with her. Kim Joo-hyuk goes back to his noodles and observes that this last one sounds fairly dubious as a privilege. She whimpers, tells him to stop being difficult and just become her assistant, and slams her fist on the table and asks, okay. He looks at her coolly and says nothing, then lifts the noodles and mutters that he does not want to. Internally, the math is simple. If any of that had been genuinely tempting, he would have considered it. None of it was. His actual objective is the eye of the great forest, and the only way in is during certification. So even with an instructor helping him, he cannot make that arrive any faster. So he says flatly that he is not becoming her assistant and not writing this dissertation. Lilia's teeth come together and her eyebrows nod up, and then she tries a different door and asks, how about this? Would he want to exchange information with her? He goes wary immediately. She says if she shared information that would interest him, he could tell her about the characteristics of the monsters he knows. He lifts his fork and asks what information she thinks she has. Lilia smiles and says she wants to talk about the girl who is constantly walking next to him, Choi-eun. Kim Joo-hyuk thinks that he is only helping her with training and asks himself whether they are really that close. Then he puts a cool face on and says he is not interested, and Lilia says she heard that Choi-eun might be expelled from her family. He sets the fork down on the table and exhales because he remembers something. He says yes. Then he stands up, waves her off, and says he is going. Lilia puts her hand out as if to physically stop him and demands to know where he is going. He says he finished his meal and her benefits were not that attractive, and now that they are done, he has to go. She leans on the table and says no and shouts that even in that case, he should share something in return. He honestly admits that he is not interested. She shouts that she knows about it now anyway. He apologizes and says he was interested in something else, and then looks at her and tells her she is extremely childish and asks why, in that case, she is so strict during training. Lilia stops and leans against the table, and then she actually answers. As an instructor teaching students how to fight unknown monsters, she has to present the information as seriously as she possibly can because none of what she is describing is pleasant. How well they absorb her material is the thing their survival runs on. Some of them cannot complete even the most basic attacks, so she resorts to proper rigor. Kim Joo-hyuk asks whether that is just ideology. She puts her fist on her hips and says it is not ideology. It is the responsibility of an instructor. He smiles and asks whether that is true, and then says that is cool and turns around and walks toward the door telling her good luck. Then, Lily's mouth opens. She calls his name, follows him with a hand outstretched, and shouts that before he leaves, he should at least pay her back for the information he just received. Kim Joo-hyuk puts his hands in his pockets and says he does not really want to pay for anything. Meanwhile, at the Si-hyun house of the Choi-jin family, a man is sitting at a table with a young man and a young woman bowed in front of him. He says he called them in today to find out their intentions ahead of the placement test because the prestige of this family is his concern. This is Choi Jeong-syak, commander of the True History Guild and head of the Choi-jin family. The eldest son and the guild's attack leader is Choi Jing-jang. The second daughter of the Choi-jin family is Choi Erin. Choi Jeong-syak draws his sword, stands to his full height, and lays out the terms. If they pass the placement tests, they get the chance to form a contract through the sacred relic of Chinwaldo, and that will settle the legitimacy of the family inheritance. Then he sheaths it and gives them the other half. If they fail, they are expelled from the family immediately. He looks at his children and asks whether they are ready for this test. Choi Jing-jong says yes. Choi Erin, with a sad face, says she will do it. He hands her a sheathed sword while frowning down at her, and a majestic purple aura comes off him and lights her up, and he says good. The placement test is in 3 weeks. They can go. Out in the corridor, Choi Jing-jong asks his sister whether she does not understand hints. She turns, surprised, and asks what. He asks whether when she announced she was participating in the placement test, she failed to notice the expression on his face. She remembers exactly what that expression was and looks at the floor and says nothing. Then he grins and asks whether she seriously wants to become the head of the family and tells her he would go out of his way to remind her she is illegitimate. Choi Erin's teeth grind together. He tells her to look at her own face, which has gone rather menacing, and tells her not to bother because she is not going to win the placement test. Then he comes closer with a mocking grin and tells her that someone who is not even capable of receiving a Constellations blessing is not worth his finger, and he holds a contract. She looks down. He puts his hands on his hips, opens the door, and tells her that since she is already lost morally, she can go on wasting the family's money. Then sweetly, he tells her she will pay for this and says through the closing gap that they will see each other in 3 weeks and slams the door. Choi Erin is left alone in the corridor, and she is remembering an old woman lying in a bed, reaching a hand out, saying her name, telling her that she should become the head of the family, while a much smaller Choyun holds that hand and cries. The woman told her she must achieve this, and that afterwards, she would be free to do whatever she wanted. Choyun stands there with her eyes shut, then she opens them and looks straight ahead. In room 1A, Kim Ri-gong is writing on the board in chalk and Kim Joo-hook is sitting with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhere that is not the board. Barch mentions that he thinks the exams are starting soon. Joo-hook asks irritably what he even cares about. Barch says that if he had been quieter, he would have been able to hear the whole thing and asks whether his own teacher is not currently explaining how the upcoming test works. Joo-hook says really and admits that he usually does not pay attention to that. Kim Ri-gong is telling the class that they already know this, but the exam at Valhalla matters enormously and that anyone who scores the minimum on the intermediate and main exams is removed from the academy. So they should take it more seriously. Do they understand? The whole class sits in silence with their hands on their desks. He says he hopes they prepare properly for the written and practical tests and do not make mistakes on their first exam. Kim Joo-hook works through it and notes that there are far fewer practical tests than written ones. He has to hold on to the school until he reaches the eye of the great forest, except he still does not know how to get there. So he calls Barche. Bark folds his arms and asks what with visible displeasure, and Joo-hook asks hopefully whether he was sitting in on all these classes with him. Bark thinks about it and answers hesitantly. Kim Joo-hook then informs him that he is writing the tests. Bark panics and asks if he is and tries to object, and it comes out as noise. Joo-hook reassures him that he will check every answer and tell him if anything is wrong. Bart waves both hands and asks whether this is not simply cheating and says he thinks it is unfair. And our boy's eyebrows come down and his eyes light up and he asks whether it is unfair and points out that the respected Constellation understands he was going to write this test using his hints regardless. Bark, imagining that face, breaks out in enormous drops of sweat. Kim Joo-hook closes the negotiation by telling him to just do it himself. After class, somebody says his name, and Choi Erin is standing there looking at him with big pale lilac eyes, holding her backpack strap, asking whether he is training today too. He says yes and asks whether she is tired of studying. She says not at all. Immediately, he glances sideways at her and suggests that what she actually wants is to learn fencing. She looks at him hard and says nothing. So he tells her he thinks it is time they talked, because judging by how she trains with him, she is probably not skilled with a sword at all. She asks, hopefully, what then? Kim Joo-hook puts the tip of his little finger in his ear, thinks about it, and says it will not be fencing and it will not be martial arts. But he will teach her how to properly hold a blade. Privately, he adds that it is about time to start weapon work anyway. He tells her to come to the training room next to the gym. Choi Erin's aura throws off gold sparks of pure happiness, and she says good. In the training room, they stand opposite each other in tracksuits. His black, hers, pink. He holds a sword in one hand, points at her with the other, and asks how long it has been since she last picked hers up. She answers completely calmly. A day and a half. Her sheath sword is at her waist. She has not touched it since she started strength training with him. He asks, interested whether she trained every day before that. She says yes. Then he tells her to draw. She takes the sheath in one hand and the hilt in the other and comes up with a bare blade. And he gives her one instruction, which is to put strength into her ring finger and her little finger and tighten her grip on the handle. He raises his own sword and points at his own hand so she can see how he is holding it. Choi Erin takes the handle in both hands, looks at it and repeats the words ring and little fingers. Then she does it one-handed, exactly the way he said. A white glow snaps into existence around her hand. She asks what? Because a powerful stream of spiritual power is coming off her sword and she has not tried to put a single drop of magic into it. And the grip itself feels like it holds the sword better than both hands together did. She brings the blade up close to her face and stares at it. Kim Joo-hook tells her to attack him now, then sternly with everything she has. She says okay and she's the sword with a loud click and sets her stance and tells him she is attacking. Blue aura floods around her and lightning starts flashing across her body. She takes the sheath in one hand and the hilt in the other and immediately notices something has changed and asks whether her legs just got faster. Then she lunges. He blocks it by simply putting his sword out and sparks come off the contact, and he smiles and tells her she has become much faster and then adds that she should not be pouring more magic into her legs than she needs to. He swings and shoves her off and she goes backwards and breaks with her feet on the floor and comes back up into stance and says okay. She holds the hilt in one hand and the tip in the other. She's fast, takes a small step, pushes off the floor, and comes at him again. He stands still and watches her do it. She draws mid-charge, raises her arm, swings, and throws a heavy stream of spiritual power straight at him. He steps aside. Then he tells her appreciatively that the hit was good and grips his hilt tighter and adds that when she stops, she should try turning her body better. Then he brings his sword arm up and hits her with an energy strike and she goes sideways and stays on her feet. She grabs her own bruised, shaking hand and says she understands. He smiles and tells her to attack and not to stop. She comes in again, and he blocks with the sword in front of him, and the impact throws sparks bright enough to light both their faces. She refuses to give ground and leans into the blades, and they grind against each other. She swings out and tries several more times. He dodges every one of them. Her sword goes into the floor hard enough to leave a hole in it. She stays bent forward, exhausted, holding the blade, looking at him. He looks back approvingly with his sword resting on his shoulder. She straightens up, takes it in both hands, and decides everything is exactly as expected. Then she attacks again, and he steps back out of it. And she keeps swinging while thinking that thanks to training with him, she is genuinely much stronger now. And no matter how many times she tries, he dodges and deflects all of it. Their blades lock crosswise throwing sparks, and they look each other in the eye. His look is sly and completely confident. Hers is nothing but determination. By the time the sky over Valhalla goes to yellow sunset, the floor around Choi Erin is cut to pieces, and she is standing in a fighting stance holding her blade in both hands with her whole body shaking, sweat running down a very pale face. Kim Joo-hyuk puts his sword on his shoulder and says about an hour has gone by and it is time to end this. She says okay and sits down on the floor and looks at her own feet through tears and makes a small sound of exhaustion. He walks over to the sword stand, and she watches him go. She is thinking that her skills are more polished now than they have ever been, and that what she had at the entrance exams does not compare, and she is crying because she is still nowhere near his level. He racks the sword and starts stretching, pulling his right arm across himself and pressing on the wrist with his left hand. Choi Erin wipes her face and reminds herself that she is the one who asked him to teach her fencing, then she says his name. He looks over, still stretching. She is standing there with one hand on her sheath and the other clamped on her hilt, and she asks whether he will fight her next time. He puts his hands in his pockets and says he does not know. Privately, his answer is different because there is genuine benefit in dealing with Choi Erin. She has talent, and teaching her is honestly fun. He noticed even during the exam that she is familiar with practices he knows. She uses breathing techniques too, just somehow differently, and working with familiar techniques is going to help him rebuild his own sensations. He crosses his arms and looks at her and thinks that 300 years ago, if she had asked him to train her, he could have honored her with the right to call herself his student. But this is a completely different time. Choi Erin gets tired of waiting and asks again whether they will fight again, and Kim Joo-hyuk decides to mess with her. His eyes go sly, his mouth curls, and he says he does not really feel like it. Her eyes fill up, and she says sadly that she understands. He asks, disappointed, whether she is giving up that fast. She turns toward the window and says quietly that it is because she knows he is right. Because if she follows his instructions without question, she will definitely get stronger. Kim Joo-hyuk stands there wondering in what possible sense he is right. Then he says, well, okay, they are done for today. She says they will see each other next time. 2 weeks later, the Valhalla Stadium is full of students. Yoo So-yeon is standing there with a sheathed sword thinking that this is the first time she has been back in the stadium since the entrance ceremony. Oh Seo-hyuk has his arms crossed and is asking himself whether every student in the school is here because he did not know there would be this many. Choi-eun has her fist clenched at her sides and is staring straight ahead, and Kim Joo-hyuk is standing there with one hand in his pocket asking why they were all gathered here. Barch informs him that his class teacher explained this 2 weeks ago. Ju Hook asks 2 weeks ago, and what did he say? Then a voice tells everyone to pay attention. 3 teachers are standing shoulder to shoulder in front of them. Lee Sang-kol in the center, Lilia on his left, Kim Rae-gong on his right, and Lee Sang-kol announces the procedure for the Valhalla midterm exams. This time, the exam is a dungeon attack. They form teams and enter an artificially recreated dungeon. Then the ground shakes, and the students look down trying to keep their balance, and a small structure with a door in the middle of it appears out of nothing in front of them, then more of them until there is a ring of doors surrounding the entire student body. Lee Sang-chul says they may group up however they want. The optimal number is 8 per team, but each group assembles itself and scores will be based purely on their individual usefulness during the test. Then the disqualification criteria. They have exactly 5 hours. Fail to finish inside that window, and the test is over for them. This one is high difficulty. The exam starts now. The countdown appears on a dark blue scoreboard, and the entire stadium loses its composure. Students rushing between each other trying to lock in teams. Somebody shouting for Lee Ji-won to come over, somebody else asking whether there is anyone stronger available. Kim Rae-gang glances sideways and says that, as expected, emotion has taken over. Lee Sang-chul agrees. Yoo So-yeon puts a hand up and announces that the setter on her team is not good enough and asks who else wants in. A dark-haired boy puts his hand out and says he can, and she runs the actual calculation. She should not be picking people stronger than she is. 8 people in a high-difficulty dungeon have plenty of time inside 5 hours. What matters far more is how much contribution she personally manages to make in that window. She looks at the dark-haired boy and at the quiet short-haired girl he is carefully holding by the shoulder and decides that out of the 6 volunteers, she can absolutely pick out the ones with decent skills, which sounds simple, except teamwork also has to factor in. She steps forward, looks back over her shoulder, waves, and tells them to follow her. Lee Sang-chul watches all of it and thinks that this is exactly what you would expect. A child of the 5th generation understands what an examination is actually measuring. Then he watches the other 2 outcomes. At one door, roughly 20 students have piled up in a single confused mass with no idea what is happening. At another, a blonde boy leads a clean group of 8 and armed with swords and spears and clubs, which is how it normally goes. And in the third spot, a crowd is formed around 2 girls furiously arguing with each other while a dark-haired boy tries to keep it from turning into a fight. Because when a team is badly balanced, constant fighting is guaranteed. That is all 3 possibilities. He tells Kim Rae-gang that in about half an hour, every student will be inside, and they need to prepare for assessment. Kim Rae-gang says, okay. The stadium empties out. Kim Joo-hyuk stands there alone with his hand in his pocket watching it happen, wondering whether there has ever been a student who simply cleared this exam outright with a passing grade. Then a sound makes him look sideways. Choi-eun is standing a short distance away with her back to him, watching the last of them go in. He walks over and asks whether she has not gone in yet. She says no quietly. He points out that everyone left a long time ago and asks what she is waiting for. And Choi Erin looks at him with enormous completely earnest eyes and says she will do as he said. Kim Joo-hyuk stares at her and asks himself what has been wrong with her lately because she is a parrot repeating her last training session back at him. Then he tells her sternly that he is going in alone and that she should go in. He walks off, and she asks after him whether that means she should also go alone. Without turning around, he says that either way, he doubts it will be difficult. She watches him walk to the entrance. Then a dark-haired student notices her and asks whether that is Choi Erin. A brown-haired boy in oval glasses says he thinks it is her and asks why she is alone and whether she got left without a team. The dark-haired one calls out smiling, asking if she is Choi Erin. She goes wary and does not answer. So without waiting, he offers, telling her that if she is still not on a team, she can join them since there are 7 of them, and with her, that makes 8 and points at his group behind him, all of whom smile at her warmly. She does not even look at them. She says she is sorry. She will go alone. Then she takes the door handle in both hands and pulls. He puts a hand out and shouts, asking if she is going in there alone, telling her not to be stupid, telling her she will be disqualified. She stops, and she says she can do it because Kim Joo-hyuk said it is not that difficult. The boy manages 1 syllable before the door slams behind her, and he and his friend in the glasses are left standing there frozen. Once every student is inside, the teachers move to the observation room and start watching them through the cameras. Kim Ri-gong has a tablet in his hands and both eyes on the projection, which currently shows 3 students facing a snarling monster. Yoon Kyung-jun of Group 1B already has 2 points. Bae Yeji from the same group has 3. Yoon Ji-soo has 1. Lee Sang-chul is scrolling the footage and grading everybody in it, and Kim Ri-gong is thinking that plenty of people would call that speed sloppy, and they would be wrong because those points come out fast and clean and without a single error. This man has been called a master of clarity since he was an ordinary soldier. He is a legendary contractor with a 99% dungeon clearing ratio. Nobody questions his professionalism or his assessments, and his record earns him the right to hand out any score he likes. Kim Ri-gong admires him quite a lot. Lee Sang-chul, entirely focused, is thinking that this year produced good kids and that the heirs of the 5th generation are unusually active and that one of them stands out, Yoo Soyeon. She is behind her squad ordering the shield carriers to absorb the hit and telling the archers to watch for anything coming in from the flank. A goblin with a club comes in and lands its first blow on a boy with a shield and spear, who shuts his eyes and audibly panics. Soyeon moves in to help while calling out that the monsters must not break the front line and that the archers should open fire. They do. Some arrows land and none of them do serious damage. So she closes the distance herself, jumps on top of it, and puts her sword through it with everything she has, and it drops and vanishes because it is a hologram. Lee Sang-chul watches that and thinks it is excellent and that it looks like an ordinary professional dungeon raid. She distributed the roles across her team and kept for herself the specific actions guaranteed to earn her points, and then positioned herself beside them to make sure the clear was clean. Once she passes, it is only a matter of time before she is back at the top of the rankings. If Kim Joo-hyuk had not turned up at the entrance exams, her position would never have been touched at all, which reminds him to wonder how that guy is doing. So he types the name into the search engine, and the system tells him the data is missing. That bothers him because this search engine can find data on any student who enters a dungeon. So why not this one? He tries another route and opens the tab listing everyone who has already cleared the midterm dungeon. Kim Joo-hyuk is on the first line. Completion time, 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Lee Sang-chul sits back. He finished already. Alone, 23 minutes and 32 seconds. No matter how impressive he was at the entrance exams, how does a 17-year-old high school student produce a number like that? They need to review the recording. So he pulls the video and plays it. And on the screen, Kim Joo-hyuk is standing in a dungeon, completely relaxed, sword in one hand, other hand in his pocket, in absolutely no hurry to do anything. Then a flood of bloodthirsty goblins pours out of the darkness of the next room at him, and with a calm smile rolling his shoulders, he runs at them. The monsters actually freeze at the sheer nerve of it, and in that half second of hesitation, he arrives and puts a single stroke through both of their heads at once. Another green thing with red eyes makes a noise from the ceiling, and he cuts it in half with a grin and calls it a massacre of jungle goblins. Then he stops and looks up at 2 club carriers standing over him and takes a breath and gets ready. They both swing at once, and both weapons hit the floor and crack it because he is not there. He is behind them. He jumps and takes both their heads off in one sweep through the air. Then he starts openly celebrating. The system just keeps announcing kills, one after another after another. Lee Sang-chul, Kim Ri-gong, and Lilia are watching this with their mouths open. Then a heavy foot lands on the stone floor hard enough to break the masonry, and a huge thing shaped like a knight, wearing a helmet with a red crest and 2 burning red points for eyes, leans down over him. Lee Sang-chul frowns because he knows what that is. It is a special golem built specifically for the midterm exam, and handling it requires the skills of 8 people. It reaches for him, and he was ready and picked his moment and drove the sword forward, loaded with energy, and threw the golem off him. Its head comes away and lands separately. Then every part of it evaporates, and the system announces the golem destroyed. Lee Sang-chul closes his eyes, breathes in, opens them again, and concludes that it looks like Kim Joo-hyuk has taken first place in the midterms. The test ends and students start reappearing in the stadium covered in cuts and bruises, although some groups come out cheerful and intact. Yoo So-yeon, Oh Sa-hyuk, and Choyeon walk out looking thoroughly puzzled and lost in thought. Kim Joo-hyuk has been standing in that stadium for a very long time with his hands in his pockets. Then the announcement comes that the midterms are over. In the teacher's room, Kim Ri-gong is holding a tablet with the results on it. First, Kim Joo-hyuk. 2nd, Choyun. 3rd, Useo Yun. 4th, Oh Sa-hook. 5th, I'm June. 6th, Lee Hae-young. 7th, Lee John. 8th, Rockdale Ventric. And it worries him because he is remembering the conversation he just had with Lee Sang-chul, who told him the results had been published and that he is not sure anybody expected this list. Ju Hai-kook first. Lee Sang-chul folded his arms and closed his eyes and agreed it was unexpected and said he had assumed the guy could take first place, but who would have guessed he would clear the dungeon alone without picking up a scratch. Kim Ri-gong remembers watching him work through enormous ugly goblins, smiling like a lunatic with his eyes shining from the pleasure of it. Lee Sang-chul said that if this boy grows up and enters the modern industry, Korea will be able to take back its title as the only one. Kim Ri-gang asked whether that is not the title given to the strongest contractor in the world. It is, and maybe the reason it has been gone so long is that no genius has been born in a very long time, and now Lee Sang-chul is sitting in an anticipation he does not have words for. Then Kim Ron-gong started to say that another person was a pleasant surprise, and Lee Sang-chul beat him to the name Choyun. The time Kim Joo-hook posted is already unbelievable, but nobody saw an overtaking Yoo So-yun into second place. He does not know her reasons, but she also cleared the dungeon alone. And like Joo-hook, it did not take her long. And unlike Joo-hook, she took a great deal of damage doing it and got through it anyway. He had her filed as a sensible girl. Who would have thought she would go charging into a dungeon by herself? Then he gave the honest assessment. If this exam had emphasized teamwork, So-yeon would have scored higher than either of them. And those two only scored above her because they concentrated everything on personal contribution. And now that the results are public, he would not recommend their method to anybody else because ordinary children cannot repeat it. Kim Ri-gong said yes and looked tired. Back in the present, the name Choi Aaron goes through his head again because he definitely saw it back when he was head of the Choi Jean Guild. She looks like a perfectly ordinary swordswoman. So how did she arrive at the idea of soloing a dungeon? Maybe it is because of Kim Joo-hook. Then he slaps himself in the forehead and stops because that cannot be it. And why did he even think that? And he needs to get his mind off it and go grade people. The next day, the results go up on a green board, and the students crowd around it talking over each other. And Rockdale Ventric reads Kim Joo-hook in first and Choyun in second and feels the anger take him over completely. Then he turns to Yuria de Felix and confirms that Dronzer is in Korea now. She says yes timidly. He tells her to call him immediately and get ready to leave. That night in Seoul in the Jamsil district, the lights are on in every tall building, and the street veranda of one restaurant is empty when Rockdale Ventric walks in with Yuria falling behind him in small careful steps, and the staff bow them through. Then a hand with a gold ring on the index finger comes into view, and a voice says, "Brother." Desire Ventric is sitting at the table in a white suit with a gold chain around his neck, smiling slyly. It has been a long time. Rockdale sits down opposite him, and Yuria stands beside him, and both of them watch Dronzer tear into a steak that is still bleeding. And for a while, the only sound in the place is him eating. Then he swallows and gets to it, asking about the guy who has been bothering him, this Kim Joo-hook, and what he is like. Rockdale, who has not touched his own plate, says the boy is nothing. A brainless freshman out of an orphanage, and that he did enormous damage to Rockdale's reputation with his gutter origins. So he is asking his brother to make him pay for it. Desire stops the fork halfway to his mouth, raises his eyes with something violent moving in them, and asks whether he can kill him. Rockdale smiles and says he leaves the choice to his brother. So Desire starts eating again and changes the subject, saying that this job is different from last time, so he has to prepare properly. Rockdale asks what he means by prepare. Desire points his finger back over his own shoulder at Yuria de Felix and explains that because of the woman he had to deal with, he has a serious conflict brewing with the Felix family. He does not know whether it is because there are so many of them, but he ended up having to kill a couple more over the rumors that spread afterward. Yuria starts trembling with fear showing in her eyes. Desire continues as though he has not noticed a thing, saying that Valhalla is apparently different and that no matter how hard he tries it, it's quite difficult for him to make any noise in there. Rockdale says carefully that he understands and that he will do whatever it takes to set the stage for his brother, and that he should not worry about it. Desire brightens up, shows all his teeth and says excellent and tells him to prepare an appropriate reward. One sunny day a week later, Kim Joo-hook is holding another request for time off, with the stated reason being that he wants to take a walk outside. Walking down the corridor, Barch asks whether that is another leave application. Ju-hook confirms that. Barch asks with some dissatisfaction whether he has not had enough walking. Ju-hook points out that they allowed him out again, so why not use it? Then Barch mentions something he has picked up. Passing midterms or finals with high scores earns a student additional leave, and that is very likely why he was released at all. Ju-hook says he could not miss an opportunity like that. He has to find the remaining hiding places. Barch asks, surprised where he is going. He goes to the Suwon region, is ringed by high green mountains and full of identical tall buildings with a temple sitting inside a round stone wall. Then in a gray sweatshirt and dark joggers and gray sneakers with a blue backpack on, he walks up a path into the mountain forest, checking his phone thinking that it should be somewhere around here. Then somebody shouts at him. He looks up, and Desser Ventrik is standing over him smiling, saying he is glad to meet him. And above the main tower of the market in the 7th district, the moon is showing through the clouds with a pink glow on it. And on the top floor at the panoramic window, the black cat is standing with his hands behind his back and his head down, looking out at a city full of lights and sighing heavily about something. Then a system window pulls him out of it because the constellation on the other side would like to know when the ring will arrive, and he answers that the constellation does not have long to wait. It will go through the standard procedures and come through the portal. The answer comes back instantly, and what the ruler on the other side says is that he is out of his mind. The black cat has no idea what to do with that. All the constellation asked him to do was establish whether the ring belongs to the era of destruction, and he has never once seen a reaction like this. Then a hiss from the side pulls his attention because the round portal device sitting on the white marble table has activated and gone blue-white, and a black box has arrived through it. He comes over relieved that it is finally here, hoping they calm down once they have it, and lifts the lid. Inside is the ring he has been desperate for. At first, it looks entirely ordinary. Then the glow starts climbing, and dark spots begin surfacing next to the stones. He picks it up and announces that the ring is here. Silence. So he says it again. Constellation. And the answer finally arrives with a squeak in the system window. It is here. Then something in the system glitches, and that same phrase repeats itself dozens of times down the screen. Back in the mountain forest of the Suwon region, Kim Ju-hook opens with the obvious question, which is who this man is. Desire grins and asks rudely what it matters to him. So our boy puts a hand on his hip and suggests that they want something from him. Desire tilts his head the same way and puts his hands in the pockets of his red trousers and confirms it and asks whether he thinks anybody climbs a worthless peak like this for fun. Kim Ju-hook gets serious and asks whether they are trying to get rid of him again. Desire's eyes narrow and he grins sideways and compliments him on having a good nose. Ju-hook takes his backpack off and says calmly that it has nothing to do with his nose and that the man should take a look at himself because anybody who runs into him reaches that conclusion on reflex. He worked that one out a few days ago. Desire takes this as a compliment and only smiles wider, spreading his stance and readying his hands for energy, and then says that for someone who first place in Valhalla, this freak looks very stupid. Then he attacks first, shouting at him not to disappoint. He is enormously confident, and he throws his fist forward and he hits a tree trunk because Kim Ju-hook is standing right next to it and is no longer standing where he was. Desire refuses to look confused about that. The tree cracks straight across, groans, and falls leaving a stump, and Desire, now visibly smoking from the energy building up in him, tells him he is lucky. Apparently, today is just his lucky day. If he had not moved, he would have died on the spot. Kim Ju-hook asks with a little mockery in it, lucky day. He only dodged because the attack was too slow. Privately looking at what used to be a tree, he revises upward. This guy is genuinely strong, possibly stronger than Oh Sa-fook. And with the fragile body our boy is currently stuck in, locking anything like that is still dangerous. So the strategy is simple. He smiles, and then he sprints off into the trees, which throws Desire completely because is he running away? Although in fairness, for a person in his position, running is undoubtedly the correct decision. So he goes after him, shouting that if the guy had stood still, he would have beaten him to death, and that either way, he is not letting him escape. Then just as Desire is winding up for a second strike, Kim Ju-hook breaks hard, turns around with his own fist already raised, and asks whether the guy uses his brain at all. Desire sees a fist directly in front of his face and cannot work out when this guy got that close. He never saw the hand until it was already in his vision. He does not have time to answer it either. The punch throws him backwards, and he lands flat on his back on hard ground. And then there is a shadow over him again because Ju Hyuk has already closed and is bringing a boot toward his face. Desire rolls at the last possible instant and the kick hits the ground instead and puts out a shockwave. He pushes himself up on his arms, looks at the crater that just appeared in rocky soil, and looks up. And Kim Ju Hyuk tells him, wait. He is lucky. Apparently, today is his lucky day, which is when Desire genuinely loses his temper, grinding his teeth and demanding to know what this freak just did. Ju Hyuk steps back to let him stand and asks, smiling whether he still has not figured it out because he assumed the guy already knew he took first place in Valhalla. Desire has nothing to say to that and instead thinks the name at him with pure hatred and asks himself what substances this idiot took to get this strong, which is a revealing question coming from him. Because the Ventric family used Desire specifically to nudge their standing upward on the strength of 1 in 8 talent, which is a sensitivity to elixirs. When he was small, with his parents supervising, he greedily drank pink shining liquid out of cones. He drank every elixir they handed him and suffered no consequences at all. His parents poured drugs into him worth hundreds of millions a bottle. By 16, he was considerably stronger than a grown man. The family wanted to use him for their own purposes, and he had no intention whatsoever of living under their control. He acquired incredible power almost overnight and got meaner with it, and his parents began to look at him with fear and confusion. Then a terrible thing happened. They were killed. Desire had overwhelming power, so why would he care about his family's approval? Eventually, he was thrown out of the family by an imposter pretending to be its head, and he did not care about that either. Because in a world this bleak, Desire has always solved every problem with money, and after cutting ties with them, he only got stronger. He took Rockdale's job mostly for the money, but Kim Ju Hyuk was independently interesting to him since the guy took first at the entrance exams and since he heard it was the same guy who caused a scene there and poured slop all over the recruiters. He was looking forward to playing with him. Looking at him now, there is fear in it. And even with his fist clenched and his eyebrows down, Desire is worriedly asking himself who this guy actually is. Then he gathers himself and asks what substances he took because surely there are cheap elixirs even an orphan like him could afford, which only entertains Kim Ju Hyuk, who says what? And then bursts out laughing and repeats the word substances and asks what this freak is even talking about. Steroids? So the man is a fraud who has been living on chemicals. Desire starts shaking and asks, so what? Is the guy claiming he got this strong without a single elixir? Kim Ju Hyuk rolls his shoulders and says, of course not. He got this strong through intense training, and that in a way he could compare him to Oh Sa-hyuk. Although, honestly, it would be rude to compare a naturally strong man to a boy like him. Desire's patience finishes right there, and one thought goes through his head, this freak is not going to live. He reaches back for the dagger on his belt thinking that he does not really have the opportunity to use this here. And the moment it leaves the sheath, the blade lights up and black clots of energy come out behind his back. Kim Ju Hyuk goes wary and asks himself whether that is magical power. Desire says with real satisfaction that this is excellent. He can feel his strength climbing and asks whether Ju Hyuk truly thought he would be let go that easily. And then a moment later, he says what? Because Kim Ju Hyuk did not wait for the attack. He went first straight up into Desire's face, asking mockingly whether he is an idiot and what kind of fighter stands there politely while his opponent powers up. The follow-up throws Desire into another tree hard enough to break it in half, then our boy closes again and punches him in the face. Desire sucks in a breath and puts a hand out and shouts at him to stop. He has to wait. Ju Hyuk stops and takes a fistful of his hair and tells him not to lose consciousness yet. Elixir idiot. Because if he had simply been asking for a fight, he could let him walk. But this guy explicitly said he came to deal with him, so no. Anyway, he has a question. He shows Desire a clenched fist and tells him to grit his teeth, and then, with a bloodthirsty smile, drives his hand at his face. Meanwhile, in the Valhalla dorm, Rockdale is on his sofa with his elbows on his knees, thinking with real pleasure that by now his brother should have handled Kim Ju Hyuk. Given his character, he most likely killed him, which will be a nuisance to clean up, but at least it did not happen on school grounds. He never expected everything to line up this perfectly. What a relief. He leans back and turns to Yuria to Felix, who nods obediently, and he tells her to prepare the car, and she says she will do everything and leaves. Then his phone rings, and it is Desire, and he answers it thrilled and immediately asks whether it is done. Silence. He gets more serious and says, brother, what comes down the line first is a quiet sigh, then a groan of pain. And when the terrifying sound stops, somebody else speaks and says he bets the guy has no idea what is going on. Rockdale's jaw drops far enough that he recognizes the voice immediately because Dasser is sitting against a tree with a broken jaw, unable to form words with saliva running down his chin, and Kim Joo-hyuk has taken his phone. And our boy offers a translation service. If he tries to render what his brother is currently saying, it comes out roughly as follows. If he dies, he would very much like 2 sticks of incense burned for him. Then in a considerably less pleasant tone, he tells Rockdale to wait for him. Then he squats down, puts his left foot on the leg of the man he just destroyed, brings the phone back to his ear, and asks whether this is Rockdale. What he gets is a dial tone. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at the screen and says, irritated, that this freak hung up without a single word and asks what kind of impudence that is. Then he looks at the wreckage propped against the tree, hands on his hips, and asks what he is supposed to do with this guy. Somewhere else, hot tea is being poured into a porcelain cup. Uriah de Felix carries it over and reports that his tea is ready and stands there waiting because Rockdale is leaning forward with his chin on his hands and has not registered her at all. She says hesitantly that she is sorry and that here is his tea. Rockdale screams at her that he knows and to shut up and orders her to put it down and leave. She sets it on the table, says she understands and goes. Then he sits there stamping his foot with his entire body shaking, saying one name in his head over and over, Kim Joo-hyuk. He could not have imagined this guy beating Desire, not even after what happened to Larek. Sweat runs down his cheek. What is he supposed to do? How does he punish him? Because he now knows for certain who is behind all of this. His face goes red and he asks whether Desire has disgraced himself and calls him a trashy piece of garbage and grabs his own head with both hands. Because if this keeps going, the news is going to reach the Ventric family. His aura goes red. Everything is out of control. Then he massages his temples and forces himself to calm down and reconsiders because, no, actually, this could work in his favor. The boy is one of the poor. There is no possible way he reaches them. Still, just in case, he should keep quiet about all of it. So Rockdale locks his fingers together, puts his chin on them, and decides that for now, he will simply watch Kim Joo-hyuk very quietly. Later, our boy is walking through a park with his hood up and his hands in his pockets, and Barch asks whether the guy he just fought was a genuine fool for coming there. Joo-hyuk says the moment will come when he informs on him, and that in the meantime, since there is nothing else to be done, he keeps everything to himself. Barch asks, surprised, why he did not simply kill him. And Joo-hyuk says that in his past life he absolutely would have. Now it would only create problems. He is not the same Kim Hyun-oh anymore. Barch says maybe that sounds about right, and then touching his chin says something is still bothering him. Joo-hyuk asks what. The magic that guy released felt suspiciously familiar. Barch pictures it again. The sharp shining dagger generated out of dark purple spiritual power. The aura sliding from pale lilac down to a purple so deep it was almost black. Kim Joo-hyuk stops walking and asks whether he recognizes it. Bartek says that if the man had released a higher concentration, he would definitely have identified, but he has absolutely felt that before. Then he asks whether Joo-hyuk felt anything at all. Our boy walks on through a park full of light morning fog and asks whether he was supposed to and points out that 300 years ago, this was the type of black magic monsters worth sacrificing dogs and cattle for. And Bark mockingly observes that seems that he is not that skilled at identifying other people's magic and adds that it is a subtler skill than it looks. Kim Joo-hyuk's teeth come together and the muscles at his jaw bunch up and he mutters at him to shut up. Then calmer, he asks whether the hidden side of the blade that the man mentioned could be connected to this specific power. Barche folds his arms and says, coolly, quite possibly. Because back in that forest, this is how the rest of it went. Kim Joo-hyuk leaned over and asked who sent him. Desire did not answer. He moaned and coughed, and his eyes rolled up until they were entirely white. And his face and neck and chest were covered in bruises, and his mouth hung open with 2 streams of saliva coming out of it. So our boy scratched the back of his head and said, oh, right, and asked whether the impact had knocked the man's jaw out. Then he said, okay. Put both thumbs into Desire's mouth, warned him that this might hurt a little, and forced the lower jaw back into place. Desire screamed, then touched his own mouth with relief, and 2 tears ran out of his eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk gave him a moment and then told him generously to say who sent him. Desire sat there holding his jaw and said nothing. Our boy waited, then he sighed, crouched down, took Desire's hand, and explained that he reset the jaw specifically so the man could answer him. Then he closed his fingers around that hand and asked whether he genuinely believes silence is his best available option here. Desire looked at his own hand and asked why he was squeezing it. Kim Joo-hook grinned and pulled. Desire howled, staring at what used to be his fingers, and our boy crouched there and told him to talk fast and to give him the whole truth before the rest of them crunched too. So Desire, shaking, holding a ruined hand with a working one, looked up and said with as much insolence as he had left, that Rockdale Ventric sent him. Joo-hook remembered a blonde face and asked whether that is the same one who was pestering him earlier. Then he pointed at Desire and asked who he is. Then, is he here at that freak's request? Because he does not look like a Valhalla student. So who is he connected to? Desire winced, then looked up angrily and asked whether he really intends to interrogate him about this and said that he may not like the answer, but that he would have found out one way or another. Kim Joo scratched his ear and asked whether he wants a second finger broken. Desire sighed, irritated, and gave it up. His name is Desire. He belongs to the first species. He is a mercenary, and he takes an enormous number of jobs. Joo-hook thought he had heard the phrase first species somewhere before and then asked whether being a mercenary is fun, and observed that he is just a bully who gets paid. Desire looked at him with contempt and asked whether everybody is a freak to him, and said he is simply lucky. That is all. Then holding his hand, he gave up the part that matters. The constellation revered by the first species is the hidden side of the blade and that he is naturally among those who have signed a contract with it. His eyes went predatory, and he added that if he had been able to keep his magic released for another 30 seconds, that battle would have been decided. Kim Joo-hook put a hand on his head and observed that this freak loves to talk. Then he said magnanimously that if Desire would simply tell the whole truth about who is behind all of this, he would leave him alone and put both thumbs back into his mouth. Desire's face went bright red with terror and he asked what. Kim Joo-hook told him it would be better if he sat quietly. There was a crunch and a scream. Later, walking down a street under a setting sun, Kim Joo-hook is reading search results about who exactly the first species are and finding out roughly what he expected. Every single person understands they are a group of bad people. Either way, is in a foul mood because it infuriates him that he still has not found the rest of his items, and because this freak named Rockdale keeps working to make him look bad. He looks up and asks himself how a person kills an insect like Rockdale. Well, he lives in a post-industrial society now. He should use modern methods. So he opens his phone and looks at his audio recordings, and at the top of them sits Desire's confession, which he recorded first thing. Now he needs somewhere to put it. A phone rings, and Lilia sees his name on her screen and is visibly surprised and picks up beaming and asks whether Joo-hook has finally agreed to become her assistant. He says that is not why he is calling. Then with fire in his eyes, he asks whether she happens to know any reporters. The story that runs is that the Ventric family made an attempt on the life of a Valhalla student. Last Thursday, a first-year student on approved leave was brutally attacked. The student was able to fight back, which is the only reason any of this is public. He reported it to a Valhalla instructor immediately afterward and told them he had irrefutable evidence, which he then handed over. Every publication is running the headline. The forum version has more detail. A first year on leave after his midterms was attacked by a villain from that vile family. Amusingly, the victim personally fought the attacker off and personally extracted the information the investigation needed. He reported it to an instructor and delivered the attacker whom he caught himself to Valhalla. And on top of that, the freshman secretly recorded the attacker's confession while getting that information out of him. That recording contains a confession that Rockdale Ventric, a member of the Ventric family and a Valhalla student, personally ordered and planned the attack. The Ventric family is convening an emergency conference. The comments are having a wonderful time. Somebody asks whether the student who managed to swap roles with his own attacker was Kim Joo-hook. Somebody else confirms it and says the news is already everywhere. One person says he is extremely interested to watch how Valhalla students are condemning these freaks right now. Another says he knows nothing about this guy but thinks Kim Joo-hook is amazing and asks who agrees and gets a great deal of agreement. Then one member asks whether anybody else thinks the Ventric family handled this strangely and hastens to add that, of course, he has no complaints about them, but still, and a reader lays it out plainly, this rich kid is being covered for by his own vile family, which is why the whole thing was handled so casually. And given an approach like that, it is no wonder the victim and the attacker ended up swapping places. They simply did not know this idiot would get fought off. Kim Joo-hyuk reads all of this smiling and observes that this is what modern warfare looks like. Bart says that for a man who lived 300 years ago, he has adapted remarkably well to the current culture. Our boy leans back in his chair with his feet up on the table and says he had a hard time after his rebirth and that essentially his entire adaptation process happened while scrolling the community tab and that it is the only reason he is who he is now. Bart says he understands, then Joo-hyuk says, but what a shame. Bart asks what he is talking about and the answer is that he was only trying to frame Rockdale. And the journalists went ahead and turned it into breaking news, which has now annoyed the entire Ventrick family. He is sitting cross-legged on the table with one foot resting on a keyboard, reading a newsfeed that says the Ventrick family organized an attack on him and being visibly irritated by it. Bart sighs. And Kim Joo-hyuk thinks that one way or another, the reporter Lilia connected him with turned out to be an important person because he never expected this story to be written up on this scale, which brings us to a dark blue banner, a podium, and 2 microphones. Adelia Ventrick takes her place and lowers her head sadly and opens with sincere apologies to the student who was attacked and to Valhalla Academy as a whole. Then she delivers the official position. Firstly, the attack was carried out by Desire, who had already been stripped of his membership in this family. Secondly, the confession the victim claims to have recorded states that the order came from Rockdale. However, Desire has since testified that this statement was a bluff made in an attempt to get himself out of the situation he was in at the time. Therefore, it is fair to conclude that the Ventrick family had nothing to do with this incident. Even so, the man who did it did once belong to the Ventrick family, and they consider it their moral duty to make amends. And as head of the family, she personally intends to visit the victim and apologize to him. As for Rockdale currently studying at Valhalla, even if he was not directly involved in the crime, it is assumed he may have been connected to the criminal in some other way. So they will be taking him home for a full internal investigation. The prosecutor's office is also planning an investigation into the family, and they intend to sort out the problems that have surfaced and clear up the misunderstandings. Then she turns around and leaves, while somebody shouts at her to stop, and a journalist asks whether she will take questions and what form her apology to the victim is going to take. Rockdale watches that broadcast live with his whole body shaking, holding the phone in a trembling hand, sweating. Then the phone rings, and it is his father, and he answers it. His father tells him threateningly to come back to England. It is a family order. Rockdale says he understands, then he ends the call and crushes the phone in his hand, shaking with rage, while Uriah Deflix stands behind the sofa with open horror on her face. The next day, a video circulates of Desire being walked somewhere between 2 large men and a journalist asking him to say something. Desire turns his ruined face to the camera and says the Ventrick family is telling the truth. He was the one who planned all of it. Kim Joo-hyuk watches that on his phone in uniform with his backpack on and asks what kind of nonsense this is and whether the man has simply surrendered his own pride. Then he says these Ventricks are freaks, and that he genuinely cannot stand this family. He puts the phone away, puts his hands in his pockets, closes his eyes, and asks with displeasure, who exactly announced that they would be personally apologizing to him, because that is going to be extremely awkward. Then he opens his eyes, and an idea arrives. He looks at the staff room door and works out that class must have ended early and that he would like to ask a favor and wonders whether he should contact her. At a cafe on Academy grounds, Lilia is beaming across the table at Kim Joo-hyuk, who is holding a glass of something with ice in it. He lifts it toward his mouth and says flatly, "No." She shoots up off the sofa, plants both hands on the table, and desperately asks why and whether he even knows what she was going to say. He drinks and says she was going to ask him to become her assistant. It is obvious. Lilia sits back down, folds her arms, purses her lips, and asks why he called her out here then, considering how busy a person she is. Then she springs back up and leans over the table and asks whether this is actually a date. Kim Joo-hyuk tells her sternly to wake up and stop talking nonsense. Lilia grinds her teeth and repeats the phrase "wake up" back at him and then points out that now that she thinks about it, he speaks to her informally. He calmly agrees that this is in fact how they have been communicating for a while now. Lilia concedes it is true. Then he closes his eyes and says he did not call her because he was bored. He wanted to thank her for introducing him to that reporter. He leans back with his hands in his pockets and says that in return, he will share some information with her about how to fight monsters. Lilia is up on her feet again with both hands on the table, radiating happiness, asking whether he is serious. And then he adds the condition. Since he is going to be talking quite a lot, could she help him get off the academy grounds this weekend? Lilia cheerfully says that is easy and adds that if he became her assistant, she would let him out every single day. The sun goes down behind Valhalla and turns everything gold. Kim Joo-hook says no need. Out on the North Pacific, sunlight is sitting on flat blue water, and a gray ship is cutting through it at speed. It is a prisoner transport frigate behind bars in the dark with his hands tied behind him. Desire Ventric is thinking that he never imagined he would be loaded onto a ship and handled like freight and asking himself whether they are seriously taking him to the prison tower, a prison in the middle of the North Pacific. That particular paradise was personally created by a high-ranking constellation, and it is a prison built to turn an all-powerful contractor into a helpless person. Desire smiles slyly because none of that is especially important. All he has to do now is keep his mouth shut and make sure Rockdale gets to stay in the family. If he does that, his sentence drops by 5 years. If he does not, it is a disaster. 5 years is nothing. He sits on the bench with his hands tied, looking at the daylight coming through the grate, and lowers his head. And somebody says, "What an ugly face." Desire turns his head, shocked, and asks who. Something crosses the air fast enough to leave a white line behind it, and Desire is looking at a bloody knife in somebody's hand while blood comes out of his neck hard enough to hit the wall. He starts wheezing. He coughs, looking down in panic while the blood runs thicker and thicker over his white shirt and his gold chain. Standing in front of him is a man holding a strange blade with blood on the end of it, lit from behind by the sun coming through the bars. The man's eyes are bright red, and he tells him to die and mutters through fanged teeth that the first species has no need for people like him. Desire keeps coughing and keeps bleeding, and then his head hits the floor hard. The man looks down at him without a word. Desire lies there emptying out with his head split open and bleeding in streams, while the man's outline slowly dissolves into smoke. Then Desire falls onto his side and stops moving. At the Ventric family estate, under a bright moon, Adelia Ventric is sitting with heavy circles under her eyes and a face like a closed door, and Rockdale Ventric and his father Eden are bowed in front of her. She says Rockdale's name, and he answers with fear and sweat already running down his face. Then she leans forward slightly and asks what he intends to do now. Rockdale asks what, and both of them bow lower and start desperately apologizing. Adelia watches that and asks darkly what this is and whether he thinks a single apology fixes anything. He says nothing, staring at the floor. So she orders him to explain in detail what made him do something like this, and he says desperately that he was obeying. Then sometime later, she says sweetly, "So that is how it was," and asks whether he wanted to take Kim Joo-hyuk's life. Rockdale, gasping for air, confirms it. Adelia says thoughtfully that this is all. Then she grips the seat of her chair hard enough that it cracks audibly, and her hair lifts, and the outline of a deity appears behind her, and she asks whether that is his explanation. Eden and Rockdale look up in terror, then she settles a little and reasons through it out loud. He acted on his own because he believed the Ventric family had been insulted, except what was actually wounded was his own pride. She stands and crosses the room fast with her fist still closed and stops over Rockdale and says that on top of everything, he is the one who ultimately dragged the Ventric name through the mud. Then she leans down until her head is directly above his, and with her eyes gone white with rage, asks what they are supposed to do now, and pronounces every letter of his full name. Rockdale's pupils have shrunk to points. His voice is barely functioning when he throws himself flat on the floor and says he will do anything, and that no matter what happens, he will restore the family's former honor. Adelia looks at him, surprised, and asks what he is talking about. Then she says in a calmer voice that the only way to restore is to expel him from the family. Rockdale's head comes up and his hands come out in front of him as if he could physically block that. Eden stammers out the word expulsion and asks whether that is not too harsh a punishment. Adelia turns to him and asks sharply, what then, and whether he would like to be thrown out of the family himself. Eden drops his eyes, produces one incoherent sound, and stops talking. And Adelia looks at Rockdale sobbing on her floor and privately thinks she would rather his branch of the family was expelled outright or killed on the spot because his behavior finally confirms the thing that matters. Rockdale is the one who ordered Desire to kill Kim Joo-hook. She presses her lips together and thinks about it. Then she tells him she does not intend to remove him from the family and orders him back to Valhalla and orders him to keep every part of this secret. And adds looking down that after she meets this Kim Joo-hook, she will think it over carefully. Rockdale bows until his head is nearly on the floor and thanks her. Then she turns to Eden and tells him to watch his son and says the boy's punishment will depend on his own conduct. And Eden says he understands everything, and she tells them both grimly to get out. Out in the corridor, the two of them walk with gloomy faces, and Eden tells his son that from this moment he is to be calm and quiet and is not to even consider doing anything rash again. Rockdale turns to him and asks whether he did not hear what the head said. Sooner or later, he is going to be thrown out of this family. Then he adds, with the anger under it, that they are watching him closely now, so he is unlikely to manage anything. But when all the noise dies down and nobody is waiting for it, he will absolutely publish it. Eden looks sideways at him, and Rockdale says that first of all, there is something he has to do, with his eyes starting to shine because nothing is going to stop him. Then he tells his father that now he can help him. Eden looks at him, says nothing for a while, and then says that whatever he is planning, he should keep it secret. Rockdale says good. A few days later at Valhalla in a meeting room, Kim Reagan clasps his hands together and announces that the head of the Ventric family is arriving shortly and that she wants to apologize to him personally. Kim Joo-hyuk, sprawled on the sofa, points out that they have nothing to do with her since she publicly stated that the incident had nothing to do with the family. Kim Re-gang says he seems to be right, but morally, she's still doing the correct thing and that he heard she's flying to Korea for it. Our boy runs the actual reasoning. The Ventric family wants to punish Rockdale internally, so he asks himself whether the head is coming to see him simply because she has no other option. Then he frowns, because this is extremely annoying. Kim Re-gong rubs his hands and admits that he and instructor Lee Sang-chul are both very unhappy about this situation because the chronology is simple. First, a Valhalla student was attacked, then the attacker admitted he did it on Rockdale's orders. He closes his eyes and says he still cannot believe they are genuinely trying to protect their family's reputation by waving away a confession that this boy extracted himself. Either way, they are busy burying the truth. And either way, to protect their own students, Valhalla is going to have to expose either Rockdale or the head of the Ventric family. Then he pictures an enormous stack of money because not long ago, the Ventric family donated a very large sum to the academy. He looks up and says he cannot believe most of Valhalla's funding comes from donations by the great families, and that for Korean schools, this is a formality. And he suggests that the academy will simply look the other way if the number is big enough. Kim Joo-hyuk scratches his ear, closes one eye, and concludes that he will talk to this so-called head of the family. Kim Re-gong's eyes come open, and he asks whether that is even a normal reaction. Our boy asks what the matter is and whether he seems abnormal. Then somebody knocks loudly and Kim Re-gong says she is already here and that he will show her in, and stands up and wishes him good luck and gets an entirely emotionless acknowledgement. The door opens, and Adelia Ventric is standing in it, and Kim Re-gong bows himself out with a friendly smile and tells her to take her time. And she thanks him for the hospitality. Then she is standing in front of Kim Joo-hyuk saying sweetly that she is pleased to meet him and introducing herself as the head of the Ventric family. He confirms it with a laugh and says he is pleased to meet her too. She sits with her hands on her knees, still smiling pleasantly. He sits looking straight ahead with his hands in his pockets, faintly confused. Then she starts with the incident involving Desire and stands up and bows and apologizes deeply for the misunderstanding. Kim Joo-hyuk props himself up on his hands and stares at her and says she already promised to throw the man out of the family, so everything is fine. Then Adelia mentions she also heard Rockdale was quite annoying to him, which confuses him further, and he says it happened once and does not matter now, and then reminds her that he was told Rockdale had nothing to do with the incident and that they did not just tell him. They announced it publicly. Adelia's entire body tenses. Then she says that this is actually what she came to discuss and looks down with a certain amount of disappointment and admits that they made an official statement immediately after the attack and that they are now in a terrible position where nobody trusts them. Kim Joo-hyuk scratches his ear and says bored that this was expected while privately noting that these are people who told every possible lie and are now complaining about not being believed. Adelia says the purpose of her visit is to find a way to resolve this problem with him. Could he help them resolve this issue? He looks at her with his lips pressed together and after a moment says firmly, no. She lowers her eyes and says with a benevolent smile that his answer was predictable, and then starts the offer. If he helps them now, she promises that on her side he will be given every possible form of support at every opportunity right through to graduation. And, naturally, she would recommend him to the guild, the Ventric family sponsors, so they can keep helping him afterward. He would never have to trouble himself about anything again. Kim Joo-hyuk works out what she is actually buying and asks, with a sly smile, whether all she needs is a statement from him. Then he says sarcastically, just look at the lengths they are willing to go to in order to shut him up, and privately notes that she looks rather depressed. Adelia's lips press together, and she frowns and says nothing. So he tells her that what actually annoys him is her stubborn denial that any of this happened, and points at her and asks why he should play along with her. He tells her he does not want a reward. All he wants is to watch her get humiliated by Rockdale. Adelia's face goes half dark with rage, and she tells him roughly that he is a freak and asks whether he has forgotten who he is speaking to. Her hair lifts as if something is riding her. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles and says so now she has decided to show her real face, and observes that she must have been having a hard time holding that in. Adelia, sitting inside her own aura, says furiously that she came to this vile academy to hand him a chance at a sweet life and asks how his tongue even turns to say something like that. Then she says she would like to incinerate him right here and informs him that he had one chance and refused it. Her hair is still standing up from the energy in the room, and our boy watches her with a predatory smile and says, really, and tells her to try it then. Adelia asks what? So he throws his head back and takes her apart with her own statement. Was she not the one who said the Ventric family had nothing to do with the attack? And to prop that lie up, they were going to buy his silence for a large sum of money, and now suddenly she wants to kill him. Is this genuinely all she is capable of? The aura beside her turns red instead of its usual gold. Her eyes narrow. She says nothing at all. And Kim Joo-hyuk closes his eyes, waves the whole thing away, and says that in any case, even if she tried, she could not kill him. Adelia stands up fast enough that her hair moves. Then she walks to the door, opens it, turns around, and says she will make him regret every word and leaves. Kim Joo-hyuk grins and observes that in the end, did nothing at all, but there were an awful lot of words. Barche says he did not consider it necessary to intervene and then asks whether he really needed to say all of that. And our boy answers honestly. What he hates most in the world is tyrants who make other people kneel to them, and he predicted every move she made. There are insects out there who spend their lives trying to put shackles on everybody. Then he adds directly to Barch that he hates him for exactly the same reason. Barch makes a wounded noise. Kim Joo-hyuk gets up, decides he has nothing else to do today, and wonders whether he should go to the gym early. Near the Valhalla Stadium in full sun, our boy is walking along scrolling his phone when he stops dead because Choi Aaron is standing in front of some guy. And the guy is the eldest son of the Choi Jin family, Choi Jin Young. He is asking his sister whether she genuinely believes she can win and telling her with his arms crossed that however meticulous her training at Valhalla was, it will not help her. Choi Aaron looks at the ground and says nothing. Then he extends a hand toward her and says that if she wants to remain a member of this family, she should simply not turn up to the selection test this weekend. He would hate for her to be publicly humiliated. He keeps his hand out, and Choi Aaron says no. He frowns and asks what, and puts his hands on his hips and says he gave her one last chance, and she refused it, and asks whether she genuinely does not understand what is happening here. She starts to say something, and a voice cuts in to observe that he is the only one here whose neurons are not keeping up, and calls him an imbecile. Choi Jing-jong demands to know who just called him an imbecile and starts looking around. Kim Joo-hyuk has arrived behind Choi-eun, and he puts a finger up and says it was him, the idiot, then repeats that it was him. Choi-eun turns, surprised, and bumps into his shoulder, and our boy asks what right this guy thinks he has to stop somebody that determined. Choi Jing-young asks who he even is and points out that he does not know him and is already insulting him. Kim Joo-hyuk scratches the back of his head and asks why so many freaks are trying to assert their authority at him today, and says he does not care if it is King Leon or the president or anybody else. Then he points at him and instructs him not to sneak onto academy grounds in future and not to talk to the students here and says that if he is finished chatting, he can get lost. Choi-eun stares at him. Then Kim Joo-hyuk turns to her and asks whether she agrees with him. She freezes solid, goes tense all over, and starts nodding while producing a series of small sounds of agreement. Choi Jing-jong's teeth grind together, and he mutters that he will see her at the test, using her full name, and walks off. Choi Aaron turns and thanks him with feeling. He waves it off and tells her to go practice. Then she mentions that when he asked whether she agreed, she was actually thinking about something. He asks about what and Choi Erin explains that she would not have asked him to get lost when they finished talking. It would have been more appropriate to say Kim Joo-hyuk cuts her off and tells her to stop while privately noting that she is scarier than he thought. She says forget it and that they should go train. Then he mentions it is the weekend. She asks whether that means he cannot come to training. He says he has a trip planned, so no. She says okay. He says in that case they work harder today, and Choyun exhales loudly with a mixture of confusion and dread, and they head into the gym. A few days later near Saeyoung Hill on an overcast day, Kim Joo-hyuk is pushing branches out of his way in a mountain forest, dressed in a gray hoodie and a blue jacket and black sweatpants with a shovel handle sticking out of his backpack, staring at his phone. Barch asks whether he is looking for another stash. Yes. Barch asks whether what he already dug up was not enough. Joo-hyuk says he is partly right, but curiosity is eating him about how many of the remaining ones survived. And if he finds them, he is definitely going to dig something valuable out of them. Barch picks up on the wording and asks what he means by valuable. And Kim Joo-hyuk says that if he does find them, he intends to get rid of the shortcomings that have followed him since the days of Kim Hyun. Oh, and then adds that maybe if he had found it a little earlier than 300 years ago, he would not have killed him. Barch says bewildered. What? Outside the Choi Jin family estate, a crowd of journalists with cameras is being held back by a guard, and a brunette in a graphite suit is noting that today is the Choi Jin family's selection test, and the woman next to her confirms it, which is why the only people out here are press. On the other side of that fence, Choi Erin and Choi Jing-jung are standing in front of a man in traditional clothing with a short beard and a permanent frown. The head of the Choi Jin family, Choi Jang-syak, announces that the selection test begins. As he already told them, whoever passes is chosen as the successor, and whoever does not is expelled from the family. Are they ready? Both of them say yes. Good. The task is to find a double blade hidden in the mountains. Whoever finds it and brings it to him is declared the winner. It does not matter how they do it. Killing is prohibited. They may begin. He gives that last part as an order, and Choi Erin is out of the estate immediately, past the journalists, and straight into the trees. Choi Jing-jung walks at a measured pace and watches her go, thinking smugly that she can run all she wants, because this is not a race against a clock. Sooner or later, she finds that sword, and the moment she does, it ends because he takes it from her. Then he takes possession of it, because here's what happened after Kim Joo-hyuk chased him off that campus. Choi Jing-jung was still visibly furious when his phone rang, and he answered it and said he was listening. And the voice on the other end, belonging to a man with a gold tooth and a white beard, asked what the situation is with the double sword. Jing Zhang said it appears he will have to pass a selection test to get it, so it may take slightly longer. The man scratched his chin and repeated the phrase selection test and pointed out that this is now twice he has mentioned it and asked whether he understands that he has already taken far too long with this. Choi Jing-jung got genuinely worried and softened immediately and apologized, and then asked that if he does somehow manage to get this sword, would the man keep his promise? He did not even get to finish the sentence before the answer came back. Of course, they sealed that promise to a constellation. Its fulfillment is guaranteed. All he has to do is focus on the goal. Choi Jing-jung said he understood. And now, remembering that conversation, he thinks that this is his last chance, so it is time to start searching. Deeper in the trees, Choi Erin crouches, puts her palm flat on the ground, and turns her energy on. She can feel the trajectory of the sword's magic. It runs in that direction, about 15 minutes from here. So the double sword is that way. Then a sound off to the side makes her look up, and Choi Jing-jung walks out of the trees with a hand on his hilt, asking whether she is tracking it by its magical trace, and who taught her to do that. Erin puts her own hand on her sword, and after a pause, gives him the name, Joo-hyuk. Because in the training hall, she once repeated the words magic control back at him in surprise. And Kim Joo-hyuk said yes, and that he thinks she already knows the basics, since she has already mastered altering the properties of lightning, and asked whether that is not a basic element of control. She ran back through her own classes and hummed agreement. So he told her to train the small elements of magic control, not only the monumental ones. She sighed heavily and asked how, which surprised him, and he asked why she is asking him and whether her family did not teach her this. Choi Erin became silent and looked at the floor. He decided not to push it, said it does not matter, and confirmed the shape of the problem. She only knows how to borrow power from constellations and how to concentrate magical energy. Yes. So he scratched the back of his head, admitted he was never very good at this either, and gave her the instruction. Relax the entire body. Use the tips of the fingers and the toes so that a small concentration of energy comes out of her. She took the position and said okay, and he told her more strictly to stop answering him. She distributes the energy slowly as though she is threading magic through every individual hair. A blue glow started coming up around Choi Erin with a faint hiss. Then he told her that while she is in that state, she should try to sense the magic moving in the air. Feel the magic, she repeated to herself, and the silhouette of Kim Joo-hook appeared in her mind throwing off tongues of flame, and her eyes went wide and she stopped and had to catch her breath. He asked whether she felt it already. She said yes. She saw the aura wrapped around him. So he explained what she just unlocked. This is how she senses magic. She will be able to recognize even the smallest magical bursts coming off a body. It is one of the things magic control gives her. And the more she uses it, the more easily she will pick up residual magic on the ground or in the air. He added that if the magic is similar in type to his own, she will even be able to tell which object the impulses are coming from. And if she trains harder, she will see the silhouette clearly. That is everything he can teach her. From here, she works on her own. Choi Erin was glad to hear all of it and blushed slightly and said, okay. Which is why standing in a forest in front of her brother, she feels braver than she should and looks at him with open hostility. He walks toward her and asks angrily who this so-called Joo-hook is, then answers himself. Is that the shameless boy who was with her that day? Is it possible an idiot like that has talent? Erin bites her lip and says that Kim Joo-hook is much stronger than a moron like him and asks why he came here. Choi Jing-jung draws his weapon slowly, smiles, and asks what she thinks. Then he lights his energy up and attacks her saying, that is why, and she meets it. He pulls his sword back and exhales hard and cannot work out how this is possible or when she got strong enough to parry him because Choi Erin is standing in front of him with no fear in her face at all and there is magic sparking along her blade. Elsewhere in the same forest, Kim Joo-hook spreads his arms slightly, opens his energy, and cracks the ground beneath him. Then he frowns and asks whether it is not here either. He buried a lot of these, and there is exactly one left anywhere near Valhalla. Then a pillar of light comes up out of the ground in one of the clearings, and he grins because that is it. He finally found it. And then a strange noise pulls his head around toward a pale haze drifting off into the dark of the forest, and he asks what that is. And a huge burst of energy goes off behind the treetops. He asks again, what is that? That is his student fighting for her life. Erin and Choi Jing-jung go at each other properly now, and every time the blades touch, burning sparks come off them. She pours all of her energy precisely into the sword, swings wide, and lands a hit that pushes him backwards with his teeth clenched. For 1 second, he watched his own weapon shake in his hands. He hides that and says with a sneer that the academy apparently taught her very well how to behave like a wild animal and that it is noticeable she has become physically stronger. Erin tells him to stay away from the double blade. He grins and asks whether she has lost her mind, and then charges her, shouting that an illegitimate child like her does not deserve it. So she pulls more magic into her blade until it is throwing yellow lightning and white flashes on top of the blue. And when he is nearly on top of her, she silently repeats what Joo-hook told her, turn the sword over. Cut upward. She does exactly that and knocks the weapon straight out of his hands. Then she turns the sword hilt forward and keeps reciting the rest of the instruction to herself. Hit him the moment he loses his sword. That is the opportune moment. And she drives it into him hard enough to empty his lungs and put him flat on his back. Then she goes calm instantly, rests the sword on her shoulder, and exhales. Looking down at him, she knew she would be able to land a hit. She did not expect that hit to end it. Now she takes the double blade. But the second she lifts it off the ground, a voice speaks behind her. Choi Jing-jung is back on his feet, and dark clots of magic are coming off him. He gathers energy and asks whether he did not already tell her. Her blessing is ridiculous. She will never beat him because he has the contract. She caught him by surprise, and he intends to return that 100 times over. She watches him draw and watches purple sparks come off the blade and says quietly that this is the aura of the sword. Is he actually a villain? Why? He smiles and asks why she is asking, and then puts the blade forward and tells her, rudely, exactly as she thinks. Erin tries to meet it with her own sword out, and then he ducks, and she is stunned because he slipped her blow from that distance. Then he throws her across the clearing on a wave of dark magic released off his sword. She lands wounded, exhales hard, and pushes herself up on her hands. He walks over and asks if she is planning to get up. Even better, she tries to move and a piercing pain stops her, and she looks down and a bleeding wound open across her stomach. Her whole body starts shaking. He asks smugly whether he gave her permission to get up and tells her not to move because if she moves, she dies. And Aaron through the pain goes back to the word contract and asks whether he means he signed a contract with a vicious constellation. Choi Jin-young hides nothing. He is the attack leader of the guild, and to save face, he signed a contract with a ranked constellation. But now he is on the side of the devotees. Choi Aaron knows that name, the third most dangerous evil group in the world. She says it back to him and then says she does not understand. Is that really better for him? Was a simple peaceful life not enough? He keeps smiling and asks whether she really decided to ask him that and tells her to listen. Incredible strength and the absence of any empathy whatsoever. His face distorts while he says it and his eyes light up and the smile turns into something else entirely. Aaron asks, confused, what he is talking about. So he sits down opposite her and asks whether she knows how old he was when he wanted to join the guild. 12. He has been an icon in the family guild since childhood, at an age when other children were spending their time carelessly. Everybody expected the eldest son of the Choi Jin family to be that notorious example, and the reason he is still on the guild side is his father's guardianship. He was never once allowed to make his own choices, and he was already full of undisclosed desires by adolescence, which is when he met a man from the devotees who invited him to join and promised him something he could never have obtained in the life he was living. Maybe that man already sensed what was inside him. Aaron catches that phrase and asks inside him. Jing Jong moves closer and explains it plainly, his sincere desire to mock other people. But he could not join simply by showing up. There was one condition. He had to obtain the family's relic, the double blade. And if she had backed out earlier, she would not have been able to take part in the second selection test, and he could have taken it easily. Aaron, still fearless, asks about that word. The second, he asks whether she does not remember, and then tells her, 10 years ago, the eldest daughter of the Choi Jin family, her elder sister Choi Jin, took part in the first selection trial. Aaron says her sister's name. She went missing. And Choi Jing-jong says that during that selection test, he could not control his instincts, and he killed her in the mountains. Then he scratches his head carelessly and adds that he never did find the double blade and walked out of it with several injuries and a failed selection test. He could have joined them 10 years ago, but his father somehow found Ijin and tried to save her and sent her to a hospital. So he left her hoping she would simply disappear. Then he notices how badly Aaron is shaking and chuckles surprised. She gathers what she has left and asks where her sister is now. He asks whether she wants to go looking right this moment and tells her it is better if she does not and mentions what happened to their mother when she saw Choi Ijin's face. Aaron does not answer. So he tells her that now he knows where the double blade is and that she can say hello to her sister for him. Then he stands up and swings his sword at her neck and there is the sound of a block. Choi Jing-jong's face comes apart with confusion because Kim Joo-hook is standing over Choi Aaron with a scabbard out, having parried it in time. He asks sternly what this man thinks he is doing. Jing-jong says in exactly the same tone that this concerns their family, and he should mind his own business. So Joo-hook attacks first, fully angry now, asking what kind of insane family. This is where holding a knife to your own sister's throat counts as normal. Jing-jong does not get his guard up and goes backwards into a tree trunk. Choi Aaron, who has not made a sound this entire time, manages his name and asks why he came here. The honest answer, which he keeps to himself, is that he came for his stash, and it happens to be in this direction. Then he sees dark blood coming through her fingers. So he turns away, keeps his face completely calm, and lies to her. It just so happens he had something to do out here. She needs to pull back and concentrate some magic into that wound. Aaron can feel her strength draining out of her and answers obediently anyway, and even manages a small smile. Choi Jing-jong gets up and comes at Joo Hyuk, asking caustically what kind of ignorant nobody this is, and whether he is really the same rude person he ran into recently and telling him this is a family matter so he should get lost. Then he jumps in with his blade lit up with magic. Kim Joo-hook steps aside. Jing-jong mid-air cannot process it. He dodged, then Joo-hook grabs the scabbard and puts the hilt through him and tells him that when you strike, you do not aim at the person standing still. You keep track of who is watching you at that moment. Jing-jong starts coughing blood on the way down and finds himself pinned, thinking that when this guy shoved him off, he somehow got even further away. Then Ju Hook drives both legs into his stomach with the power concentrated behind it, and Choi Jing-young goes out cold. He turns to Choi Erin, still sitting where she was, and asks if she is okay. She says yes quietly. He comes closer and asks whether she can walk. She honestly says she is not sure, but she will try. Then he freezes, because violet light is falling across his face. Choi Jing-young is wrapped in dark clots of energy that are hissing quietly. Barch announces immediately that this is sword magic. Ju Hyuk says calmly that he knows, so this one is a bad guy too. Jing-young stands up on new strength and says that this freak is just a Valhalla newcomer and jumps at him swinging, saying the boy thinks he can beat a guild leader. Kim Ju-hyuk says nothing at all and stops the attack without drawing his sword out of the sheath. Jing-young grinds his teeth and is genuinely horrified because he hit him with magic and the man did not move. Then Ju Hyuk closes his fist and hits him back and asks calmly whether the leader of a guild has considered choosing a more suitable position for himself. Jing-young groans and barely keeps his feet, breathing hard, asking himself whether this is really the strength of a 17-year-old. He blocked every attack and countered on top of it. There is nothing left to do except one thing. There is an enormous list of side effects, but if this guy lands one more hit, he is finished anyway. So he pulls a purple crystal out of the inner pocket of his jacket. These are artificial relics, and with one, you can form a preliminary contract with a constellation. He bites into the purple stone and starts slowly eating it. Kim Ju-hook stands there and watches him do it. Then Jing-young swallows the rest and starts pulling far more purple magic through himself, smiling, and within seconds, his laughter climbs into something hysterical while black streams go up into the sky. Out by the estate entrance, the journalists are losing their footing as the tremor rolls through the ground. People start asking each other whether that was an earthquake, and it stops as fast as it started. Then a woman with a bob points, and the men look up, and there is an enormous black and purple column tearing up out of the forest. They stand there repeating, "What is that?" Choi Jang-suk knows exactly what it is. Sword magic concentrated to the point that ordinary people can see it, and that is where the double blade is. Tradition says he cannot interfere in the middle of a selection test. This is too dangerous. He is going there himself. Back in the clearing, Jing-young is still accumulating with a low coming off him, and Kim Ju-hyuk finally speaks up, scratching his ear, and points out that he patiently waited for the man to finish, and all he did was strengthen his magic. Jing-young smiles smugly and calls him an idiot and says this is only an additional effect, only a fraction of the power he received from the preliminary contract. Now he will not survive. A black dragon with brightly glowing eyes appears behind him, and the system explains it. The all-killing dragon, which recognizes the sacred relic and descends. It bares its teeth as if it is celebrating a long-awaited release, and it uses its nature-piercing eye. Kim Ju-hyuk stands there entirely unimpressed. Then the creature opens its eyes and stops dead in horror. The system reports that the all-killing dragon has stopped using the ability that pierces the nature of things. It shuts its eyes sharply like something frightened. Then it opens them and tries the ability again. Then the creature breaks out in small drops of sweat and opens its mouth wide. The system announces that the all-killing dragon has been gripped by fear. It announces that it is getting out of here. Choi Jing-young says confused constellation, and the system delivers the rest. The all-killing dragon rejects the call of the sacred relic and terminates the contract. It takes all of its power back and escapes. The dragon leaves. Jing-young is left standing in a clearing entirely alone, and all he manages is what? And Kim Ju-hyuk asks who is finished now. Then he puts the hilt of his sword against the man's stomach, closes his grip as hard as he can, and drives him forward with everything he has, and the technique empties Choi Jing-young out completely, and he coughs blood and goes face down in the dirt. Somewhere else entirely, the leader of the devotees, the Dragon King Khan Nobel, is looking at a system window with open horror on his face. The all-killing dragon is furious because of him, and he is now in enormous trouble. The window screams at him, asking whether he genuinely wants to be erased from the face of the earth. Khan Noble does not understand what is happening and starts saying he is very sorry, and then drops to his knees, puts his hands behind his back and puts his forehead on the floor. He is sorry. A new line appears warning him not to spread artificial relics in future. He is shaking so hard he stutters his agreement. Then one more line arrives. The dragon orders him to be a good boy. Khan Nibel straightens his legs out to display even more respect, and when the window finally vanishes, he gets slowly back to his feet and asks himself what that was and what made a constellation that furious. He can tell from the artificial relic that the idiot from the Choi Jin family did something and got himself into serious trouble, but something frightened it. The constellation itself, he has to find out what is going on, and he lights up his magic, which comes off his back in black and purple clots. That night, Kim-ju gets back to the dorm, drops his backpack on the table with relief, pulls something out of it, and finally has it in his hands, Divine Art, an old worn book with a brown cover and hieroglyphs in the top corner. Barch asks what that is. Ju-hook confirms it is the entire reason he was digging up that stash. It is a breathing technique, a method for accumulating magical power or chi energy capable of raising a person's magic to incredible levels. Barch asks what is so different about the breathing technique he used before his reincarnation. And our boy answers honestly, that one was disgusting. He bought it cheap at a market when he was young. He mastered it thoroughly and used it until the very end. Barch does not follow the logic, so Ju-hook lays out the rest. By the time he discovered Divine Art 300 years ago, he could no longer change his breathing because the old one was already burned into his body, which is why in the fight against Barche, he ran out of magical power completely. But the body's foundations, he can now build again from zero. So he is stopping physical training for a while because Divine Art comes first. Then Barch mentions that the recent situation resolved successfully. Given that Ju-hyuk left an injured classmate lying next to a man who never actually lost consciousness, Ju-hyuk chuckles and says he heard somebody approaching, so he left. It will sort itself out. And he remembers standing over Choi Jing-jung in that forest watching until the last dark clot of magic dissolved out of the air, not taking his eyes off him. Barch asks, surprised, whether he killed him. And Kim Ju-hyuk gets slightly alarmed at the idea because he genuinely could not do that. He has already been at the center of one incident at Valhalla, and if he left this one dead, he would be expelled and imprisoned. Residual magic is still circulating quietly inside the man, so this idiot survives. Barch says he understands. Because what actually happened is that Ju-hyuk turned to Choi Erin and asked whether she could stand, and she found enough strength for a small smile and said yes. He was about to say something else when a noise like running feet distracted him, and he realized somebody was coming. Erin's family presumably having watched that column of sword magic go up over the mountain, which means finding his stash is now going to be difficult. So he told her that her family is on the way and that she should wait calmly for them and not push herself and that he has something to finish, so he has to go. She was a little confused and said okay. Then he pointed at Jing Zheng and gave her the cover story. Since nobody knows what happened, she can say she handled this idiot herself. He pulled his hood up and explained that the man had already lost enormous amounts of energy, so the last blow finished him, and then he said goodbye. The moment he was gone, Choi Jang-suk came out of the forest with his guards, and Erin watching Ju-hyuk go said warmly that she understands. Now lying on his bed in his street clothes, he decides that once he masters Divine Art, he will go back for the remaining accumulation stones. Because the last time he tried to pull their magic into himself, his absorption was too low to take it. Today, he simply rests. The lights in most of the dorm windows have gone out, and the only sound left is crickets. At the Choi Jin estate, Choi Jang-syak is sitting at the head of a long table with two men in suits on either side of him and another man and a woman behind the next seats, all of them holding tablets. He opens by pointing out that thanks to the press who came to film their family selection test, the articles did not take long. Has everyone read them? The woman in the dark green jacket says yes, most of them, and looks down at her screen where an article is open titled The Choi Jin Family is a Joke, and no wonder they got involved with one of the worst gangs in the world. The middle-aged man beside her has one open asking whether the Choi Jin family has anything to do with the devotees. Choi Jang-syak rubs his temple and says what a mess this is and that he cannot believe an enemy informant was fed into his own family. The woman adds that on top of that, she has received an appeal from the official representative of the association. He says sternly that when something similar happened overseas with the Ventric family, everybody stayed quiet because nobody cared. They do not get to do that now. Then he turns to the man in dark sunglasses and notes that Choi Jing-jung has been handed to the police and asks what about Erin. She was taken to the family hospital. Her condition was quite serious early on, but the bleeding has stopped and no organs were damaged, so major surgery will not be required. Choi Jang-sik leans back and exhales and says he understands. Then the man with the glasses says that speaking of her, there are also several articles about Lady Erin. They write that she is a genius who beat a member of the devotees while still an ordinary student. that at Valhalla Academy following Kim Joo-hyuk, she dealt with a member of the devotees. There are great many articles like that. Choi Jang-syak puts his head in his hands and says that Erin went against her own family and the headlines are praising her for it. Then another man asks whether that is not a relief because this selection test was a complete disaster. And even so, the next head of the family was still chosen. Articles like that will strengthen the family's position on the succession. He agrees and privately concludes, it is good that Choi Erin has a chance to succeed, but beating Jing Zhang alone, the circumstances of that victory are far too concerning. Because when he reached that clearing, he found Erin sitting on the ground in front of Choi Jing Zhang's unconscious body, saying timidly that her brother attacked her with dark magic. So she knocked him out, and he told her confused that he saw it with his own eyes. There was an enormous surge of magical power over that mountain. How did she beat him? Choi Erin did not answer. Then two guards helped her up, and as they carefully walked her back toward the estate, passing him, she said one thing Joo-hyuk taught her. Now picking up a tablet, that name goes through his head again. And the article open on the screen is about how Kim Joo-hyuk violently swore at guild representatives with a photograph directly underneath of him giving reporters the finger. The next morning at Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk pulls his chair back and drops his backpack off his shoulder and then notices something and looks up. Choi-eun is sitting at the front desk. He was under the impression she was hospitalized, and he asks whether she is okay and sits down looking straight ahead. She turns around, smiles warmly, and waves. Two boys in the class notice this and ask each other whether Choi Erin just smiled and waved, and whether it was for him, and one of them in a dirty shirt tells the other not to dream. Because it was far more likely meant for him. Because a few days earlier, our boy had been sitting at a table holding a book in one hand and running magic through the other when his phone buzzed. Choi Erin saying she would not be able to train for a while. Second message saying the doctor has strictly forbidden any physical activity, followed by a sad sticker of a rabbit with tears coming out of its eyes. Kim Joo-hyuk looked at the screen and said that is not surprising, considering how heavy the bleeding was, and replied with a single word, good. Then he texted that he is going to be busy with his own thing for the next few days, and that she should do whatever she wants. Choi-eun began sending him rabbits nodding their heads. Kim Joo-hyuk sent a message telling her to stop and then sat there holding the phone asking why she keeps sending so many of these. Then Barch says there is something he should know. Joo-hyuk asks what? Bark puts a hand to his chin and says it is about the black magic they ran into recently. Joo-hyuk asks whether he remembered anything about it. No. Then what is the matter? And Bark says it is not that he simply forgot it. It feels as though something is preventing him from remembering it. Joo-hyuk asks, unhappily, whether something is getting in his way and guesses that it is because of that freak. Bark says it might be possible and immediately adds that he could be wrong, and that probably if the second condition had already been fulfilled, nothing would be stopping him. He stresses that this is only a theory. Meanwhile, the system panel above Kim Joo-hyuk reports the target again, Valhalla Eye of the Great Forest, the House of Magijan, and reminds him that the conditions can only be fulfilled if he has his blade with him. Which brings him back to the second condition and the phrase Eye of the Great Forest. He asks himself how a reserved educational area used for assessing knowledge could possibly be anything else. Then he leans back and works through the logistics. Students with low exam scores are expelled from the academy, and he swears and scratches his head and asks whether he genuinely has to sit here and wait for these exams and calls it a stupid waste of time. Then he comes back out of it and decides that he needs time to get used to divine art anyway. So he may as well go looking for this Eye of the Great Forest. Then Kim Ri-gong walks into the classroom and tells everyone to take their seats and announces that before class, he has a small announcement. Does everybody here know about the inter-school competition next month? They do. Kim Joo-hyuk asks whether that is that competition, and Bart explains that he talked about it after the midterms. Kim Ri-gang leans on the counter and says the academy needs participants and that selection will be based on final exam results. Then he turns and tells Kim Joo-hyuk to come with him to the staff room. Our boy takes his hands off his head and asks whether he means him. In the teacher's room, Kim Ri-gong announces that the meeting place could not be changed, and Joo-hyuk tells him he does not need to keep inviting him here. Kim Ron-gong closes his eyes and concedes he has a point, then says he is participating in the inter-school competition. Kim Joo-hyuk says he refuses. Kim Ron-gong freezes and says he has not even explained anything yet. So Joo-hyuk asks what this competition even is, and Kim Ri-gong says tiredly that he covered this in considerable detail in lectures and then waves it off and explains it again. There are 3 of the world's largest institutions for training hunters. The first is Korean, and it is Valhalla. The second is Chinese, and it is White Lotus. The third is American, and it is Heroes. Each of the 3 schools picks several freshmen and sends them as representatives. The competition includes sparring, escaping a maze, and more. He says, hopefully, that they plan to send whoever scores highest on the practical exam. Kim Joo-hyuk yawns. Kim Ri-gong asks whether he is not interested at all and says that if the academy takes first place, every student receives a significant scholarship, and our boy scratching his ear finishes the sentence for him. They will shower them in money until they are old and much more. Then says he is not interested. Kim Ri-gong puts his hands together, coughs, and asks, what then? Does he want to go to the Great Forest? Kim Joo-hyuk's eyes come open and his entire body locks up and he asks whether he means the Eye of the Great Forest. Kim Ri-gong confirms it with a sly little smile because that is where the final exam is being held. The inter-school competition is being hosted at Valhalla, so the final task is getting into the Eye of the Great Forest. That assignment is roughly identical to the final exam. Anyone who passes it automatically receives credit for the final. Anyone who does not takes the exam again. Kim Joo-hyuk says he understands, then he grins and says he will take part. At the Ventric estate in the United Kingdom, Adelia Ventric sits on her throne and asks how the preparations are going. A servant bows and says everything is going smoothly, although preparations will most likely take another month. She says she understands and tells them to continue. Then she asks about the idiot and how Rockdale's people are doing. No oddities worth mentioning have been noticed in their behavior. She reminds them that if he behaves inappropriately, they report it immediately. The servant bows, then he remembers something and says that although it has nothing to do with them, some disturbing news has reached them. Adelia looks at him warily. Somebody is constructing a building out of paper money in the market. She asks whether he means a building made of banknotes. The servant says the black cat is directly responsible for it. Adelia asks herself what he is up to because he has never done anything like this before and opens a system panel that glows bright orange, and the panel tells her that the mask orders her to say more. Adelia says Lord Constellation with sweat running down her face. Over in District 7 of the market, enormous cranes are carrying slabs to build new towers, and the black cat is watching the construction through the window of his own house. He says the word Constellation to himself and notes that they will do whatever it asks them to do. Then he asks what the point of constructing a building out of banknotes is while yellow bundles of notes fall out of the sky. Somebody says it is a gift. A girl with red glowing eyes folds her arms and says it is a gift for him and then asks why they ordered him to build a building out of money. The money keeps falling and turning in the wind. The system panel reports that the two-faced ruler says it is a gift. The black cat asks internally a gift and for whom, and then tells them to wait. Because a question has appeared on the panel, and the two-faced ruler is asking whether he has found the man who sold the ring. He answers that he has not yet, and that he only knows some facial features, a voice and some clothing, and that he still has access to the contact information from that day, and that he is doing everything he can. Then the system panel starts repeating the same message telling him to hurry up, and the black cat stutters that he will. In the Valhalla staff room, Kim Ri-gong is at the computer scratching his head. When Lee Sang-kol asks whether he has chosen the participants, he turns the screen around. Members of Valhalla, Kim Joo-hyuk, Yoo Seo-yun, Oh Sa-hyuk, Do Joon-jin, Choi Aaron. Kim Ri-gong points out that apart from Do Joon-jin, all of them are from his class. Lee Sang-chul asks whether he managed to persuade Kim Joo-hyuk and raises his coffee and admits he is impressed. Kim Ri-gong says that at first the boy was not interested at all, and that the moment he mentioned the Eye of the Great Forest, he changed his mind and agreed. Lee Sang-chul finds that interesting, takes another sip, and observes that most people hearing about the Great Forest would be confused rather than enthusiastic. Kim Ri-gong asks whether that is true and then suggests that maybe the boy simply does not know what the Eye of the Great Forest is. And Lee Sang-chul says thoughtfully that he sleeps through every lesson. Then he frowns into his glass because the boy was also interested in the Constellation room, and he has the distinct impression that this student needs the academy purely for his own purposes. He asks whether Kim Ri-gang could gather these children and run a little training. Of course, he will clear their schedule. Lee Sang-chul turns to leave and wishes him luck and gets it wished back. A few days later, all 5 participants are sitting in a small auditorium. Oh Sa-hyuk is frowning. Yoo So-yeon is looking down, lost in thought. Choi-eun is looking around curiously. Do Jun-jin is visibly excited. Kim Joo-hook is bored out of his mind staring at the floor. Lee Sang-chul walks in with a folder and counts them and says there are exactly 5 as on the list. He says he is glad to meet them and that one way or another they crossed paths with him on the way into this academy, and reminds them that he is Lee Sang-chul, Chief Combat Instructor. They are here because of the inter-school competition, and today, he is explaining the training they will go through. There are 3 tasks. The first is a duel between participants, which is essentially the entrance test they have already taken. The second is a team fight against participants from the other schools, with them representing Valhalla. All 3 teams fight simultaneously, and the main criterion is the ability to assess a situation quickly. The third is the Eye of the Great Forest. Kim Joo-hook's head comes up. Lee Sang-chul says that because their final exam is being displaced by it, he cannot give more information than this. But the Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth. As the name suggests, it is a dense forest guarded by people and by a long stone wall. Unlike a normal forest, the gate is heavily guarded and built so that anyone attempting to enter from the air is captured. The only way in is through the main entrance, and every team has to enter through that gate. They get the specifics on the day. Everyone says yes. Kim Joo-hook internally asks whether that is genuinely the whole explanation and asks why he could not simply break through a barrier if there is one, and then starts rocking violently in his chair and concludes that it is not that simple. Later, Lee Sang-chul closes the folder, finishes the section on team fighting, and asks whether there are any questions. Kim Joo-hyuk raises his hand and asks whether he can train alone. Lee Sang-chul thinks about it and says it does not matter, and that if he wants to be alone, he can train alone. Anyone else? Choi Erin raises her hand and says that in that case, she will also train alone. Lee Sang-chul privately asks himself whether she means at the same time as him, says out loud that it is fine, and asks whether anybody else is interested. Silence. He says they are done for today and that he will see them at training, and leaves, and the participants start filing out. Kim Joo-hook and Choi-eun are both still in their chairs. He is thinking that he needs to finish mastering his technique before the competition starts, and that Mana will improve his form and that the rest of his time goes to training. Then somebody says his name, and he goes rigid. Choi-eun asks whether she should take part in the general training. He asks why she is asking him, and whether she is not training alone, and whether she did not just say she could work hard. Choi Erin puts a hand on her stomach over the wound because Kim Ri-gong had sat on a sofa and told her he read the article about her and was worried about her condition, and that he still felt he should ask her personally whether she wanted to take part. He asked whether she is participating. Choi Erin looked at him with no expression at all, hands folded in her lap, and asked whether Kim Joo-hook is participating. Kim Ri-gong said his name back surprised and said he heard that he would be, and she said without a flicker of doubt, then so is she. He exhaled in shock and tried to talk her out of it, pointing out that her body has not fully recovered. She said she would be fine. He frowned and said he understands. Then Choi-eun looked down sadly and thought that she is already halfway to becoming the head of the family and immediately corrected herself because thanks to Kim Joo-hook she has a different goal now. Her goal is to get stronger with him. Back in the auditorium, Joo-hook is looking at her puzzled. While she is thinking that she wants to help him reach the thing he deeply wants and smiling and deciding she wants to help him as much as he wants to help her, he asks what because she started to say something, then stopped, and then began laughing to herself in a way he finds alarming. Then he tells her not to overdo it, and she says yes. He says in that case, they will spend most of the training on mana control, and that throughout the session, she keeps activity in her legs to an absolute minimum. She obediently says she will, and on his way out the door, he says that when he finishes with his own business, he will help her a little and that they will see each other again. Choi Erin smiles and says, okay. In an abandoned building behind a mesh fence, a man is screaming for mercy. Blood is coming out of his mouth and his nose. He is tied to a chair and begging to be released and shouting that he will give them everything they asked for. One of the men has a tattoo running from his forehead down to his collarbone, and he is holding a dagger out in front of him. Then he swings it into the man's chest, and blood goes everywhere, and the head drops. Al of Samsal and Lisa are standing in front of the body with their arms folded, and Al asks whether he could not just get it over with quickly. Lisa says it was funny. Then Al feels her phone go off and asks whether there is already a new order, and Nando, the fox, looks at her expectantly and asks whether it is a new target. She confirms it and then asks whether it is her imagination or whether that is a Valhalla student. She is looking at a photograph of Kim Joo-hyuk standing in a crowd of students. Behind them, another dark-haired man is tied to a chair with his head down. Hands behind his back, legs tied to the chair legs, blood running off a wound on his bare chest onto his blue shorts. Somebody says, by the way, and puts a knife into his chest. And Nandu, holding a bloody knife, asks why Samsal has taken a contract on a schoolboy. Al asks whether he really does not know and says she assumes the client simply paid a very large amount. Nando asks what deadline they have. She says they kill him in a month during the inter-school competition. Then she and Lisa turn and walk away and leave their victim to bleed out. Nando asks why they cannot simply kill him now. Because right now, the security on the academy and the dormitory is especially reinforced. Al asks whether he intends to break through a magical barrier to kill a student in his own school. Nando asks whether she thinks it will be easier during a competition with 2 other schools present, and she says Alia already told her everything. According to the client, on the 3rd day, the competition takes place somewhere called the Eye of the Great Forest, which is a mysterious labyrinth in a forest, and the student's task is to get through it. Nando asks whether that means there will be no instructors inside. Al reports that there will be nobody in there at all except a small flying observation drone. Apart from a few guards at the entrance, every instructor and teacher watches that stage from an observation room. So Alia goes in first, and they follow her. He adds that this is not a joke. They walk out through the open gate in the metal fence, and she says completing this task is the priority. He says calmly that he knows. A month later, the first day of the inter-school competition, the stands are packed with students shouting and waving for their classmates. Rockdale Ventrick is up there with Yuria de Felix, staring ahead with his eyebrows pulled together, because sometime earlier, he had been on his sofa telling his father over the phone that he had received the money. Eden Ventrick said that was a good thing. Then Rockdale told him he had paid the commission out of it and that he had contracted Samsel to murder Kim Joo-hyuk. Eden went gloomy, and once he had recovered, asked whether he had really done that. Rockdale said the decision will not touch him in any way, that this time he handles it himself and that Samsel accepted the order. And Eden repeated the name internally. Because Samsel is a well-known group of Ripper killers, a team of 3 people whose name creates fear. He told Rockdale to try to keep a low profile. Rockdale said, okay. Now sitting in the stands, Rockdale is thinking that they answered and said they would deal with him during the competition, so he should not be here. He stands up and orders Yuria to follow him, and she obediently says, okay. Down below, a gray-haired man in a black suit steps up to the podium and welcomes the students and spectators. This is the chairman of Valhalla's management, Shim Dya-kwon, silver-haired with a mustache, and he says that before the competition, the representatives from each school need to be introduced. First, China, White Lotus, in light shirts with dark skirts and trousers. Then the United States, heroes dressed in whatever they like, looking out at the crowd with open arrogance. And finally, Korea, 5 students in dark blue uniforms, Kim Joo-hyuk in front with Yoo Seo-hyuk and Choyun on either side of him, and Oh So-hyuk towering behind all of them. Shim Dae-kwon announces that the competition runs 3 days, that today's task is individual sparring, and that representatives should return to their waiting rooms and wait for the match results. Up on the balcony, Lee Sang-kol is leaning on the railing. When somebody says his name, it is the head instructor of the heroes team, Jack Rover, waving cheerfully and saying it has been a long time. Lee Sang-chul agrees and addresses him as Jack Rover of 3rd place. Jack puts his hands on his hips, irritated, and tells him not to call him that, and adds that Valhalla was not the only institution ever to take first. Lee Sang-chul sighs and concedes, it is true. Then Jack puts an arm around his shoulders and says this year everything is different and that this time Heroes takes the championship. Lee Sang-chul asks why he is so certain. Jack says because the best of all contractors is that one. Does he know who he means? He pictures a dark-haired man with bright green eyes throwing off fire like golden energy and says the name, the one called the Destroyer, Logan. Jack cheerfully announces that Logan's son studies at their school. Lee Sang-chul repeats the word son. Jack confirms it and says he came as a representative and points at a dark-haired boy in a white shirt and beige trousers and a gray jacket Logan gear. Lee Sang-chul touches his chin and says that in that case, he is looking forward to seeing what the boy can do. Jack grins and tells him to watch and adds that this one has already formed a contract with his father's Constellation. Lee Sang-chul asks whether that means the destroyer and whether he uses the same destruction that man does. Jack laughs and says to some extent, yes, though not as well as his father, and then admits he has heard the new Valhalla students are not to be trifled with either, especially that one named Kim Joo-hook. He heard the guy recently captured a villain. Lee Sang-chul confirms it and adds that Choi Aaron then did something similar. Jack suggests those two would work well against Logan Gear, considering the boy can outmaneuver plenty of adult contractors. And Lee Sang-chul sighs in a way that suggests he is not worried at all, which Jack finds insulting and demands to know what kind of sluggish reaction that is. Then Shim Deok-won announces that the participants for the first round have been determined. Lee Sang-chul looks up at the screen and tells Jack that he is about to understand exactly why he reacted like that. First round, Kim Joo-hook against Logan Gear. The two of them take the floor facing each other, and Shim Dae-kwon explains the rules, which apply to every subsequent match. The rule is extremely simple. Whoever defeats his opponent wins. If a participant touches an opponent's vital point with a weapon, the system will not allow that blow to inflict lethal damage. The pain is replaced with an electric shock, so they can give it absolutely everything, and nobody will interfere. Participants should keep in mind that this protection system stays active until the team match. Then he smiles pleasantly and says that as soon as he tells them to start, they may begin. 3 seconds. Kim Joo-hook repeats the phrase protection system and wonders why they would use something like that. Barch advises him to watch his condition across the first 2 days so that he is in shape for the third task. Logan Gear studies him in silence. Begin. Kim Joo-hook goes at him at lightning speed, wrapped in blue aura with his fist closed. Then a moment later, he is staring in shock because Logan Gear caught his arm and stopped it and is holding his fist in his palm. And asking, surprised whether he thinks he is strong, Kim Joo-hook says, really? And thinks that he still has a very long way to go. Logan Gear keeps hold of that fist with one hand and winds up the other, asking how and observing that he is more modest than he expected. Joo-hook asks what difference modesty makes at this point because it is still growing. Logan throws a punch. Joo-hook puts an elbow in the way and blocks it. Then he asks cheerfully how long the man intends to keep blocking his hits while working on getting his own hand out of that grip. He solves it with a somersault in the air. Logan's eyes go wide and Kim Joo-hook closes his fist and swings, and Logan does not have time to move and takes a fist glowing with spiritual power directly into the chest. He goes down onto his knees, holds his own chest, and says that was a very hard hit. Our boy smiles and asks whether that is so, and then with something sly moving behind his eyes, tells him he is stronger than he thought. Privately, he assumed one hit would finish it. Up on the balcony, Lee Sang-chul says the boy really is strong since he absorbed a punch like that and stayed conscious. Jack Rovers says nothing at all because he is thinking about the rating video made for the competition. The one every single one of his students watched and rewatched. This guy was not that formidable in it. He looks at the crater Kim Joo-hook put in the floor with one foot on the way in, and he knows this is not over because Logan has not used destruction yet. Down below, Logan Gear looks up at his father, and his aura starts moving like flame, and he turns his palm up and gathers mana into a golden sphere. Then he reaches out with a hand made of fire. Joo-hook dodges it, and it goes past a few centimeters from his head and scorches the ends of his hair. He puts a foot forward and kicks Logan in the chest hard enough that his own leg is glowing blue, asking what exactly that was, and Logan gets thrown across the floor. Then our boy touches his own hair and asks whether the man just gave him a trim. Because if that had been a normal attack, it would never have landed anywhere near him. He asks, genuinely startled, whether that is some kind of destruction ability. Logan can barely stay upright. He is bent forward, holding his stomach, and breathing hard and doing the math. He has taken 2 punches to the gut and is already close to falling over. And if he cannot land destruction, there is no point using it at all. Then his eyebrows come down and something determined lights up in his face. There is one more option. He drops onto all fours with his palms burning, and the floor under his hands cracks and light pours out of it. Kim Joo-hook watches this with his hands in his pockets and asks why the man is destroying the floor. Logan stands, lifts a knee and stamps, and the floor comes apart into a field of stones. They lift into the air and form a wall in front of him, and through a narrow gap between them, he explains his logic to himself. If Kim Joo-hook can dodge any attack he can see coming, then the attacks stop being foreseeable. He starts steering the floating stones with a glowing palm. Then he sees Kim Joo-hook turn his head and look directly at him. He asks with real fear what is happening. He found him. He drops his hand thinking it is already too late, and the stones fall, and one of them lands on Logan Gear's own head. He groans, and our boy asks mockingly whether he hid behind the stones. Logan is holding his ruined face with both hands, and Kim Joo-hyuk raises a fist and asks cheerfully whether he understands how badly his own magic gives him away. Logan gets his mouth open, then he takes a fist to the nose and goes down onto the wrecked floor. Shim Dae-kwon announces that this round appears to be over and that the winner is Kim Joo-hyuk of Valhalla Academy. Jack Rover's mouth is hanging open, and Lee Sang-chul says that is precisely why he did not react sentimentally while watching a 17-year-old walk away from a defeated opponent without so much as looking back at him. He says this child is simply a monster. Next round, White Lotus against Valhalla. Kim Joo-hyuk ends it with one punch. Winner, Kim Joo-hyuk. Round after that, Lee Bella of Heroes loses to Kim Joo-hyuk. Then Shim Dae-kwon announces the individual final, and standing on the competition floor are Kim Joo-hyuk and Choi-yoon. She points out the awkward part. Both finalists are from Valhalla, so their academy's victory is already guaranteed, and this match exists only to sort the rankings. Joo-hyuk holds his own head and thinks about that. Then she adds that the winner receives a scholarship, and she does not need it. Maybe she should just give in. He smiles and says he genuinely does not care which of them wins. What matters is that neither of them surrenders. They already walked into this stadium, so it would be rude to deprive the spectators of a show. Then he points at her sternly and tells her to show him her progress. Choi-yoon takes her sheath in one hand and her hilt in the other and looks at him. He rolls his shoulders, smiles slyly, and tells her to give it everything. He will take her injuries into account. She steps forward and says she understands her aura turns into flashes of blue lightning, and she draws with the blade throwing sparks. And Kim Joo-hyuk lights up his own purple spiritual power and raises a closed fist. Shim Deok-won's mouth opens on its own. Jack Rover grabs his own head. Lee Sang-chul freezes where he stands, afraid to move. Yoo So-yeon and Oh Sa-hyuk watch from the stands. Then Kim Joo-hyuk is standing in a fighting stance with his arm out and white smoke coming off his fist. And Choi-yoon is face down and motionless on a destroyed stone floor with her sword lying next to her. Shim Dae-kwon says the result is obvious. The winner of this year's inter-school individual competition is Kim Joo-hyuk, and our boy is staring at his own fist. Barch says disapprovingly that this was merciless and asks whether he did not just say he would take her injuries into account. Kim Joo-hyuk asks whether he did not hold back because he did not even aim for her stomach. It simply worked out this way by accident. Barch asks, really? So Joo-hyuk starts defending himself, explaining that the trajectory of her blade changed mid-swing, and the sword came at his stomach, so he hit the sword. Barch says condescendingly that everything is clear now. Then Kim Joo-hyuk looks at his own hand and privately notes that he has definitely gotten stronger and that he cannot believe how much his mana pool has grown and that he can actually hold some of it now. Then he looks at Choi Erin lying in the rubble and thinks that this girl has gotten stronger too. That night under a round moon, every window in Valhalla is dark except one, and Lee Sang-chul is standing in it with a notepad telling 5 sad, disappointed students that they were great. He asks whether they are all okay. They say yes. He says that thanks to the protection system, nobody was actually harmed, but they should still visit the infirmary and that he will now brief them on tomorrow's stage. Kim Joo-hyuk perks up then immediately deflates because this is a waste of time and asks himself whether he genuinely has to wait another entire day before he can see the eye of the great forest. Lee Sang-chul looks at how tired they all are and ends the meeting there. Later out in a corridor lit only by moonlight, somebody calls his name and he turns to find Kim Joo-hyuk catching up with him. He asks whether he has a question. Our boy sighs and asks whether if he completes tomorrow's team fight early, he would be able to go on and do the final task straight afterward. Lee Sang-chul asks whether he means the Eye of the Great Forest and says that this has never come up before, so he has to check the rules. He opens the book in his hand, flips through it fast, stops, and says there are 2 main conditions. Joo-hyuk moves closer and says he is listening. Lee Sang-chul reads it off with a finger on the line. The Inter-School Competition Commission sets only 1 basic task per day with exceptions. First, if the task is completed before noon, the student who completed it may, at a teacher's discretion, move on to the next task. Second, if the venue has not been properly prepared or the students are not in a fit state, they may either repeat the task or move to the next one if the basic one is too difficult for them. All of it sits at the commission's discretion. Kim Joo-hyuk listens to every word, then points out that since it says the decision depends on the teacher, what does the teacher think? Can he move on to the next task? Lee Sang-chul says that if he finished early and came to the staff room, it would probably be better for him anyway to start the last task in the afternoon. Joo-hyuk nods with obvious relief, says he understands, and says he will see him tomorrow. And Lee Sang-chul, watching his back and completely failing to notice how brightly his eyes just lit up, wishes him good night. Walking away down the corridor, Barch asks whether he is planning to get through the eye of the Great Forest in a single day. Joo-hyuk says he is enormously relieved that he knew about this task in advance. Then Barch asks whether this task means he is going to be attracting students from the other academies. And our boy detonates and says that is the second task and calls him an idiot and says he meant the first one. Barch says calmly that it was simply a misunderstanding. Joo-hyuk settles down and says that either way, he has no more time to waste. The next day, Shin Deok-won takes a microphone and says he is glad to see them all and explains the second task while his image appears on enormous translucent screens. Today is a trial team battle. 5 representatives from each academy meet face to face out in the mountains on rough terrain, and the viewers watch a live broadcast rendered as a hologram. Cameras are already floating through the forest on their own rigs, filming the Valhalla students warming up. Yoo So-yeon finishes stretching, looks around, and coldly asks where Kim Joo-hyuk is because they have nearly started. He walks up and says, "Sorry. He is late." She starts swearing at him and asks whether he knows what time it is. He says calmly with a small smile that he overslept a little. So-yeon says he should have been here half an hour ago and that he did not listen to a word the teacher said. He says calmly that he was thinking about something else at the time. She is winding up for more when he scratches the back of his head and apologizes again in front of everybody and says he will handle it completely, which surprises her without slowing her down at all. And she asks whether he understands what he is saying because this is not an individual battle. It is a team one. Joo-hyuk, hands in pockets, says he is aware, which infuriates her enough that she comes right up and nearly puts a finger in his chest and shouts that even though he won the individual competition, that means both Heroes and White Lotus are now aiming at them simultaneously, and he is going to handle all of that? Then she turns to the others and asks whether anybody objects. Do Jun-jin looks at the ground and adjusts his glasses, and Choyun steps forward and raises her hand and says timidly that she is sorry. So-yeon lights up and says yes. Does she want to add something? And Choyun asks whether she could go with Kim Joo-hyuk. He says no decisively. She stays here. Choyun says okay. So-yeon points out that this was not an objection. Then Joo-hyuk advises her to stop talking for nothing and save some energy instead. She asks what? The announcement says the battle begins in 5 seconds, and he mentions that in the afternoon he has one more game to play. 5-4. So-yeon is asking what he is even talking about. 3. She and everybody else are looking at Kim Joo-hyuk's back as he walks away, and she is shouting at him to answer her. He only says how arrogant she is. 2-1, and he explains that he needs to prepare for the Eye of the Great Forest. Begin. The White Lotus team sets off calmly from their starting position, and then Kim Joo-hyuk comes out of the bushes and announces that he found them. The girl with the pink bob recognizes him immediately and says he is from Valhalla and everyone needs to get ready. He draws, smiles, and says they reacted faster than he expected. Shortly afterward, an announcement goes out that White Lotus has been eliminated. Logan Gear reads that in his own system window and asks sincerely whether White Lotus is already out because only 10 minutes have passed. Those idiots from Valhalla went straight at them probably because they assumed they would be attacked first. Then a boy with ash-colored hair uses his magic and reports traces heading in that direction. Logan asks whether that is the Valhalla group, not a group, one person, that lands badly, but Logan pulls his team together fast. Luke and Dane maintain a magical shield, and both of them start pouring everything into it. Melissa prepares her enhancement magic, crouches, and puts her hands on the ground to build a seal. Lee Bella strengthens the shield and reports that she is already on it while holding a shield throwing off green energy. Logan spreads his hands and lights 2 yellow clots in his palms. Melissa points out that it is one person and asks whether they genuinely need to prepare like this. Logan says that if that person is Kim Joo-hyuk, then yes. Lee Bella says she would not know, she has never faced him, but the guy clearly does not have the skills of a high school student. Melissa tries to argue, and Logan cuts her off and tells her not to compare this guy to him. Then Dane says, "Stop. The magic is gone." Logan asks whether they left. Lee Bella suggests they accomplished whatever they wanted and split up. So the entire heroes team stands out in the open in a forest clearing holding full combat readiness and burning magic for a long time, and Kim Joo-hook closes on them from above. He says, so that is where he is. Logan gets as far as wondering whether the guy is over their heads before taking the butt of a scabbard directly across the nose, delivered by a man who looks extremely pleased with himself and going over backwards. Lee Bella screams and asks what is happening and gets hit in the stomach with the note that she is reacting too slowly. Melissa already charging calls his name, and he turns to find a glowing sphere next to his face and asks what this one is. The bolt is too weak to do him any damage, and he throws her back with it, asking whether she genuinely believes that in a situation like this, firing a bolt of magic is the wise move. Luke and Dane come in next and get a hit in the stomach, each one after the other. Then the announcement goes out that Heroes has been eliminated, and Kim Joo-hyuk reads it in his system window and cheerfully asks himself whether he can head to the Eye of the Great Forest now. In the observation room, Shin Deok-won turns away from a wall of camera feeds and asks the rest of the commission how this happened because Kim Joo-hook finished the team fight in under 23 minutes, and that number does not even account for the 20 minutes it took him to walk there. This destroys the entire day's schedule. What are they supposed to do? Lee Sang-chul says that from what he has read in the rules, they are permitted to begin the next stage on the same calendar day, provided there is enough time. Kim Ri-gong offers, if the chief does not mind, to go and discuss moving to the next stage with the teachers from the other academies. Dae-kwon confirms that the next stage is the Eye of the Great Forest and tells Lee Sang-chul to simply report the outcome once they have finished talking. And a thought goes through Lee Sang-chul's head while he agrees. This boy understood exactly how much time this test would cost him, and that is precisely why he asked that question last night. It is unthinkable. Out in the corridor, Jack Rover puts a hand on his shoulder and says they still need to speak to the White Lotus teachers, but the hero staff do not mind at all. He became fully convinced watching that team battle, and he does not believe the outcome of this competition changes at all if the other participants get a decent rest. He says he now understands why Sang-chul called that guy a monster. Lee Sang-chul closes his eyes, exhales, says he understands, and says they talk to White Lotus first. In the Valhalla waiting room, the students are doing their own things. Some are training. Some are cleaning weapons. Some are just sitting. Yoo So-yeon is wiping dirt off her blade, and she stops and glances over at Kim Joo-hook and thinks he is insane because she genuinely did not believe he would go through with it. The teacher asked her to lead this group, and she intended to take the initiative herself, and every one of those efforts turned out to be a stick rattling around inside a garbage can. On top of which, yesterday, she lost to Choi-eun in the individual matches, and she has heard that Eun takes lessons from Kim Joo-hook. Is it really all because of him? At this rate, she achieves nothing. She will not let that happen. And if she had swallowed a little of her pride, maybe he could have taught her too. Then an announcement reaches all of them. Tomorrow's maze survival stage is being moved a day earlier. It happens today at 1 in the afternoon. They should prepare for the next stage, and So-yeon remembers what Kim Joo-hyuk had said, leaning forward in his chair and telling all of them to stop before they start because there was something he had to say. He is going to the Eye of the Great Forest by himself, every man for himself. If they get into trouble, they can call for help. Yoo So-yeon presses her lips together, furious, because this renegade has completely gotten to her. They have already won the previous stages. So even if they score the minimum here, nothing changes. And even discussing survival in a labyrinth, the Eye of the Great Forest is a separate environment from anything else. Joo-hyuk notices her face changing and asks if she has something to say. So-yeon comes over, folds her arms, and repeats the word back at him. Birdie, does he think that is funny? Birdie. And he calmly points out that her own speech is confirming it. Choi-eun, who has been sitting silently through all of this, privately notes that Birdie is very cute. By the time the sun is high, the students of all three academies are standing at the entrance to the Eye of the Great Forest in front of a high white wall with a wrought iron gate. Shim Deok-won addresses them from the observation room and says they have arrived at the last stage, survival in the maze, and that spectators will follow it on screen as before. But first, they need to understand what is behind that door. The Eye of the Great Forest is a labyrinth built as an installation of a real forest, and what is inside defies explanation. The entire interior is wrapped in a special environment in which it rains constantly. The monsters living in there are extremely low level, so only two things genuinely threaten them, unbearable rain and dense vegetation. All that is required is survival. Their condition is recorded on entry, and after 5 hours, the less that environment has affected them, the higher their score. Conflict between members of the same team is prohibited, and the game begins, and the gates open with a roar. In an abandoned warehouse near Valhalla, Al and the fox are sitting around bored enough that they have stopped talking to each other. Then a woman's voice tells them the students have entered the heart of the forest. Elias says that from there, they move forward, and that there appears to be some kind of magic at the main gate preventing them held up by 2 people. Then she puts a hand on each of their shoulders. The fox runs a finger carefully along the blade of the dagger he has been holding this entire time and says that in that case, those 2 go first. Alia activates her power. A pink stream of energy wraps around them, and the portal takes them out of the warehouse. In the observation room, the screens fill with interference and a loud squeal. Lee Sang-chul asks what this is because every camera in there has failed. Shim Deokwan says that several cameras breaking simultaneously by accident seems far too unlikely and asks a guard whether they have called the post at the main gate. A man in a black suit and sunglasses says yes and that nobody answered the phone. So Deokwan says the students inside that labyrinth are in danger and that every teacher present has to go in after them. They reach the entrance at speed, and then Lee Sang-chul stops and barely manages to ask what happened here. Because where an elegant and powerful wall and gate used to be, there's an enormous pile of stone rubble, and both guards are lying face down and unconscious. Inside, in dense green forest under heavy rain, the heroes' team is sheltering under a large tree, and Melissa says Logan's name quietly. He turns and asks what. She looks at Lee Bella and says she does not seem to be in a good state, and she is right because Bella has chills, and her lips have gone blue. Even while Bella insists she is fine and explains that a ton of water came down on her at the very start. Logan points out that if she catches a cold, she gets removed from the trial and says that even if they fail to take first in the team competition, he wants them scoring high together on this stage. So they hold their backs straight through this together, and tonight they build a simple canopy against the rain. Then he starts assigning in. Melissa collects the larger leaves. Dane and Luke gather strong branches. Both of them say they will handle it. And Logan Gear rolls up his sleeves and decides he will level the ground and dig the pit. Then he notices a black-purple sphere drifting toward him with a quiet hiss and chuckles in surprise. Al holds a hand over her head and complains that it is raining in here. The fox with water running off him asks what difference that makes because they need to finish quickly and leave. Then his eyes flash red and he stops in front of Logan and says, with pleasure, that Kim Joo-hook should not resist and should die. Then he looks more closely and asks what? This is not Joo-hook. Aaliyah explains that she teleported them to the source of moderately strong magic because she had no other way to find him. Al repeats the word moderately. Logan watching them has gone wary because who are these people and did that man just say he wants to kill Kim Joo-hae and that sphere is putting out black magic? Could these people be villains? Al gets tired of it and tells the fox to leave no witnesses and get rid of this one. He sighs and says he knew it. Logan gathers fire in his palm and shouts that they are freaks who have no place at an inter-school competition, and the fox does not wait. He flashes the dagger and runs him straight through and asks who exactly he was calling a freak. Logan Gear looks over his own shoulder in confusion with water running down his face and asks when the man had time. The fox grins and asks whether he is surprised and suggests he look forward instead. Logan turns forward and finds a second fox. He asks whether this is a double. And the man says the fool is absolutely right and puts a second blade through him says this is the second one. A hoarse sound comes out of Logan Gear, and he goes flat on the ground. Al asks calmly whether he did it correctly. The fox says that for a more painful death he deliberately missed the heart with the first strike. Then Lee Bella walks into the clearing and screams Logan's name and freezes. Al asks the fox whether he intends to clean up after himself and he says he will sort it out now, and that he might simply use concealment either way. She says annoyed that they finished this quickly. And the fox goes for Bella and says okay. Elsewhere in that forest, Kim Joo-hook is running through loose earth asking himself where he is and remembering that the system told him his task is to find the sword. He looks around and says that the house of Mjaran was in this place from the very beginning and asks whether there is genuinely nothing here except greenery. Then he runs into Melissa carrying an armful of yellowed leaves. He stops. She does not even see him because she has frozen in place repeating the word no, and she drops the leaves because in a small clearing ahead, the fox is standing among Dane and Luke and Bella, all three of them badly wounded on the ground. Al sees her arrive and puts a hand to her forehead, tired, and asks whether this place is smeared with honey. Then she looks past her and says the name, Ju-hook, because he has come out from behind the trees, and Al notes with satisfaction that the prey walked into their hands by itself. The fox adds that he most likely came running toward the screaming. That is the entire point of a slow murder, and Kim Ju-hook catches on one specific word, prey. Then his eyes drop to the students lying in the wet earth, and he turns to Melissa and tells her he intends to get rid of these freaks and that she needs to try and stop her friends bleeding because they are still alive. Looking at them again, he works out the rest. Nobody here was planning a quick murder. With wounds like that, a person dies on his own from blood loss. Dogs use dog methods. Then he turns to Samsal and says coldly that he is not in the mood right now, so he will ask exactly one thing. Does this man think they have no right to be here? Because that would completely free his hands. The fox does not move and asks whether this guy is telling stories on death's door and finds it funny and informs him that the only exit has been destroyed along with every drone in here, which does surprise Kim Ju-hook. Though what he actually says is to ask whether the instructors have not noticed yet and to observe that they most likely will not be able to get in for a while since, as the man said, the entrance is currently a pile of stones. The fox asks how a kid could possibly calculate how much time they have, and he answers calmly an hour. No more than 1 hour. Then he looks up and asks whether, because of these people, he now has 1 hour left in this wilderness. Because of a freak like this, he has no time left. The fox waves the dagger and interrupts, saying he does not understand what nonsense the boy is talking about, but he needs to die quickly. Then he sends his clone in with the blade forward, and the blade goes into the ground. The fox and the clone both start looking around in genuine bewilderment, asking where he went. Ju-hook's voice arrives beside him and says, too slow. Then the blunt end of a scabbard hits the fox across the bridge of the nose and throws him a long way back, and he lands like a dropstone and cracks his head. Al and Alia are still processing that when Kim Ju-hook crosses the distance in one jump and hits them both from behind, and their heads snap together, and they land unconscious next to the fox. Then perfectly calm, he turns back to Melissa and tells her to stop the bleeding with magic and that if she cannot manage it herself, she runs west, where the Valhalla students will help her. She drops down beside Luke and starts healing him, stammering that she will try to do something. Then the fox wakes up and sits bolt upright, writhing from the burns on his face, looks around, sees Al and Alia lying beside each other, and asks what. Kim Ju-hook is already standing over him, asking mockingly whether he does not recognize his own worthless friends. The man reaches for his dagger, and our boy tells him coldly that before he dies, there is something he will be asked. Who sent them here? The fox says rudely. Whether the kid is seriously asking that of a hired killer and whether he looks like an amateur, Kim Ju scratches the back of his head and observes out loud how strange this is and asks whether they arrived here drunk. The fox watches him and gets angry because earlier he was a little confused, and this time this guy is not getting away. So he makes another double and sends it in from behind, and Ju-hook steps aside without hurrying. The fox's mouth opens because he dodged, and this guy should not even be able to perceive the double. So how Kim Ju-hook interrupts that thought by asking whether he intends to keep attacking from behind like a coward and whether he might be interested in seeing a decent surprise attack instead. Then he clears the double away. The fox gets his dagger up and takes an elbow to the nose again. Then Kim Ju-hook says it once more, for the last time, who is his client? And the man stays stubborn and starts swearing at him and telling the idiot to get lost and laughing at him. So our boy smiles like something unwell, raises the scabbard, and says that this is what he wanted. Then a single strike cuts the air and throws a wave of red energy into the fox that carries him backwards through thick tree trunks and tears bushes out of the ground. The commission runs down a narrow forest path through puddles and stop dead when they find Valhalla students healing the wounds of the heroes team in a small clearing. Jack Rover gets to Logan first and asks whether he is okay. Logan, sitting on the ground covered in cuts, says hoarsely that moving is a little difficult, but overall, is fine. Jack says thank God. Lee Sang-chul asks what happened here. Logan says they were attacked by unknown people, 3 of them, 1 man and 2 women. And Lee Sang-chul thinks it immediately, a group of 3, Sam Sol. He asks where they are now, and Logan points. And when every teacher turns to look, they find the fox lying in a field of broken trees and uprooted bushes with another body next to him, both of them unconscious and unresponsive. Logan explains that Kim Joo-hook dealt with them. Lee Sang-chul asks himself whether he is genuinely that far above this, looking at ground that appears to have been recently plowed. Logan, watching the light of Melissa's healing magic, remembers it half-conscious. He saw Kim Joo-hyuk's silhouette fighting. It was amazing. He could not get close to these people, and this guy handled all of them alone. And it is hard for him to imagine how much Kim Joo-hyuk was sparing them during the competition. Melissa listens and says nothing. Then Logan admits that this entire time, he considered himself stronger than everyone around him. It turns out he overestimated himself badly. Jack says it is not his fault, and that Joo-hyuk is a special case. Lee Sang-chul asks about the third person because he only sees two. Melissa says there she is because there is the sound of a slap and they turn to see Alia dropping unconscious. And Kim Joo-hyuk, who did it, explains calmly that he had to find out who was pulling the strings. Lee Sang-chul comes over and asks whether he is okay and gets told he is in perfect order. He exhales with relief and says he understands and that Joo-hyuk can tell him what happened on the way back to the academy. Then he turns to the others. The instructors prepare to transport the wounded to hospital. The Valhalla students report the incident to the White Lotus Association. The rain keeps coming down, and the announcement goes out that the school competition is over. That evening, Kim Joo-hyuk comes out of the shower drying his hair, drops onto his bed, and says what a day, and asks whether he did well today. Bart says his exhaustion is most likely from burning a very large amount of mana in a very short period. Joo-hyuk agrees and notes that his mana pool has grown, and he wanted to test it immediately and that the effort paid off. Then he opens his eyes and there's a system window. The House of Medjugorje, Valhalla Forest, a reminder that fulfilling the condition also requires his sword and an instruction to obtain the sphere from the House of Medjugorje. Conditions met. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a glowing blue sphere and thinks with relief that it was difficult but he managed it. Because earlier in the pouring rain, Alia had regained consciousness on the forest floor with her head ringing and opened her eyes because somebody ordered her to get up. When she sat up, Kim Joo-hyuk sat down beside her, looked at her coldly, and asked what her abilities are. She asked what. He said he does not care who they are or where they came from, but that according to her friend, they are a group of assassins. 3 people. The first is a damage dealer. The second is a support damage dealer. The last one is support. She is welcome to correct him. And of the 3 of them, only she resembles support. Her ability is not directly connected to killing. So what can she do? Elias stood up instantly, wrapped herself in a black sphere, and told him rudely to leave her alone because she is not answering him. Then Kim Joo-hyuk put his hand into the dark stream, and she found herself wondering how he was able to stop a rupture in space. He answered as though he had heard her think it and said it was enough for him to look with his own eyes. Her ability is to create spaces and move between them. Elia made an irritated noise, so he put a hand on her shoulder and said that apparently he guessed right, and that she can help him because there's one thing he needs to find, and that if she helps him, she can escape the punishment coming for her. He said that last part with an unpleasant smile and closed his grip on her shoulder as hard as he possibly could. Now looking at the sphere in his hand, he thinks that thanks to her, all of this turned out considerably easier than it might have. Barch asks whether he did not promise she would escape the punishment coming for her and why in that case she was left lying unconscious in the dirt. Joo-hyuk explains, entirely calmly, that she was supposed to answer him when he asked who set them on him. If she had answered right away, he would not have laid a finger on her. Barch says quietly that he understands, and Kim Joo-hyuk finishes the thought. These 3 belong to a group of monotheists and call themselves Samsel, and the client was Rockdale, exactly as anyone would expect. Like last time, he plans to hand this incident to the media. And if the Vendrick family kicks up another fuss, he wonders whose head comes off next. Either way, the sphere is in his hand now, and from here, he acts differently. The system confirms the condition to obtain the sphere from the House of Medjugorje has been fulfilled. Then a new task appears. He must face his lost memories in a dream. Kim Joo-hyuk takes this extremely well and says with pleasure that now he can simply go to sleep. Barch agrees and adds that once Joo-hyuk finds his memories, perhaps some part of his own comes back too, since he also received a notification. Joo-hyuk asks whether that means it is time for them to sleep and flips the switch. Then he lies there looking at a white ceiling for a while because it does not feel to him like any part of those memories could have gone missing irrevocably, but he has no idea what is waiting for him in that dream. Then he closes his eyes and sinks into it and finds himself back in the Tower of Destruction. There is roaring and rumbling everywhere, and he is sitting with his back against a wall saying with a smile that things are bad. Then an enormous broken piece of stone comes down toward his head, and the instant it touches him, everything stops and goes translucent for a few seconds. And when the color comes back, time has stopped. Kim Joo-hook is sitting there with his eyes shut, holding the wound in his stomach, and Bart's headless body is lying directly in front of him. Then a black and red silhouette of a man with two burning white eyes materializes beside him, and the thing comes closer and says, mysteriously, that it will take away his name, a name in the world he defended, and then but it never finishes because it evaporates, and time starts again, and the stone comes down on him. Kim Joo-hook sits bolt upright in bed asking what that was, and why he had that dream, and whether it actually happened, and whether that is exactly what he forgot. Then he asks Bart whether he remembered anything. There is a short pause, and Bark says that it looked like he was a tiger. Joo-hook asks what. Bark thinks about it and then adds in a puzzled voice that he was a tiger. Kim Joo-hook's mouth opens, and he pictures a small striped tiger and asks the tiger. Bark objects indignantly that it was not that nice. Joo-hook asks whether he remembers what it looked like, and Bart folds his arms and says he does not remember any details. So our boy pictures the black outline of the thing, and asks whether that means Bart never saw that person at all, and decides he will work out who it was himself. Then he asks whether Bart remembers his name or heard his name spoken. Bart says firmly, no. Kim Joo-hook closes his eyes with something close to despair because the only thing he came away with is useless memories, and he still knows nothing about his own name. Then a system panel appears in front of him with a row of solid white squares on it, and the squares turn into words, the office of the Great Palace of Yahello, the secret room, and a second line telling him to face the truth. Kim Joo-hook reads the words Great Palace of Yahello and asks whether he is supposed to face the truth and decides it is the latter. Then something else catches his eye and he laughs, surprised, and decides that after today's training, he's going to ask Lilia about this Great Palace of Yahello. In the Valhalla gym, Kim Joo-hook is working a barbell. Choyun is lifting weights with her eyebrows knotted, and Oh Sa-hyuk is raising and lowering a bar with tiny movements of his arms while sweat runs off him. Then somebody asks angrily, what? Oh, Sa-hyuk looks over warily, and Yoo Se-yeon is standing there with a water bottle asking why he is still here. He puts the bar down and says he should be asking why she is here. So-yeon tries to answer and cannot assemble a single word. Then she looks at the floor, ashamed, and admits her reason is probably similar to his, and presses a finger awkwardly to her cheek and says she has a strong sense of pride. Then she stammers a little and admits that she is a little jealous of Kim Joo-hook. Oh, Sa-hyuk says he is not here because of that. He has been doing weightlifting for a long time, and his presence in this room has nothing to do with Kim Joo-hook. She asks whether that is true, and then he lowers his eyes and asks the actual question, which is whether the reason she is jealous of Kim Joo-hook is that she lost to Choyun. Yoo Se-yeon freezes. Her lips press together and she has nothing to say, and after a moment, she looks down with real bitterness and honestly says yes. Because Choyun had stood in front of her in a waiting stance while So-yeon held her sword ready to catch the attack. Then So-yeon swung sharply with her elbow leading in total confidence in her face, and their blades met with purple sparks and a loud clang of metal. She glared at her and swept her sword out to the side and threw purple aura in every direction. Choi Erin put both hands on her hilt and pulled in more energy. So-yeon saw that and swung again straight at her. And Choi Erin raised her sword above her head and brought it down to meet it, and the speed of the blade threw off a wave of light, and the glass beside them cracked from the pressure of the impact. And Choi Erin did not move. With her hair blown back by the wind, So-yeon looked at her and asked herself whether she just cut her magic with a sword. Then she decided. She swung and raised a new wave of purple magic that rolled at Choi Erin at full speed in enormous rings. And Choi Erin stood there calmly with her sword out, then sheathed it, and drew it again, and blue lightning went out in every direction. And she put the blade into that wave and cut it apart with slashing movements. So-yeon stared, breathing hard, and asked whether she stopped 3 of her strikes with one cut. And Choi Erin was already closing on her, swinging again. So-yeon got out one barely audible word. Then Choi Erin hit her across the shoulder with everything she had, and So-yeon screamed, and her weapon left her hand, and she went down onto the floor and struck her head. And Choyun stood over it with her blade raised while a voice announced her victory. Coming back out of that, Yoo So-yeon tells Oh Sa-hyuk that Eun has become far stronger than the girl she saw at the entrance ceremony, and that all of it happened because of Kim Joo-hyuk's help. She glances at Choi-eun, currently lifting a barbell with her whole body shaking, and says that she herself trained only her magic power and her control, and says with open envy that Eun does strength training, and that nobody in her own family ever taught her that. She asks whether that is why Eun evolved so quickly. Oh Sa-hyuk closes his eyes in concentration and says nothing and thinks that she should be approaching Kim Joo-hyuk instead of him. So-yeon asks what, gripping her bottle. Then she looks down and admits to herself that this is true and that she cannot wait any longer because she needs real results and real improvement, and that even if it is humiliating, she needs an answer out of him. So she walks over to Kim Joo-hyuk, who is wiping sweat off his face, and says his name. He looks up and asks Birdie, what is it? Yoo So-yeon internally screams that he called her a bird. Then she closes her eyes, hesitates, and asks whether it is true that he is training Choi Erin, and admits that she wanted to ask something, and puts a hand to her chest and asks whether he could teach her the same way. And Lee Sang-chul appears behind her and asks Kim Joo-hyuk whether he is busy. Joo-hyuk turns, confused, and says he has not finished training, and asks whether something happened. So-yeon turns around in surprise with her hands still pressed to her heart. Lee Sang-chul says grimly that when he finishes, he should come find him because there is a person who wants to see him and that this is the only chance he will get to see this person for a long time. Kim Joo-hyuk goes completely still, then he stands up and walks straight to Lee Sang-chul saying he understands. And Yoo So-yeon says stunned, what? Then she looks down in despair because she has been interrupted again and got nothing out, and she is so embarrassed. She would rather die. Then somebody addresses her again, Birdie. Her eyes come open, and Kim Joo-hyuk tells her that if she wants to train with them, she should ask Choi Erin for the daily routine and follow it. And if she does well, then perhaps he will start teaching her. Choi Erin is standing right next to her carefully patting her own head with a towel, and Choi-eun turns to her and says, Birdie, in that case, she will tell her everything. Yoo So-yeon shouts that she's not allowed to call her that. Outside, the sun is going down into sunset colors, while Kim Joo-hyuk walks fast behind Lee Sang-chul, asking who wants to see him and whether the man said he wants to meet right now. Lee Sang-chul looks straight ahead and suggests he should be able to guess and says the person is waiting in the small hall. Joo Hyuk's eyes open because he has a hunch and he decides it is possible. Then they arrive. Lee Sang-chul opens the door and scans the room seriously, and Kim Joo Hyuk scans it as well and finds Rockdale Ventric and Uriah de Felix, both of whom look thoroughly wrecked. Our boy says calmly, so it is him, and says his name. And Rockdale starts shouting in a shaking, stuttering voice for him to save him, then repeats it louder and more pitifully on his knees. Lee Sang-chul watches all of this with his arms folded. Rockdale says it again, still kneeling, save him. Uriah de Felix folds her hands in front of her and stands obediently behind him. Then Rockdale crawls to Kim Joo-hyuk's feet and starts begging. Joo-hyuk looks at Lee Sang-chul, points at the man on the floor, and asks what is wrong with him. Lee Sang-chul asks whether he is pretending not to know anything and says he knows exactly what he did. Rockdale stares ahead in open panic, breathing through his mouth saying nothing. And Lee Sang-chul adds that on top of everything, this was not even an isolated incident. He tried to kill him twice. Kim Joo-hyuk puts his hands in his pockets and looks at the floor, tired. Lee Sang-chul asks how they even found out and says that everywhere anyone looks now, people are talking about Valhalla and attempts on the lives of its students. Joo-hyuk looks up and thinks that this went exactly as expected. Then he glances sideways and asks whether the head of the Ventrix could not simply come to him again, tell some lies, and disappear. So why does this man need his help? Rockdale keeps bowing at his feet, and Lee Sang-chul says an official statement from the Ventric family was released recently. His frown goes deeper. In their own name, they are renouncing Rockdale. Rockdale's face goes gray, and he bows lower and lower. And Lee Sang-chul adds that it is not only Rockdale who was expelled, it is his entire branch of the family tree, including his father. Kim Joo-hyuk says he understands. So Lee Sang-chul finishes it. This is why, unlike last time, the man is standing in front of him personally asking for forgiveness. Rockdale stares ahead with nothing left in his face, and Kim Joo-hyuk says that since he has already been expelled, the only thing left he could do for him is shorten his sentence. Then he asks why he should save him at all. Rockdale, staring at the floor with nothing behind his eyes, says it is not over yet. Something can still be done. This entire situation exists only because of his testimony. That is correct. Is it not? Kim Joo-hyuk listens, and Rockdale says he wants to ask him one single thing. He can make all of it disappear. Every bone in the man is visible now from how much weight he has lost. Our boy scratches his ear and raises an eyebrow and says honestly that he does not want to. Rockdale coughs, gets part way up, and says exactly because he has not apologized to him yet. Then he starts sobbing and puts his hands together like he is praying and says he is truly, genuinely sorry and that he will never interfere in his life again. And Kim Joo-hyuk, looking at a face streaming with tears, says firmly that he does not need an apology. Lee Sang-chul lowers his eyes and tries not to watch this. Rockdale asks what, then asks whether he will forgive him, then asks whether he needs money. Lee Sang-chul's teeth come together. Joo-hyuk says he does not need that either. So Rockdale spreads his hands, turns his head sharply, and grabs Yuria de Felix by the arm while she flinches and tries to pull away. Then he points at her and asks what about her. He could take her for himself. Yuria looks at him. And Rockdale explains the offer because she is from England and a direct heir of the palace family, and he has no idea how far his status rises the moment he takes her. Kim Joo-hyuk asks whether this man is offering him a girl, then genuinely shocked, asks whether people are objects to him. Rockdale grins and says, for now, yes. She is his property. Yuria flinches again, and there are runes written on her neck. Rockdale tells him to look closely and asks whether he sees the shining spell, and Yuria lifts her chin slightly so they can both see the mark. He says this is the proof that she belongs to him. How does he like the proposal? He can transfer ownership as well if he says the word. Lee Sang-chul reads that tattoo and understands what he is looking at because it is a seal placed by magic. A seal that does not permit the person carrying it to disobey a single order. A seal that is very nearly impossible to remove. His frown goes deeper, and he asks himself whether this man used that on a human being, and looks at Rockdale, who is staring ahead with something genuinely unwell in his face. Then Kim Joo-hyuk speaks, and his voice has gone cold and flat. And he says that in ancient times, there were countless monsters exactly like him. They branded people, bought them, and sold them. Then he reaches for Yuria to Felix's neck and unbuttons her collar. She gasps and watches his hand come toward her, and blue energy floods out of his fist and lights the entire room. She lifts her head and asks what, and the tattoo starts dissolving off her skin and into his fist. He pulls his hand back sharply and takes the whole thing with it, and it disperses into the air in bright scarlet. Yuria exhales, surprised and slightly in pain. The mark evaporates off her neck and leaves faint scars, and then the scars fade too, and then the last symbols go, and her skin is clean. She raises a hand to her own throat, and Rockdale asks himself whether it is gone, and then understands exactly what is gone. Kim Joo-hyuk turns to Lee Sang-chul with something very dark in his face. Lee Sang-chul asks what, and Joo-hyuk asks whether he could gently break a couple of this man's ribs. Rockdale's eyes go wide, and he stops moving entirely with sweat running down his face. Lee Sang-chul frowns and says that as an instructor, he is obliged to prevent any act of violence between Valhalla students. Kim Joo-hyuk goes quiet, angry, and avoids his eyes. Then Lee Sang-chul frowns deeper and adds that if the student in question is a potential criminal, that changes the matter entirely. And furthermore, this man is no longer a member of the Ventric family, so he will be looking the other way. Rockdale's mouth opens. There are deep shadows under his eyes. He makes a small frightened sound. Kim Joo-hyuk puts a hand on his shoulder and asks whether he heard that. Rockdale looks down at that hand and goes cold. Our boy pulls his fist back and calmly tells him to be patient for a moment. Rockdale gets a hand up in front of himself and starts screaming at him to wait. Then Kim Joo-hyuk hits him in the face with everything he has, and Rockdale goes backwards with blood coming out of his nose and mouth and cracks his head off the ground and starts screaming. Yuria de Felix jumps back and stares, and our boy stands there in his stance, watching him. Later, walking back toward the dorm with his hands in his pockets, Barch tells him he has never been that close to death. He has never felt anger like that often before, and Kim Joo-hyuk thinks that 300 years ago, he would have crushed that man's skull. Because among his own students, there was one who was treated like livestock because of a seal exactly like that. He looks straight ahead with the cold still sitting in him and thinks that the girl reminded him of that student, and that is why he reacted the way he did. Barch says he understands. Then Joo-hyuk goes quiet and stops walking and remembers that this also happened to him. Barch exhales surprised, puts a hand to his chin, and asks whether he was a slave too. Then somebody shouts at him to wait. It is Yuria de Felix leaning on her own knees, trying to get her breath back. She says that in that moment, she was too confused to react and that she could not even open her mouth. Her face is flushed from running. Then she bows with her entire body and thanks him. Kim Joo-hyuk scratches his head awkwardly and says her gratitude is accepted and tells her that from now on, she should forget about all of it and live freely. Yuria looks at him and something in her face is both puzzled and sad, and then she starts shaking, and her eyes fill, and she wipes at the tears with her hands and keeps crying anyway. He turns around and walks away, and she says to his back, yes. The next day, at an outdoor cafe on the Valhalla campus, Lilia raises a spoon to her mouth and says, China? Joo-hyuk asks what? She says the Great Ahala Palace is in China and goes back to a tall glass of whipped cream with berries piled on top of it. She scoops some cream, straightens her hair, and repeats that the Great Ahala Palace is in China and that it is a labyrinth belonging to the White Lotus Association. Joo-hyuk asks whether that is the school that took part in the competition. Yes. He turns his iced coffee in his hand and asks himself whether he's going to have to deal with these people because in modern times, entering a labyrinth without permission is illegal. And he would like to know why he has to ask permission for anything. He takes a long pull on the straw and reflects that in his day, people also used to wonder why animals get in there without restrictions. Then he frowns and thinks he could simply destroy it, except he does not want anything to do with White Lotus. So he asks what the routes and actually are. Lilia, holding a spoon of cream, leans her cheek on her palm and says, uncertainly, that probably you need to be one of their students. Then she tells him not to rush and not to forget that it is coming soon. Then she claps a hand over her own mouth. Joo-hyuk looks at her and asks whether she is all right. And Lilia says sadly that somebody needs to pull her tongue out while a single tear rolls down her face. Then she points an accusing finger at him and asks through the tears whether it is not selfish to simply sit there listening and never share any information back. He asks what she is talking about. Lilia holds up 3 fingers and orders him to tell her 3 things, smiling in anticipation, and promises that then she will share something else. Kim Joo-hyuk shuts his eyes in irritation, stands up, and says, see you later. Lilia's hand shoots out, and her voice cracks telling him to wait. And when he is already walking away, she calls after him, okay? She will tell him for free. He turns around, sits back down instantly, and says he is listening. Lilia leans over the table, clears her throat behind her hand, and says quietly that she is not supposed to talk about this. In the 2nd semester, the world competition is being held in that palace. Joo-hyuk perks all the way up and asks whether that is true and whether the teachers know. Lilia puts both palms flat on the table and says no. They do not know yet. He asks how she knows then, and Lilia crosses her arms, entirely pleased with herself, and says she has a source. He asks whether it will be something like the inter-school competition. Exactly, she says, scooping more cream. The Korean inter-school competition runs between Korea, China, and the United States. The world competition involves every school. Kim Joo-hyuk works out that the only difference is scale and finds that annoying and asks himself why he always has to wait because the 2nd semester is too far away. So he asks whether he could get in there earlier. Lilia says she does not know, that would have to be clarified with the association that owns the labyrinth, and to find a legal route she does not even know who he would have to approach. Then she points a finger at him and asks whether he would like to help her with something. He lifts his head and tells her to speak, and she smiles slyly and asks whether he will come with her to the World Society for the Study of Monsters, only for today. She will not bother him. In Tottenham, in London, they stand in front of a large snow-white building under a blue dome behind a white fence decorated with gold stucco and wrought iron gates covered in intricate work. The World Monster Research Society. Kim Joo-hyuk's face became distorted with anger, and he asks whether this is what they flew all this way for. Lilia laughs and says they are only here for 1 day, so he should try to relax. Then radiating happiness, she adds that they are here for the weekend, but just so he knows, just in case, she has received permission to extend the excursion until Monday. He sighs and says she is abusing her authority as a teacher. Lilia walks up to the gate, turns, and smiles at him, and our boy accepts his fate and asks what the plan is. Sometime later, he is standing in a sealed room holding a sword, facing a monster boar, while 2 men and a woman in glasses watch him through a window. He looks at the thing with its enormous white tusks and the muscle showing through its brown hide with visible sadness, and he remembers Lilia's cheerful smile and the words nothing special. He just needs to help her certify a few documents. The boar charges. He remembers the rest of it. In exchange for information, he needs to kill a couple of monsters. Then he puts the sword through its skull, and it squeals, and the image disperses. A voice announces that boar validation is satisfied and tells him to get ready. Kim Joo-hyuk turns toward the voice and asks how many more of these there are. An hour later, he drops onto a sofa, leans back and says, well, work, of course. Then asks why she always makes him do overtime, and whether 3 monsters was really the number, and whether she would not like 10. Lilia sits opposite with a white mug and says slyly that she does not know and asks, really? Why? He leans forward and says that in any case, there is something unpleasant about this place. Because the second they walked in, absolutely everyone stared at her and shouted and behaved rudely. So he asks whether she knows them. Lilia drinks, looks down, and says, sadly to some extent, because these people remained faithful to the old monster hunting manual they have existed on for years. And then she turned up with her work and shattered every one of their previous worldviews with a dull crash. Kim Joo-hyuk asks whether the validation method itself is not outdated and why a hunter should need a sword at all. Lilia says they believe it is the surest way and that it is the tradition of the association. He asks why. If they are so certain, they are throwing sideways looks at her, and she says they are simply afraid of change. She bows her head over the mug and a light catches her lenses, and she says their window is never going to move again and that this is unfortunate. Monster hunting strategy theory is the surest way to assert your own power, and the current state of non-aggression exists purely because of nepotism and deadweight in the upper echelons. Night settles over the white building with the dome. Joo-hyo concludes that the people in here are disgusting and asks why she publishes her reports to them at all. Lilia says a report without public recognition means nothing and that it does not matter how close they are to the association because all they care about is the perfect monster hunting strategy and they are willing to do anything to find it. He says he understands and then changes the subject and says he has helped her enough. Now it is her turn. Lilia says yes, of course, and that coming here was the right decision because she is here. The chairman of White Lotus. Kim Joo-hyuk listens closely. Lilia has heard she visits this association fairly often. She thinks he definitely did not go unnoticed by her. He asks whether she is serious. He does not go unnoticed by anybody. They should go before it is too late. He puts a palm on his knee and stands up, and somebody knocks on the door. Both of them go still and look at it. A voice asks whether Kim Joo-hyuk happens to be in here and whether they can talk. He realizes it is a woman's voice. It is her. He says, yes. Come in. A blonde girl with blue eyes is standing in the doorway with her hair neatly braided at the back in a dark blue dress and a light cape trimmed with gold, apologizing for the intrusion. She smiles and says she is pleased to meet him. Her name is Seol-yun. Kim Joo-hyuk gives his own name and asks how he could possibly help her. Seol-yun bows her head respectfully and says that honestly, she is here to ask for something. Then she pauses and asks whether he could take care of a person. Lilia and Joo-hyuk both stare at her. Seol-yun stands in the middle of the room holding a folded fan in both hands and asks it again. Could he take care of the person? Lilia turns her head with her mug still in her hands, then stands, glances at Kim Joo-hyuk, says the conversation has suddenly become serious and they can continue without her and leaves. Joo-hyuk says they will see each other later. Then he asks what she is talking about and tells her to explain. So Seol-yun does. She is the chairman of the White Lotus Association. And she is also a member of the Soul family, who were the first to recover from the era of destruction. They founded White Lotus and trained countless talented contractors, and there was one genius in their family. Then she touches her chin with a fan and says, no. What they created was a natural disaster. In Korean, genius and natural disaster are written the same way. At 13 years old, this child had already surpassed experienced contractors and gone through members of her own family guild. Even the head of the family was not her equal. Then she decided there was nothing left for her to learn from the outside world and she locked herself in the Soul family's training hall. Kim Joo-hyuk asks whether that means he is supposed to take care of her. Exactly that. He touches his chin and says this is none of his business, but he will ask anyway. If she wants somebody brought to their knees, why choose him? Then he points at her and says that judging by her aura, she has more than enough strength herself. Seol-yun is genuinely impressed and says he is perceptive and that even her aura concealment magic did not help. Then she gives him the 2 reasons. The first is that this girl's fighting style is built purely on physical strength. The second is that she, like him, is 17 years old. Kim Joo-hook sits with that. Seol-yun says she has been watching him for a while, which is why she is completely confident in the choice. If this girl is defeated by a peer, it destroys every part of her notorious pride. She is asking him for a favor. If he had not come here in person, she would have written him a letter. He says, okay. He gets it. Then he puts a hand on his neck, smiles slyly, and asks whether he will not be working for a thank you. Seol-yun says, of course not, and that the chairman of White Lotus does not request a favor without commensurate compensation and asks how much. Kim Joo-hyuk holds up a palm and cuts her off. He does not need money, but there's a place he would like to go, and she could help him enormously. Seol-yun taps the fan handle against her palm and asks what that means. In China, the 2 of them stand in front of a 3-story building in the old style with a sign above the door reading White Lotus, and Seol-yun looks at it fondly and says this is the association. Joo-hyuk says he did not expect to be here today, having flown in on a private jet. She turns, smiles, and asks whether he is not free until Monday. She values other people's time. He says that is cute. Then she confirms the terms, because payment means he only needs to get into the palace. He says yes. She says she understands and that since they run that maze, it should not be difficult. She puts a hand on the metal ring of the Great Red Gate, looks back, and asks whether they are going. They walk through a courtyard full of White Lotus students, staring at him with open interest, Seol-yun striding ahead smiling, and Kim Joo-hyuk following with his hands in his pockets. Inside, he says there is still something he is curious about. She asks what? He says the fate of that girl cannot possibly concern her personally. She turns her head slightly without slowing down, and he asks why. In that case, she wants him to deal with her. Seol-yuan says it could be put that way and explains that a great many people have sparred with this child purely to measure their own potential against her, students and teachers both, which is exactly why she wants that arrogance knocked out of her once and for all, and then this whole family. No. Then she personally leads White Lotus to new heights. Kim Joo-hook scratches the back of his head, says he understands, and privately concludes that White Lotus is in good hands. They walk into a room with burgundy curtains where a glowing circle covered in symbols is set into the floor with the face of a fanged dragon at the center of it. Seol-yun says it is here and that the magic seal will take him to the Seoul family's secret training room. Then she tells him to settle this once and for all. He says okay and asks whether he is standing correctly. Yes. And as his outline starts breaking up in the air, he remembers something and quickly asks her name. Seol-yun touches her chin with the folded fan and says this child's name is Yen-lon. Yen-lon is short, with snow-white hair sticking out in every direction, and pale blue eyes with something menacing in them, wearing a dark blue crop top, black crop trousers, and a fur cape over her shoulders. She is sitting on the floor with one leg bent and an arm resting on it. She frowns and asks who this is and whether the family sent him to drive her out and shouts at him that nothing is going to work. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles and observes that she has a difficult personality. Then he pushes off the floor and crosses the room at her at full speed with his fist closed, shouting that she is an arrogant idiot, eyes gone white, teeth bared. Yen-lon does not get up. She raises one hand and catches his fist. Joo-hook asks what? Because there's a palm in front of him glowing with a blood-colored aura. Then Yen-lon, still sitting on the floor, puts that hand through his chest, and the stream of her spiritual power goes straight through him. Her face and neck are red with fury, and she tells him he is an idiot and asks whether he genuinely underestimates her that much. Kim Joo-hyuk looks down in silence. Then she asks why he decided to start this fight at all, and he looks up with something mischievous on his face and asks whether they could get acquainted first. Yen-lan's eyes go wide and she says what, which is when he grabs her wrist and pulls his fist back. She gets her mouth open in outrage, and when he swings for her head, she ducks it easily. So he hits her arm instead, hard enough to put tears in her eyes. She comes off the floor holding a bruised arm. He swings again and sends a stream of mana at her chest, and a moment later, she is standing in a cloud of gray smoke, asking what this is and who he even is. Kim Joo-hook grins and says he is a 17-year-old high school student that she is underestimating and points at her. So Yen-lon opens up. She kicks at him and takes out the stone tiles instead. She goes for his collar with her teeth clenched, and he tilts his face out of the way with a dreamy little smile, and she clicks her tongue because she did not even touch him. She decides to fall back and counter. She gets 2 steps. Then Kim Joo-hook is on her asking where she is going and puts a fist into her stomach with a red stream of energy behind it. And he is quietly pleased because in the split second she understood she could not dodge, she shifted her own center of gravity to bleed force out of the impact. Not bad. He felt it on the way in. Even his disciples back then could not control their own bodies like that. Yan-lan is bent over holding her stomach, working out that a 17-year-old schoolboy is on her level. Then she smiles slyly because he is definitely far stronger than those old men, and she wants to hit him properly. She straightens up back into stance, smiling, which entertains him because she is keeping her spirits up, so maybe he should confuse her. All of this is being filmed, and Seo-yun is watching it in a dark room when a gray-haired man in a suit and dark sunglasses with 2 stripes running from his cheekbones to his nose, coughs politely and says, "Lady?" She asks without looking up, "What happened?" He says he knows it is not his business, but will this boy be alright because he doubts a student from another school can do anything against a White Lotus native? She does not answer. So he goes on saying that even though the boy is strong, that is not enough to beat Yan-lan, and then asks forgiveness and points out that Seo-yun herself lost to her. Silence. He adds, of course, that this was because she relied only on physical power and did not use magic. And Seo-yun says he is right. She lost the land once. And even if she had used her magical power, she would still have lost. The man is confused and asks what? Because back then, she says the difference in magical power between them was barely noticeable. He still does not understand and apologizes again and asks what? She does not explain. She says only that this was several years ago and that she is confident Yan-lan has certainly not gotten weaker since. Then he comes closer and spreads his hands and asks why this student is risking his life when he cannot come close to defeating the lady. Seo-yun asks whether he really thinks so. Because as an ordinary student, Kim Joo-hook is capable of incredible things. Did he not take first place at the inter-school competition by an enormous margin? He is not going to yield to her easily, and her purpose does not depend on his victory. Back in the hall, Yan-lan attacks, and her black lacquered nails have turned into something like claws, and she comes in with heavy steps. She grabs for him with both hands, and he drops into a crouch. And her knee comes up into her own line of sight, and she puts everything she has into it and lands it. She smiles bitterly thinking she has him. Then the smile stops, and she asks what, and grabs her own leg with both hands and hops on the other one screaming about her knee. Does he have a stone for a head? Kim Joo-hook looks at her, smiling and says she would know better than him since her knee came down so suddenly that he simply put his forehead into it, which presumably means his forehead is harder than her kneecap. And Yan-lan realizes with real hatred that this idiot is going to block every single attack she has. She cannot find a weakness. How is he physically stronger than she is? He wants to humiliate her. Then she calms down slightly and asks whether that is why he has not used magic. Joo-hook puts a hand in his pocket and asks what and whether that is not how she prefers to fight. She goes very serious and orders him to stop it because now she fights seriously. Red flame comes up around her in an instant. Kim Joo-hook is not impressed and notes that it looks like she is starting to use magic. Then he adds that she is cute when she is angry and lights his own energy up and says he believes it is time to crush her pride. Yan-lan looks at the deep blue stream coming off him and asks whether that is his aura. Madness. She does not need any more tricks. She pushes off the floor and comes in to end it with a single strike, right fist loaded with red energy. She brings it forward, and when it is almost touching his nose, she is already celebrating. And she misses because he arches backwards out of it, and she gets out one shocked syllable. Then Kim Joo-hook, smiling as pleasantly as ever, says, he is grateful to her, but she was playing with him, and now they can finish. He counters, and a groan comes out of Yan-lan, and before she loses consciousness, she says he is a monster. A couple of minutes later, he arrives in front of Seo-yun and her assistant, both of whom have their mouths open, holding Yan-lan up by the collar. He says that, as requested, he beat her in a fair fight. Then he drags her outside. Seo-yun looks at Yan-lan and agrees that he really did it and says she cannot believe it and asks whether he is injured. Kim Joo-hook says he does not know about her, but he is fine. She asks whether it was difficult, and he lets go of the collar, drops Yan-lan on the floor with an audible thud, and says she was not the weakest opponent. But, honestly, he was a little disappointed. The impact wakes Yan-lan up. She holds her head, asks what this is, looks around, finds him standing over her, grinds her teeth, and says Seol Yan's name. And Seol Yan says her name back and asks how she likes the air outside. Then she closes her eyes, exhales, and tells Ju Hyuk that she remembers their terms, and that it seems he is interested in the Yahello palace. He confirms it. So she announces he can go in right now, and asks whether that suits him. Kim Ju Hyuk smiles and says it sounds great, and that they are leaving now. The two of them walk out, and Yen Lon gets to her feet and watches them go with open displeasure. A man approaches and politely offers medical assistance if the lady is injured. She ignores that completely and asks what the name of the one who beat her is. The assistant says the young man's name is Ju Hyuk. Yen Lon repeats it. Then she smiles and says he is definitely one of the strongest living people in the world and decides she is absolutely going to fight him again. Kim Ju Hyuk arrives in a hall with a very high ceiling under a patterned stone arch in front of a stained glass door pouring colored light onto the floor and asks what kind of place this is. This is the labyrinth of the Great Yahello Palace. He remembers what Seo Yun told him. It is a continuous labyrinth built at the base of the castle's supporting structures, and provided he does not run into living armor, exploring it should not give him any particular trouble. He asked how much time he had. About 5 hours. If that is not enough, he can come back tomorrow. So he rolls his stiff shoulders and repeats that he has a whole 5 hours, and that first of all, he should avoid running into living armor. He finishes that sentence standing in front of an enormous crowd of animated knight armor carrying long sharp swords. The first one swings, so does he. The armor comes apart first into halves and then into a great many smaller pieces. Sometime later, he stops, lowers the scabbard, exhales, looks at the mountain of scrap metal that used to be a garrison, and considers the matter handled. Then he looks at the door and asks where that office is because he has already searched more than 20 rooms. He remembers the notice, the Great Yahello Palace, the secret room in Alfredi Yanni's office, find it and face the truth. He notes that every room resembling it has turned out completely empty and wonders whether this is the one. Then Barch tells him to look to the right because that might be the office. Ju Hyuk turns and finds gray doors covered in golden patterns and opens them. The first thing inside is a portrait of a middle-aged man in profile with heavy brows, a large straight nose, and a short beard along the jaw. The office is spacious with frescoes and vases and carpets, a fireplace under the painting, a desk, and a deep blue armchair, everything trimmed in gold. Ju Hyuk walks up to the portrait and asks whether it really belongs to Alfredi and whether the owner might have been somebody else. Barch says he is wrong. This man was the owner. And Ju Hyuk looks down and says what? Because there's a gold plaque under the canvas with a signature on it that is completely illegible. Barch says the painting is signed with that exact name, Alfredi Yanni. Kim Ju Hyuk asks how he read that, and Barch says it is difficult to explain as though the script transmitted itself to him directly through his neurons and that perhaps this is part of his lost memories. Ju Hyuk turns to the desk and decides he needs to search this place and find the secret room, and that examining every trinket in here would take forever. So he is going to make the search easier. Then he puts his fist through the desk, splits it in two, knocks the chair over, and dumps books and assorted junk across the floor, and something catches his eye down there. This is it. There is a rectangular metal hatch cover set into the floor, and Bart agrees it looks like one. Ju Hyuk takes the handle and pulls it open and notes that it goes down into a basement. He climbs in and starts down the stairs and lifts the lid again just in case and says he cannot see anything and asks whether this is the road to the underworld. And the system window says the Great Yahello Palace, the secret room in Alfredi Yanni's office, conditions met. He comes out in a large room with a wooden floor and brick walls. Behind a wooden table lit by 2 candles sits a girl in a black dress and a wide-brimmed pointed hat with fiery red hair. He walks over and asks what kind of miserable place this is and who she is. She smiles without lifting her head and says she is pleased to meet him and that she will answer all of his questions and that he can sit down. Kim Ju Hyuk takes the chair opposite her in silence. Then she looks up and introduces herself. She is a guide. He asks who? She explains that it is a pseudonym. Her name was taken from her, and he remembers the thing from his dreams saying that his name would belong to it. So he says they took hers as well. She confirms it. And he admits that at first, the whole business of a name being taken sounded like nonsense to him. What does that even mean? How do you take a name away from somebody? Is it a lollipop? The guide closes her eyes and after a silence, tells him that names have power. The life of a being is built on the foundation of the name it was given. Talents, interests, achievements, all of it is the work of the name. Whether a person turns out good or bad, the name decides it for them. And a name combined with great possibility can hand a person incredible strength. Those are exactly the ones he steals, and with them, he takes the power stored inside them. Kim Joo-hook asks what happens to a person whose name is stolen. The guide says sadly that she is confident he is already familiar with them. Such people become constellations. He asks whether the nameless become constellations. She nods and adds that perhaps he is an exception because of the reincarnation, and he realizes she knows about all of it, exactly like Bark. The guide grins and asks whether he still doubts her and points out that she is the one who allowed him to be reborn and carefully sent him notification windows. Then immediately she says, "Okay, that was a joke." She found out through an alert as well. Joo-hook asks whether she sees them too and tells her to stop circling the subject. What vile creature was trying to take his name back then in the Tower of Destruction? And she tells him. He is called the Master of the Labyrinth. His goal is to move the Tower of Destruction into his own labyrinth in order to feed on the power of high-level names. Joo-hook asks whether he is the owner of the labyrinth. Yes. He asks why and says it is strange because how does some master of a maze move the Tower of Destruction at all? Should he not be confined to running the labyrinth? Where does that power even come from? Then his eyes widen and he says confused that she should not tell him. And the guide closes her eyes and smiles faintly and confirms his guess and says she thought he would get there faster. The world he lives in, the place he calls Earth, is a labyrinth. Kim Joo-hyuk's first reaction is disbelief and he asks whether she expects him to go and check that. She says calmly that she is not forcing him. But would she lie about something like that? So he relents and says okay and asks whether the man moved the tower into the labyrinth to feed on other people's names. And the guide explains the mechanism. It is easy to accumulate karma when a crisis of destruction is happening, defeating monsters, saving a village, or exploiting the crisis for personal gain. Not everybody becomes a constellation when their name is stolen. Karma is the only measure that can elevate a person, which makes Kim Joo-hyuk think about his own students because they could have become constellations too. They had the karma for it. He is certain of it. Then he leans back and puts his hands behind his head and says that apparently, this master of the labyrinth is omniscient. And the guide raises a finger and says no. His rebirth itself was a variable the man never accounted for. Perhaps he is the only one with a chance of beating the owner at his own game. That gets Joo-hyuk's attention, and he points out the obvious problem. The owner could not only have learned about his rebirth, he could have arranged this entire meeting through notification windows as a lesson. How is he supposed to outplay a creature like that? The guide corrects him completely seriously. He is mistaken. The one who brought him back to life through those windows is not the owner of the labyrinth, and Joo-hook frowns and asks who it is then. And she says calmly that she does not know. But since he was reborn through this someone, they must be connected to him somehow. He repeats the word connected. And the guide says that in any case, the owner must not be allowed the opportunity. Then she uses magic, and after a bright pink flash, there is a small silver ring in her hand, and she tosses it into his palm. He asks what kind of ring this is. She smiles and says they do not have much time left and that this ring will play a decisive role in their retribution. He does not follow the hints and asks what she means by not much time, and whether she cannot simply tell him all of it now. The guide explains that even sharing this much with him, she is still being hunted by the owner of the maze, but it is fine. The condition is met, so they will be able to see each other more often. Kim Joo-hook turns the ring over in his hand, thoroughly confused, and she only says that they will meet again in a couple of days and that he must not lose the ring. Then she snaps her fingers, and there is a small pink flash. And our boy is standing outside the Yahello with a confused expression, hands on his belt saying, "How rough." Then he starts thinking properly. The main culprit, the one who moved the Tower of Destruction, took his name, and ruined his comfortable life, is the owner of the labyrinth. He does not know what that girl handed him, but it should presumably make him stronger, which means he is going to absorb every last drop of magical power he has left in reserve. It is time to burn the rest of the storage stones. Even without full recovery, that should put him back at his old level. And he walks out of the dark cave. On a large island in the northern Pacific with nothing but water for kilometers in every direction, Con Nibel is sitting in a dark room on a leather sofa holding a tablet. The article on the screen says that Valhalla student Kim Joo-hyuk single-handedly dealt with the assassin group Samsel with a photograph of all three of them surrounded by security underneath it. He presses on that screen with a shaking hand until it cracks. Then the leader of the group and Dragon King throws the tablet across the floor and shouts that they are worthless freaks. Because after hearing about the Constellations, he watched Joo-hyuk carefully and found out that this was the boy who beat Choi Jing-jung after Ging-jung had signed a preliminary contract with a constellation. So when a scion of the Ventric family ordered the murder for next to nothing, he sent all three of them at once, specifically to eliminate any chance of inconsistency. Now he is back on the sofa with a hand pressed to his head, feeling like he has been stripped to the bone because an entire group of assassins could not handle one boy. Then somebody speaks and he looks up to find the leader of the privileged race, Jorg, sitting opposite him. He says his name and reminds him that he was ordered to knock. Jorg says calmly that if he had not come in, Con Nobel would only have gotten angrier and asks whether this is about Kim Joo-hyuk. He softens and says it seems so. Jorg laughs and says that on top of that they lost a valuable piece off the board. Con Nibel asks whether he means Desire. Exactly. That one did not report to the organization because it was a personal request, and he could not complete the simplest task and then babbled everything to a high school student. As an informant for the Ventric family, Jorg wanted to drop the matter immediately, but he had to close off every possible information leak. So he sent Dazer Ventric to the prison tower. Cannibal gathers himself and asks whether Jorg could help him get rid of these three as well since they are also tied up. Jorg says, of course, if that is his order. Then Con Nobel starts to say something about Kim Joo-hyuk and Jorg cuts him off and says he is saying this because he is worried and that it is best not to touch this guy for now and asks whether he should really be contacting him at all. Con Nobel repeats the phrase, do not contact him. And Jorg explains why in one sentence, this guy is now a target of the first cult. Con Nobel is genuinely shocked and asks whether Joo-hyuk was handed to the first cult and calls them crazy freaks. Jorg says yes. Seriously, nobody in their own line of work has the right to call themselves decent, but they at least have principles, and that cult does not. Nobody knows what motivates them. They are the ones who dealt with the Logan squad. Cannibal says he heard about that and that it is a relief it is no longer their job and starts to add that if they interfere. And Jorg interrupts and confirms exactly what he is afraid of. They would likely be targeted too. So Con Nobel laughs and announces that in that case, all they can do is wait. And at that same moment Kim Joo-hyuk is standing surrounded by a crowd of people in black robes whose faces are impossible to make out under a night sky. He does not look frightened at all and asks coldly who they are. They do know this is a Valhalla dormitory. Are they fearless or simply stupid? One of the people around him is Adelia Ventric's assistant. Because earlier in her office, he had bowed and reported that they were ready for the task. Adelia said she understood and that they could have prepared faster. He bowed again and apologized and said that since this concerns Kim Joo-hyuk they had to prepare thoroughly. She asked whether they had found contractors capable of creating subspace. They collected several who can produce that kind of distortion. Every team member was personally selected by the Ventric family, and none of this reaches the press. She said okay and asked whether he had handled the other thing. He said yes and that they had prepared a special storage stone containing a bottomless quantity of magic. She said okay and then gave her own instruction. Deacon stays with the contact group and leads the elimination team once the subspace is complete. He obeyed without straightening up, then he added a question. They are preparing to give birth to a new constellation. Correct? Adelia said proudly that they are and Deacon asked whether the head genuinely thinks this is necessary. The anger came up through her instantly in flares of yellow light, and she asked what, and whether he thinks she was simply frightened by a high school student. He was badly scared and said, of course not. So Adelia calmed down and explained that this is a precautionary measure and that he should not worry. Deacon said he understood. Then she added something else. Recently, a constellation responded after being silent for a very long time, and she remembered the notification window where the beaked mask asked for more information. She admitted that this made her extremely wary and said that if they succeed in summoning the constellation, she would like the opportunity to ask him about it. Now standing in a circle around Kim Joo-hyuk, Deacon is remembering that question. Why a constellation? That silence suddenly spoke. Then he calls out to the contact group to prepare for space distortion. The robed figures drop into a crouch and put their palms on the asphalt and build a seal, and a glowing dome closes over all of them. Kim Joo-hook, in the middle of it, looks around and says, subspace. Then he tells them that if they knew, it makes sense because if anybody actually saw them out here, they would be laughed at. They probably did not spend long preparing this. Deacon says nothing. So Joo-hook asks caustically whose idea it was, the head of the Ventric family? Deacon tenses immediately and asks how he found that out. And our boy says, is it not obvious? Among his enemies, using black magic, and only one of his enemies does not, if not Ventric, then who? The clergy. Deacon pulls his hood off and turns to the others and says there is no point hiding anymore because this guy has guessed everything. Call the kill team. One of the men behind him says he will do anything, and more people appear in the circle armed with axes and swords, all of them extremely eager. Kim Joo-hook stays calm and then grins and asks whether they are not ashamed of themselves, calling in an entire crowd to deal with a high school student. Deacon raises his weapon and says it does not matter because they only carry out their leader's orders. So Joo-hook rolls his stiff shoulders and observes that in that case, she probably has neither shame nor conscience. Deacon does not answer him. He shouts at them to get rid of this guy. The whole line charges. And a second later, one of them screams because Kim Joo-hook put a shoulder through his chest and then smiling threw a dozen more of them backwards with one blow of magic and they land on their backs on the stone and groan. Deacon watches that and raises his sword and swings, leaving a red energy trail through the air. Joo-hook steps back out of it calmly and says, shamefully, yes. Was nobody ever going to teach this man how to swing a saber correctly? And the instant he drops into a crouch, two men with spears come at him from behind. He hears them, makes a small surprise noise, and their blades hit each other and then the ground, because he is already in the air. And then he kicks both of them. Then he walks over to one of them, puts a foot on his chest, and tells them to keep track of their own spears, because he has not caught his breath yet. Deacon comes in behind him with the saber out. Kim Joo-hook tilts his body slightly, and it goes past. And Deacon asks himself, with real horror, who this person is. He tries again. Joo-hook drops into a squat under it, then he says they have tired him out. He grips the scabbard, braces it against his chest, and pushes it forward, smiling. Deacon takes a burst of energy that throws him backwards without a single sound coming out of him. And on the way down, he asks himself whether they prepared this much, and it still was not enough, and decides that next time he prepares thoroughly. Then before he loses consciousness, he apologizes to his head and Kim Joo-hook looks up and asks whether she decided to crawl out after all. The head of the Ventric family, Adelia Ventric, is walking toward him through a crowd that parts for her, and as she passes Deacon, she registers what that means because this elimination team outclasses even experienced contractors. Something unthinkable happened here. This is not going to work. So she draws her dagger, loaded with magic, and tells him he should be proud because not every person gets to see a family's sacred relic before they die. He is not impressed and asked whether she is proud of that fillet knife and then asks how she would even know what pride is. Adelia loses the last of her composure and attacks, calling him a non-entity. Then a purple stone that looks like a crystal drops onto the ground beside Deacon. In a heartbeat later, every single person in that circle is holding one, and all of them are flaring, bright yellow. People start asking what is happening. Adelia looks around and says storage stones. Then she looks at her own blade, which has also started to glow, and thinks with real horror that this cannot be. The light climbs until it looks like a burning sun, and a notification window opens. And after a pause, one word appears on it. Teacher. One of the elimination team is standing there holding a spear in one hand and a storage stone in the other that has gone from blue to gold. Several of them are holding their weapons up and hiding behind each other, staring at the light in open fear. Adelia is holding a dagger burning gold and cannot make sense of it. Kim Joo-hook watches all of it very carefully and every member of the elimination group freezes where they stand. Adelia freezes too in an unnatural position and discovers she cannot move and asks herself whether sanctuarization activated on its own. Then she looks around and realizes that unlike her, every one of her people has been frozen morally as well as physically. A tear runs down her face, and she asks why Kim Joo-hook is still fine. He walks over and touches her glowing dagger with his fingers, interested. Then a golden rectangle opens in the air in front of him with one word written on it in white. Teacher. He says the word back, and the rectangle grows and becomes a golden flame, and a silhouette walks out of it. A girl in a tracksuit and sports shorts and a brown and blue jacket with her face hidden behind a beaked mask. She takes the mask off slowly in the hood and underneath his short snow-white hair and enormous blue eyes. She says quietly, "Teacher," and she is glowing gold. Kim Joo-hyuk stands there holding a sheathed sword looking at her while she looks back at him with something that is mostly hope. Because 300 years ago, that girl was chained by the neck to a stone wall. Her eyes were full of aggression and hatred, and her teeth were bared. And Kim Hyun-oh looked at her and laughed and said, "Look at this child. Those eyes probably hate the entire world." She was on her knees in torn filthy clothes with an iron collar around her throat, thin and pale with cuts on a dirty face. And she shouted at him not to pretend he understood her and asked what he could possibly know about her. Kim Hyun-oh looked at her and said that he does not know everything, but he knows something because he was a slave once too. She stared at him and asked what? He said that in his youth, could not fight back, and a slave trader took him, and after that he lived a slave's life under the same shackles and restrictions she is wearing. Then he crouched down in front of her and asked whether she does not want to be free. She asked, irritated, whether he had just said he was a slave as well. He confirmed it. So she asked why he was asking such stupid questions and grabbed the iron collar around her own neck, which glowed pink and had symbols written across it, and cried out that because of this piece of garbage, she cannot even dream about freedom. Then she told him to go away and stop bothering her and said she did not know how he got in here, but a slave trader would be arriving very soon. Kim Hyun-oh ignored all of that and told her the paradox of a limiter. There are exactly two ways to remove one. After the death of the owner or by the owner's own decision. Then he smiled sadly and said the first method does not always work. She was out of luck. Her eyes went wide because she was picturing her owner, and she asked, disbelieving whether that freak is dead. Then her face fell, and she said that in that case, we'll never find freedom. Kim Hyun-oh scratched his ear with his little finger and said nothing at all. Then he looked at her with something sly in it and asked what she would say if he told her that he could. He put his hand on the iron ring around her neck and she cried out in fear. And he lit blue spiritual power around his fingers and explained that by imitating the magical components of a limiter, he can reconstruct it and slowly dissolve it. And that although this kind of control is not his specialty, removing one collar is not a problem. She looked down and her eyes filled. Then Kim Hyun-oh looked at her exhausted face and said he hopes to one day disembowel every slave trader on this earth, and he pushed the mana into it. The metal turned white. And a moment later, it came apart into small pink fragments. She stared at that with both hands out in front of her, with tears of pure gratitude in her eyes, and touched her own bare neck, and could not believe it. The thing that had tormented her that entire time was gone. Kim Hyun-oh stood up, bowed to her, and said that from here, everything depends on her. She asked what. So he asked her what she plans to do next, now that she has the famous freedom she has been dreaming about. She sat on that brick floor holding her own throat, silent while he waited for an answer. Then she said sadly that she does not know. She has nobody. The slave trader took her home and her family from her. Kim Hyun-oh thought about that and then said that today, he is leaving on a trip. He is going to smash in the head of every freak who believes he is above other people. And he remembered the bald slave trader lying face down and bleeding. Then he said plainly that what he did to that freak today, he is going to do 1,000 more times. And he looked at her bruised face and asked whether she wants to come with him. She looked up at him with those enormous blue eyes. Then she looked down, set her jaw, and said she will go with him. Kim Hyun-oh smiled and said good and told her that from now on she can call him teacher. She stood up in front of him, and he added that he hopes she will be more polite with him, and asked whether that means no informal speech understood. She said she understood. Then he told Clueless to follow him, and she turned to him and asked forgiveness and asked what his name is because she needs to know how to address him. He stopped, looked over his shoulder, and said, "What?" Then he looked at the scarring the collar had left on her throat and said, "Kim Hyun-oh." She smiled and told him her name. Now 300 years later, Kim Joo-hyuk is looking at a girl wrapped in golden light who is looking back at him with enormous fondness, and he smiles because now he remembers. She became a constellation exactly as you would expect, and he knows this idiot considerably better than he knows the gang from Ventric. Then he looks at her and realizes he cannot remember her name, and he thinks he understands what the guide was telling him. He closes his eyes and concludes there's nothing to be done about it because he only ever called her by the nickname. So he says warmly that it has been a long time since he has seen Clueless, and she looks at him with enormous tenderness while Adelia Ventric stares at both of them in horror because he just called the constellation stupid to her face. The Constellation girl says something about her and her teacher celebrating this reunion and then walks over to Adelia and reaches for the dagger. Adelia, frozen, asks herself whether a constellation just personally touched the relic. The girl looks the glowing blade over with interest, pulls it out of Adelia's hand, and raises her arm. Adelia cannot move and watches this with visible concern. Then something happens. Her eyes roll back until they are entirely white, and she screams no. A moment later, every member of the elimination team and Adelia Ventric are lying motionless on the ground with the Constellation girl standing over them holding a glowing dagger next to Kim Joo-hook. She looks over her shoulder and asks what to do with them. He looks at the dagger and touches his chin. She asks whether she should kill them, and something mischievous shows up in Kim Joo-hook's eyes, and he smiles slightly and says no. He has a better idea. The next day at Valhalla, Kim Rae-gong is staring at his computer screen with his mouth open. Because the sponsorship application on it says the Ventric family has donated 5 billion won to personally sponsor the student Kim Joo-hyuk. He asks himself whether Kim Joo-hook is in his right mind. Then he reads every line of that application again. Sponsor the Ventric family. Amount, 5 billion won. Note, personal sponsorship of student Kim Joo-hook. He grabs his own head and repeats both numbers to himself. Lee Sang-chul, holding a coffee, asks what he makes of this. Kim Rae-gong turns around in shock and Lee Sang-chul drinks and says there must be a reasonable explanation, and then asks why now and why this much. Kim Rae-gong, with his fingers on the keyboard, asks why Kim Joo-hook since he was in open conflict with the Ventric family. Lee Sang-chul looks at the screen and asks whether they decided to settle all of it with money and points out that this is pointless. Last time when Dronzer attacked Kim Joo-hook, they used their sponsor connections to shut everyone up, and a donation like this was their way of protecting the image of Rockdale and the rest of the family. But Rockdale is not in that family anymore. The line has been drawn. If they had not cut him loose, their reputation would have taken enormous damage. This case is completely different, so he still wants to know the real reason the Ventric family is sending sponsorship money to Kim Joo-hook. Kim Rae-gong points out the other problem. They still do not know whether the boy will even accept it since he is not himself and might simply tell everybody to get lost. Lee Sang-chul says they should ask him personally. Kim Rae-gong promises he definitely will. At the reception, Kim Joo-hook, smiling happily, says yes. He agrees to accept it. Kim Rae-gong's mouth opens and he says, "What?" And our boy spreads his hands and asks why they even asked and whether there's any reason on earth to reject 5 billion won. Kim Rae-gong says that is his business. Joo-hook asks whether he can go and starts getting off the sofa. Kim Rae-gong's hand shoots out, telling him to wait a minute, and he explains, agitated, that it is not only him who received sponsorship, the academy received it too, and that under Valhalla's rules, he can now move into a higher class dormitory, and asks what he thinks about that. Kim Joo-hook smiles cheerfully and says he is quite happy with his current room, and he will definitely move later. Kim Rae-gong says, okay. Then the door shuts, and he sits there asking himself what that was because last time the boy refused their handouts, and now he welcomes them. And since the academy got funding as well, he will find some way to close the issue. Later walking down a sunlit corridor with his hands in his pockets, Kim Joo-hook is remembering the rest of that night. The Constellation girl, glowing gold, had asked what to do with this gang and whether she should kill them, and he said no. Bring them back to consciousness. He has a better idea. Both of them looked down at Adelia Ventric lying motionless, and the girl said she obeys. Sometime later, Adelia was sitting on the ground shaking, and Kim Joo-hook crouched in front of her and looked into her eyes and said her name rudely. She asked what, and her voice broke. He grinned, jerked a thumb at the Constellation girl, and observed that it appears she has been warming somebody else's clueless all this time. Then he asked mockingly what he should do about that, and the Constellation girl explained the actual arrangement. She founded the Ventric family to serve her teacher. He is free to dispose of their lives for his own personal interests. Adelia looked at her in terror. Joo-hook glanced back over his shoulder and said, smiling, that he understands. Adelia begged the venerable Constellation to forgive her and cited the phrase her family has passed down mouth to mouth for generations, all for one. And the Constellation girl went red with indignation and told her that the phrase meant to teach her. Her aura went up in flame. She asked whether that has only just dawned on her. Then she put the beaked mask back on and pulled her hood up, and Adelia asked, disbelieving, whether that means her teacher is this person. The girl confirmed it and said that even though his face is different, his magical aura gives him away completely. Kim Joo-hyuk crouched down between them smiling and said there are already quite enough questions about him and asked whether she does not think it would be better to worry about herself right now. Adelia looked at the ground, and he looked at her with real anger and thought that honestly remembering how much these people have irritated him, killing them would not be enough. Then he thought about it properly and decided their power is worth accounting for. Why should he not use it? Because running this family personally would be an enormous problem. So he asked Adelia rudely whether she is any good at leading. She asked what, and then answered saying that although she is the vice head, it has been 4 years since she held the position of leader in that family, and in that time, they recovered all of their strength and became the most prestigious family in Britain. He asked whether that is really true and crouched down peering into her face with the Constellation girl standing beside them in golden light. Then he told her to keep going in exactly the same spirit. Adelia's mouth came open, and she asked through tears, "What?" And he added cheerfully that she should not forget to support his activities with her own efforts, and that she should not ask why. Then he pointed a thumb back over his shoulder at the Constellation girl and said that the moment she decides to try something again, she should remember what can happen. She knows what will happen. Right? And the Constellation girl told her teacher not to worry because she will personally make certain nothing like this ever happens again. Kim Joo-hyuk said, "Well, that is nice." Then the Constellation girl said she thinks it is time. He stood up and her outline started dispersing into the air, and he asked where she is going. She explained that the space in which a constellation can materialize normally requires an enormous quantity of magical power. He asked, "Really? It takes dozens of storage stones filled with magic." And she looked at a stone slowly fading back to blue, which is when Joo-hyuk understood why these people needed so many of them. The Constellation girl said that since the magic is fading, and since she used these abilities herself, she thinks she will need to rest for a while. He asked, disappointed, whether even constellations are imperfect. And she took the mask off and said it is nothing, and that for the chance to see her teacher's reincarnation with her own eyes, this is an insignificant price. He asked why she is suddenly doing this and told her to go and rest. So she put the beaked mask back on and said the last thing she wants to tell him. It seems she is not the only student of his who became a constellation, and his meeting with him is inevitable. And now she asks his forgiveness. Then she turned into a bright golden flash and was gone, while Kim Joo-hyuk and Adelia Ventrick both stared at where she had been. Walking down that corridor now, our boy asks himself whether another one of his students became a constellation. He has a guess, but which one any of them could have. He replays her words about them meeting soon and notes that he has personally seen 2 entire constellations already, that dunce Bark and Clueless. Bark, he met through a notification window. Clueless was pure accident, beyond which there are great many constellations in this world right now, so hunting down a meeting with all of them is pointless. Then he notices that Bark has gone quiet since the guide. Bark asks whether he called him. Joo-hyuk asks what he has even been doing, and Bark says he has been putting his thoughts in order because his memories end at the moment he entered the secret room. Joo-hyuk asks whether he does not know what happened after that. No. That mental subspace stopped functioning after his visit to the basement. And even if only briefly his memories came back, Joo-hyuk asks mockingly whether he dreamed about a tiger again. Bark tells him indignantly not to underestimate his past because he recovered a concept about names that he should already have known. Joo-hyuk asks what, and Bark says the owner of the labyrinth. He is the one who named him Bark. Kim Joo-hyuk puts a classroom door into the wall hard enough to make it bang, walks in without registering that Kim Ri-gong is mid-lesson, and sits down. Yoo Soo-yeon turns around and watches him closely, confused, because he is working through the fact that the owner of the labyrinth is not only the thief who took his name, he is also Bark's father. Bark says awkwardly that, yes, of course, he would put it that way, and then folds his arms and says the man gave him more than a name. He also gave him the power of the boss of the Tower of Destruction. Joo-hyuk asks whether that power affects a person's personality. Bark says, of course, it does. The moment that power was in his hands, he renounced his former identity entirely. Although, we'll be returning to that now. Joo-hyuk asks unhappily how this strange person manages to hand out names and take them back. Bark thinks about it, looks down, and says he does not know. And Joo-hyuk adds privately that considering they all live inside his labyrinth, he could be capable of anything. Bark makes a surprise noise and asks a labyrinth and asks what he means. Kim Joo-hyuk asks irritated why this man is always useless. Later, with the sun almost behind the mountains and the whole sky in sunset colors, Barch says it is incredible. And Kim Joo-hyuk walks slowly through the park, deciding that this is a sad fact but a very good one, because the guide did say they would still get their chance to counterattack. They simply have to wait for it. The next day, the guide is sitting at her table in a cone-shaped hat with her chin resting on her folded hands with 2 candles throwing light across the wall and half her face. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at her and asks what this is. He is holding an enormous metal cafeteria tray. The guide looks at him in silence. Then after a while, she lowers her eyes, hesitates, and asks what the shining silver thing is and points at it. Joo-hyuk says, confused, that it is a food tray. Then he asks angrily whether the words food tray mean anything to her and asks why they have to meet during lunch and whether nothing at all is sacred. The guide looks genuinely frightened, apologizes fast, and says she did not know about that. So he puts on a calm face, sits down, and tells her to drop the subject. She asks whether he brought the ring. He takes it out and says emphatically that he did and holds it up and looks at her through it, and she says that is great. Now they will try to use it. Yoo-ha-hik turns it over and says this ring is not like any he has seen before and asks how they are supposed to use it. The guide says it is simple. Put on the ring and destroy the labyrinth. He nearly drops his hand and asks a labyrinth and asks which labyrinth she is talking about, since there are almost no naturally occurring ones left and the ones that remain all have their own masters. The guide confirms that he cannot simply destroy somebody else's labyrinth. Then she smiles slyly and says that soon the owner of the labyrinth will be creating a new one and asks him to remind her what they call that in the language of his world, a dungeon break or a disaster. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at her with growing contempt because he remembers those monsters in armor with horns. And, yes, that is a disaster. The moment a labyrinth is born, the monsters pour out of it and leave a disaster behind them. And a long time ago, before his reincarnation, they were coming from literally everywhere. Sweat starts on his face because that is exactly why there was not one safe corner left in the world. He puts his hands flat on the table and thinks that after his reincarnation, everything leveled out somewhat and life more or less returned to a stable direction. Then he asks where and when the portal breaks through this time and how large the labyrinth will be. The guide says about 3 months and that she does not yet know the scale, but she already knows the location. Korea, Kim Joo-hyuk pushes back from the table and says she is lying and asks whether this is going to open directly in his country. She tells him not to judge her too harshly because she is gathering information in secret from the owner of the maze, so it is extremely limited. He clicks his tongue and puts a hand on the back of his chair and asks the question that has been building. If this world was a labyrinth from the beginning, then what exactly are the labyrinths inside it? The guide says the owner creates those deliberately. Joo-hyuk asks whether he is going to hand out names and harvest them again. She sees the contempt on him and suggests that he believes the time has come. She pictures an enormous building of a strange shape, which is what a tower of destruction looks like, and says it would probably be more correct to say he is trying to adapt the human essence. Joo-hyuk asks whether that means he should be solving all of humanity's problems with this. She says, that's right. Then she clarifies more precisely and points and asks how he used to deal with mazes before. He makes a surprise noise because he remembers the boss born alongside a labyrinth, and none of that was ever simple. Usually, he ignored it entirely and destroyed the labyrinth stones, which were transparent blue and which he could break easily. He says that without the stones, the maze disappears, and the guide smiles slyly and says that is usually the surest method, but this time, it will not help. He asks why. She tells him to put on the ring and defeat the boss. Joo-hyuk asks whether, aside from pleasing her, there is any reasonable reason he should do that. Of course, she says. Because even though every one of them lives under the owner of the labyrinth's roof, his power is not limitless. He gets it from people's names. And to put it simply, the labyrinth is built out of them. Her name, his name, other names. Kim Joo-hyuk stares at her. The guide says that if you take a labyrinth apart as a structure, the core of it is the boss who has to be killed. And that by putting on the ring, he will receive the name the owner of the labyrinth left behind. Joo-hyuk holds the ring up and looks at the light moving on the silver. And the guide grins and says this will be the starting point of their counterattack. Then Kim Joo-hyuk says he has a question. This creature has absorbed considerably more than 1 or 2 names. He is not being a skeptic here. So why should the man care when he still has several 100 more of the same in stock? The guide says that is a very good question and says, of course, exactly as he put it, he will not care. Because the man's goal is adapting the human race to the changes happening on Earth. Then she gives him the actual plan. This is not only about killing the boss. It is about cleaning out the labyrinth. Ju Hyuk stares at her because when the owner of the maze realizes his own creation has been trampled before adaptation even began, he will move immediately. And in that case, he could throw several names from his collection out to form disasters all over the world, which is precisely the right moment for their mass absorption. The absorbed names become their leading force. Kim Ju-hyuk says he wants to ask something else and takes his time building the question. Names for the owner of the labyrinth are a kind of catalyst of power. So what distinguishes them from him? And there is something genuinely dangerous in his eyes when he says it. The guide thinks about that and then admits she did not expect that sort of thing to trouble him. He tells her, irritated, not to look at him like that and says he also requires an adequate motive to act. So she answers it. They begin with the fact that absorbing the names the owner scatters harms nobody. Whereas if he takes the name from the owner of the labyrinth himself, he either becomes a saint or becomes bound to him and loses the possibility of rebirth. Either way, the material shell ends up trapped, an ephemeral trap the owner built and then caught himself in. Kim Ju-hyuk frowns and says nothing. And the guide smiles and says that if he uses the power of the absorbed names, then when the restrictions come off, the owners of those names will be able to free themselves. Then she adds that if he does not care about any of that, he does not have to follow her plan. He looks at her and stays quiet, and she says that in any case, he is going to find out whose name he absorbed. So Kim Ju-hyuk puts the ring on his index finger and says okay. Then they simply wait for the dungeon to break. A sly grin arrives on his face, and the guide confirms it and says she will inform him of the exact place and date soon, and adds that before then, he should assemble a proper team. He asks a team and asks whether killing the boss is not enough on its own. The guide snaps her fingers and explains that when the maze disappears, the monsters still inside it die. The ones that already got out do not go anywhere. Would they not have to intervene? Then she snaps her fingers again. There's a bright flash, and she says they will see each other later. And Kim Ju-hyuk opens his eyes in the middle of the cafeteria where a cook is asking whether he would like to take something. He stands there frozen. Outside afterward, our boy is walking down the street with his teeth clenched, swearing at the guide internally because she vanished with a snap of her fingers again. Then he remembers she told him to recruit a team, and he stops because thinking about it properly, even before his reincarnation, he always traveled with his disciples. Missions like this take time, and there is collateral damage to account for. So he asks himself whether he should find new students. Then he freezes because Yen Lon is standing in front of him. She folds her arms and smiles at him like a predator. He asks what this is and why she is here. And Yen Lon says she thought about it a bit after losing and wondered why she lost. Then she holds up a finger and announces that this is when she understood. He is stronger. That is why she lost. Kim Ju-hyuk notes that she got there suspiciously fast and asks whether she is a child prodigy. Yen Lon says gloomily that she thought she was very similar to him. He asks what? And she explains that a person who astonishes everybody purely on talent and never loses is quite a rare thing in the adult world. Ju-hyuk rubs the back of his head and says that if she thinks he is similar to her in that respect, she is very badly mistaken because he personally considers himself a fairly diligent person. Yen Lon says she thought so at first too. Now she understands because she remembers that hand going into her chest and the movements that stunned her were not some exotic technique. It was like being hit by all of his years of experience and hard training at once. She says she was angry at first and then arrived at humility and admits that what she lacks is experience. Kim Ju-hyuk looks at her without answering. Then Yen Lon closes her fist and says that now she understands everything and that if she fights him again, she will definitely gain experience, which is why he should fight her. Then she points at him and announces smugly that she will beat him. He asks what? She points a thumb at herself and repeats it. They fight. Kim Ju-hyuk turns around and walks off and tells her she would do better entering a competition for gifted children and that it is time for him to go. Yen Lon grabs his shoulder and asks what about the fight and shouts that she came all the way from China for him. He says he does not care and that she would be better off doing something useful and offers martial arts as an example. And Yen Lon says, with something disappointed in it, that she does not know how. Ju-hyuk stops and half turns toward her. She looks at the ground and says she studied properly until she was 6 years old. From that age, she trained by herself. He asks about the rest of it, and she confirms and explains that the contractors were not exactly thrilled with her either and that she was the first person there to educate herself, because she kept being excluded from the family's regular training, so she asked them to find her sparring partners so her skills would not ossify. And in the end, they set adult contractors on her, which she admits is how she got her hands full. Then she puts her hands on her hips and says it is a good thing there were not very many of them. Kim Joo-hyuk listens to all of it and frowns because it matches what Seol-yeon told him. But the nuance is completely different. She clearly has talent, and her only actual problem is that outside of fighting, she cannot do anything at all. So he asks why she was locked up all that time. Yen-lon says that to some extent, it was a necessary measure. And then, looking at her own palm, admits that she was simply tired of ruining everything for everybody. She was stronger than her entire clan and had nothing to occupy herself with. Then she closes her hand into a fist and says it does not matter because she has found somebody stronger than her. And she points at him, angry, and asks what is good about that, and closes her other fist and says she could get stronger through ordinary fights and would not have to keep taking it from her family. Kim Joo-hyuk says nobody is going to fight her. Yen-lon grabs both his shoulders and asks why, and starts crying and asks him to do this for her. He looks at her while she shakes him and thinks that something here is strange because she is an exile who got dragged into the White Lotus Palace. So why did they try to bring her back? He does not know what happened in there. So he asks whether she should not deal with her family situation first and then looks at her and says nothing. Then he lifts his arms sharply, pushes her hands off him, and tells her to let go. And Yen-lon asks, hopefully, whether he will fight her now. Kim Joo-hyuk says it is not safe in the middle of the academy, and tells her to follow him. She closes both fists in anticipation and says yes. In the gym, Yoo Seo-yeon and Choi-eun are wiping off sweat and drinking water after a long session, while Oh Si-hyuk lifts a dumbbell one-handed and stares. Kim Joo-hyuk walks in and tells Yen-lon he is going to change and come back so she should wait a minute. She says yes. Then Choi-eun walks up and says his name. He turns around sharply and shouts that he does not get one moment of peace. She asks who that is with him, and he explains that it is a crazy woman he met at White Lotus and that she says she flew here from China to fight him. Choi-eun looks off to the side and asks whether that is true. Joo Hyuk defends himself and says he was only going to do it once. Yen-lon is standing off to the side looking sly, and Choi-eun looks at her with completely undisguised anger and asks whether she came all this way for him. Yen-lon makes a startled noise having no idea what is happening, then walks over to the angry Choi-eun and asks why she is looking at her and whether she wants to fight too. Choi-eun declines and says she does not want to go yet. Yen-lon closes a fist and says no, and Yoo Seo-yeon watches both of them, concludes from the hair color that they might be related and asks whether that girl really came from China to fight Kim Joo-hyuk. She thinks that is great. Out on the training ground, Kim Joo-hyuk looks around and says he was fairly certain the agreement was that he and Yoo So would spar alone. Then he starts shouting at Choi-eun and Yoo Seo-yeon and Oh Si-hyuk asking why there are this many spectators. Choi-eun says she is keeping an eye on her to make sure she does not do anything strange. Yoo Seo-yeon puts a hand on her hip and says she is just hanging out with Choi-eun. Oh Si-hyuk advises him to ignore it. Kim Joo-hyuk asks, seriously? Yen-lon stretches out her elbows and says she has been looking forward to this, and then smiling slyly tells him to keep in mind that she has gotten stronger since their last meeting. He asks mockingly whether that is true and stretches his shoulder out properly. Then he says that in that case, he can fight at full strength, and he remembers the guide telling him to assemble a proper team and goes quiet, thinking. Then he asks whether she did not say she wants to get stronger. Yen-lon waves both arms and says, yes, she does. So he smiles and tells her that if she loses, she can become his student. Her mouth comes open and a series of sounds that are not words come out of it. Then she puts a hand out and points out that he knows she is trying to get stronger specifically in order to beat him. Kim Joo-hyuk closes a fist with red aura coming off it and says he is inviting her to obtain that power by becoming his student and suggests they begin. Yen-lon sets her stance, waves her arms and shouts that she hates teachers and that he should not even think she is going to lose. The fabric of her jeans tears at the leg from the force she puts through it, and she puts a fist into his chest hard enough that his vision goes dark. Kim Joo-hyuk steps back and says she really has gotten a bit stronger. Yen-lon lights up and asks whether that is true, and then says that at least he blocked it. Then she comes forward again wrapped in bright red flames saying that this time it will not work, and Kim Joo-hyuk closes his fist because the pressure coming off her is actually pushing him back. Yoo So-yeon and Choi Erin both put their arms up to shield themselves from it. Yoo So-yeon asks what this is and whether it is some kind of magic and whether White Lotus has been raising a monster over there. Oh Sa-hyuk, standing perfectly still, says it is an enormous quantity of mana and that her concentration is higher than Kim Joo-hyuk's was during the recent competition. Yoo So-yeon grabs his shoulder. Yen-lon comes in at speed with her eyes bright with anger, thinking that one hit ends him and that even if he blocks it, he is finished. Then her eyes go wide because Kim Joo-hyuk is standing in exactly the stance she was sitting in when they met, arms and legs bent. She asks whether that is the same pose, and he says smugly that he also likes to settle problems himself face to face. She keeps coming, fists aimed, and he grins and meets her in that same stance. Their fists collide and sparks come off the contact in every direction, and they stay there leaning fist against fist while aura spreads out around both of them. Yen-lon grinds her teeth watching both their arms shaking and asks whether she has burned all her mana and is still being pushed back. He does not have that kind of magical power. So where is it coming from? He is far stronger than he was then. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at her with complete confidence, smiling slightly, and Yen-lon decides that for the chance to fight him, she is willing to do anything. Then he tells her that he only takes one hit. Her mouth opens, and he pulls his arm back, drops slightly into his legs, and tells her that starting from the second one, he blocks and hits back. Yen-lon crosses her arms to protect herself and gets driven backwards anyway, staring at him as he keeps swinging. Then she growls in fury thinking that she has lost again and hits the ground front first. Kim Joo-hyuk pulls his foot back so it does not land on her, looks down and says that apparently he has another student now. She stays unconscious for a while then opens her eyes and sits up hiccuping. He is crouched next to her and says without surprise that she is awake. She holds her stomach and says how unpleasant he is and that she lost again. He notes that she has plenty of strength because who would have expected her to wake up now instead of in a few days? She asks in the same dissatisfied tone whether she can take that as a compliment. Joo-hyuk says less words, more action. Then she says with a wink that this time she had been planning to invite him to fight without magic the way they did the first time. But now she understands that the outcome would not change. Then she gets to her feet and announces that, as promised, she is becoming a student, and smiling widely clarifies that this makes her officially his first. Kim Joo-hyuk says, well, actually, no. She puts her hands on her hips and says, what? That cannot be. Did he already have students in high school? He corrects her again, not really. And Erin's voice arrives from nearby saying that Joo-hyuk is right. Yen-lon makes a surprise noise and says, what? And Choi Erin explains that since she started studying before her, officially, she is his first student, and then meows cutely at the end of the sentence. Kim Joo-hyuk, watching this from the side, privately notes that he is sorry to upset her, but she is also nowhere near the first, although he probably should not tell her that. Yen-lon detonates and asks whether she is being told that and whether she is looking for a conflict. Erin, refusing to stay quiet, says yes and asks why she is so angry, which nearly puts Yen-lon into hysterics. And she gets right up in Choi Erin's face and screams that her name is Yen-lon, and she can keep her stupid nicknames to herself. Erin has no intention of ending this argument first, so she repeats that she should not be mischievous. Meow. It is a cute name for a cute girl. Yen-lon goes red with rage and shows her a shaking fist and asks who is cute here and whether she wants to die. Choi-eun, considerably calmer and no less insistent, asks whether she does not like it and suggests she can go home. Kim Joo-hyuk watches all of this and says nothing. Yen-lon asks why on earth since she has not had time to learn anything yet, and Eun only provokes her further having already made peace with the fact that she is a charming cat. Then Kim Joo-hyuk goes quiet looking at the two of them because he is remembering the same thing. Many years ago before his reincarnation, he felt exactly these warm feelings about his students. So he steps in and tells Yen-lon the meow business has to stop. She turns to him with enormous eyes and shouts him too. Then he goes over to Choi Erin and calmly explains that she did in fact become his student earlier, so she should not be rude to somebody more experienced. And while she is still pleasantly surprised by that, he has the second half. Since they now have a person with less experience, she should be more polite with her. Erin is not offended at all. She is busy privately asking herself whether she is the more experienced one and whether Kim Joo-hyuk just called her his first student. Then with her cheeks bright, she agrees, so be it. As a good student should, she will endure it. Yanlon keeps grinding her teeth and shaking a fist at her. So Ju-hyuk finally shuts both of them down and says they should stop fooling around and that they gave each other a decent beating today so they can go and rest. Yanlon says it did not actually hurt that much, then asks by the way where she is supposed to sleep. He asks what and whether she could not find somewhere to live, and she explains confused that she never thought about it. She just wanted to fight him, which is why she came. Seol-yun told her a great deal about him, and if it were not for Seol-yun, she would never have known Valhalla existed. Kim Ju-hyuk puts a palm to his own forehead and clarifies that she therefore immediately flew here. Well, almost immediately, fine. He was the one asking. The academy decided to give him a dorm room so she can live there for now. Choi Aaron looks surprised at that, and Yanlon smiles and says, okay. And Aaron does not like something in her tone and turns around and asks whether there is something not to the kitten's liking, which predictably sets Yanlon off again, screaming and asking whether she is first in line to die. And Kim Ju-hyuk, standing right there, asks loudly and coldly whether he is supposed to wait for them to calm down. They do eventually finish the training, and late on a cloudy night, he walks back from campus toward the dormitory thinking about who he actually wants to recruit. Those two spent the entire session fighting each other. An enormous amount of time was wasted. Either way, given how things have gone, he now has several students. Yu Soyeon is currently working on stamina and is nowhere near fencing training. Oh, Sayuk has shown no particular interest and trains alone. So at the moment, only those two can actually help prevent a disaster. Then his phone rings, and the screen says Adelia Ventrick. He takes the call, and her voice arrives saying his name and identifying herself. He says he is listening, and she says fairly timidly that regarding the funds for the donation he requested, she is currently handling a number of other important matters and would first like to report that the assignment has been completed. Kim Ju, who says coldly that he already checked the donation and the scholarship funds this morning. Adelia sighs and says that is how it is and asks how else she can serve him, which reminds him of something. He wants her to publish a notice recruiting experienced contractors because in 3 months, there is going to be a disaster. Adelia, genuinely frightened, asks what and where he got that information. He keeps walking and says it does not matter and asks whether it matters that enormous changes are coming to this country. She asks whether that means it happens in Korea. He confirms it, and Adelia says okay and promises to contact contractors from Ventrick and from the Korean guilds. He also asks her to keep it quiet if possible. And then she goes red, and her lips go dry. She addresses him very timidly. He is surprised by the tone and asks what, and Adelia gathers herself and asks whether when the patron Constellation wakes up, he could praise her. Kim Ju-hyuk is silent for a moment and then asks whether she is still asleep, pretending not to notice her efforts. Adelia opens her notification window, finds nothing in it, and confirms that, yes, she tried to make contact and it did not work, which is when he remembers the girl mentioning she would need a short break after burning that much magical power. Apparently, 1 day was not enough for her. So he tells Adelia, okay, he will talk to her, and she stammers out a thank you, delighted. The next day at the Valhalla training room, Kim Ju-hyuk is working hard on a treadmill and so is Choi Aaron, who now looks entirely confident doing it. Yen Lon working alongside them is breathing very heavily and doing extremely badly. He finishes and steps off with relief, then looks over out of curiosity and finds Yen Lon flat on the floor, flushed, with her mouth wide open, saying hoarsely that she cannot breathe. She is not dying, is she? Then she sits bolt upright and announces that she almost died. And Kim Ju-hyuk, standing there wiping his face with a towel next to Aaron, congratulates her on surviving. She is holding up quite cheerfully, better than he expected, since he assumed she would fall over halfway through. Yen Lon says, of course, she survived. Her cat honor was at stake. He grins and privately notes that her baseline stamina is fine and they should simply slow down a little, then somebody calls his name. A woman in a white traditional Chinese dress with gray hair marked in black and green eyes is walking toward them, asking whether Yen Lon happened to turn up here. Ju-hyuk asks himself who this is and why she looks so much like Seol-yun. Then she finds the figure beside him and addresses her directly and says she came all this way without saying a word to her mother. Yen Lon bares her teeth and says the name Seol-leon-hwa, and Kim Ju-hyuk understands the entire situation because this is her actual mother. He had assumed Seol-yun was her guardian. Leon-hwa turns to him and says that if he is the one her daughter came here for, then she should introduce herself. She is the head of the Soul family, currently responsible for Yanlon. Seol Yun, the head of White Lotus, is her younger sister. He says he understands. Then Lianhua observes how strange it is since her sister promised to contact her when Lan left the White Lotus Palace and instead sent her here. She will deal with that later. Right now, Yanlon follows her mother, and she puts out a hand. Yanlon takes that extremely badly, shaking, shouting, "Follow her mother." Yes. The woman who did not care about her for all these years. She should leave immediately. Then she gets up and adds that she should also stop calling her daughter because it is infuriating. Lianhua reminds her, sternly, that the constellation ordered her to be left alone and that she still does not know. Yanlon screams that she does know that she heard it from a maid before she heard it from her. Lianhua stays calm and says she can see that now. And by the way, this time the constellation has taken an interest in her. Yanlon stops and asks what? Her mother explains that she finally has a chance to be noticed, so she must stop disgracing her mother. Yanlon, still disbelieving, asks whether that means she wants her back and whether that is what all this harassment has been for. So Yanlon, barely holding herself together, tells her to get out of here. This is where Kim Joo-hyuk's students train. She does not belong here. Valhalla, Seoul, White Lotus, none of it. She is not listening to her. Lianhua closes her eyes and asks whether she knows why she came here without bodyguards, to do the job cleanly. Then she puts her right hand out, opens blue streams of magic, and hits her daughter with it. Yanlon keeps her balance and comes away with a burn on her right forearm and asks what she is doing. And CEO Lianhua, now visibly angry, asks whether she did not say it. She does not intend to be delicate. So Yanlon gets angry too and asks what the point of this is since she is not going to hold back either. Then she charges, saying she remembers right because the last time Lianhua challenged her, she still lost. She goes up above her and puts everything into the strike. Lianhua stops it easily and says she has definitely gotten stronger, and that at the Lotus, she did not kick a person who was already down. Yanlon screams that she is right, because she trained that hard specifically so that Lianhua would stop treating her as an empty space. Her mother says that in that case, she should return to Seoul and train properly. Then she spins her through the air and throws her. Yanlon genuinely cannot work out why she is this strong. She lands on the wooden floor, comes back in, and kicks her shouting at her to let her go. Lianhua has to block, moves back slightly, and says with disgust what barbaric movements. Yanlon comes again telling her to shut up because all she needs is a win. Choi Aaron watches this next to Kim Joo-hyuk and says his name. He answers without looking away. She suggests calling an instructor, and Joo-hyuk points out that the head of the Seoul family currently causing a scene inside Valhalla while announcing she is removing her daughter from it and asks what she thinks an instructor's reaction is going to be. Aaron says not much. He says that in any case, he does not like her, and Choi Aaron says she does not either because she abandoned her own daughter on the street and still has the nerve to call herself a mother. Then she turns toward Yanlon, who can hear her and says the kitten is probably uncomfortable standing next to her. Yanlon swings at Lianhua and gets ducked, and her mother tells her to stop this pointless rebellion before she hurts herself. She pushes off the floor and attacks again, telling her to stop pretending it hurts. Lianhua goes back a little, breaks with her feet and puts a palm on her own stomach. Yanlon reads that as confirmation because she kicked her hard enough and she should stop pretending because she knows it hurts. Then she notices something is wrong and looks down. Her leg is encased in ice up to the shin. She asks with real horror whether her foot is frozen and who did that. And so Lianhua asks mockingly whether this is the first time she has seen this because this is the power of their family's constellation, the king of the snowy depths. And if she returns to the family, perhaps not immediately, but eventually, she gets to use that power and hold that contract too. Yanlon says out loud that she has gotten stronger since their last meeting. So that is where the strength came from. Lianhua asks whether she finds that shameful and says such is the nature of their world. If a person is under a constellation's protection, that is their unshakable prerogative. She should face the truth. Then she asks again whether she will return to the family and puts out her left palm. Yanlon says she has already answered this many times. She is not going to. Lianhua sighs, says not a mature child, and closes the distance instantly, and adds that, in that case, she should not even think about returning intact. And Yanlon understands. Her foot is frozen, and she cannot do anything. Sol Lianhua extends a palm toward her and says ominously that she is going to freeze and crush her right hand, and that she must repeat after her. Yanlon manages one word. Lianhua continues and says that Lan will never again challenge the constellation or the family. Then her hand gets pushed away because Kim Joo-hook stopped it with his foot, with both hands still in his sweatpants pockets. Yanlon says his name, and without paying her any attention, he turns to Lianhua and asks what she is doing and whether she is seriously trying to deprive her own daughter of a hand. She says with total confidence that this is a mother teaching her daughter a lesson, and she does not believe it concerns him, which reminds Kim Joo-hyuk of something, and he notes that a guy told him something extremely similar recently. Lianhua, trying to hide her confusion, says, "Interesting," and privately asks why his leg did not turn into an icicle and why she suddenly felt pain, which means that even loaded with a constellation's power, that attack was not enough to harm him. Joo-hyuk orders Choi Aaron to guard Yanlon and get behind him. Yanlon does not take this as help at all and screams at him, asking whether he has lost his mind because she wants to fight too, and she was told this is her family's business. And Kim Joo-hook answers her calmly. She should look at her right leg and then tell him about family business again. What teacher stands aside while his student is threatened? Yanlon cannot find anything to say to that and lets Aaron take her. He steps forward and tells them to get back, and she says okay, obediently and a little embarrassed. And in that moment, she thinks, so this is what it is like to have a teacher. Choi Aaron looks at her with a certain amount of jealousy. Lianhua lights up her right hand and asks teacher, does her teacher wear a tracksuit and attend school? How interesting. Then she asks him directly whether he did not dislike her and why he is suddenly calling himself her teacher. He answers immediately and with complete confidence that it is nothing of the kind and that it is simply a matter of mutual interest. Seo Lianhua asks caustically whether that is so and whether that is what the teacher tells her. In that case, may she test his competence? And she comes at him, while Joo-hyuk sets his fist and thinks calmly that this is a matriarch. She looks balanced and she is in fact insane, exactly like her daughter. He blocked her once with a foot, but he cannot absorb that volume of magical power every time. So for now, he dodges to the side and works her joints. She reaches him and misses. She tracks him with her eyes and throws a wide sweep through the air. He ducks it, and her attack hits the gym equipment and covers it in sharp icicles pouring off terrible cold, which tells him she can affect objects without direct contact. Apparently, she does not kick people who are down either. Then he says sternly that the sports equipment is the pride of this academy and that he hopes a reasonable person will compensate all the damage. Lianhua says that if he wins, she will think about it. Then she drives a straightened palm at his throat and Joo-hook gets one thought in. Her magical power runs many times above normal for as long as she can feed it from the constellation. So if he is going to spend his own power, it is wiser to spend it like this. Kick upward. He pulls his left leg back, brings it up high and catches her arm, and she cries out, and her attack goes into the ceiling. She registers with irritation how much energy she just wasted. Then she looks down and finds Kim Joo-hook a few centimeters away and says, "What?" And he hits her hard enough that the sound that comes out of her is silent and comes with blood. She lands flat on her back while he holds the position he struck from, smiling. Yanlon notes in shock that he knocked her down and that the constellation's power did not help. Lianhua sits up holding her stomach and says it is incredible and that now she understands why he calls himself a teacher. However, she is still taking her daughter home. Joo-hyuk asks what? And she explains that this was the constellation's order, and that even if she fails, others take her place. Yanlon asks whether anybody here is going to ask her, and Seo Lianhua answers absolutely calmly and absolutely coldly. No. The order of the constellation is paramount. That is the tenet of their family. Yanlon is genuinely frightened and does not hide it and asks whether she will have to fight them again and what happens if she does not want to and then starts screaming like a small child that she does not want this. So Kim Joo-hyuk shuts his eyes, turns to Lianhua, and asks what he has to do to meet their constellation. She is confused enough to ask what. He explains that others will take her place anyway, so he should simply beat their constellation. Lianhua cannot believe him and asks whether he is serious and points out that ordinary people meet a constellation through sanctuary, which requires an enormous concentration of magical power, and that their family is not stupid enough to let anybody arrange that, least of all somebody who threatens them. And Kim Joo-hook says there is another way. You can communicate with a constellation through your own neurons by coming into contact with the sacred relic, which confuses her further because they teach hunters here. So how does he know that? But it is true. A sacred relic serves as a bridge between worlds. Touch it, and a person appears immediately before the constellation. Except that unlike their world, where a constellation's power is limited, the pleroma of the mental image is entirely subject to it. A human essence may fail to withstand the divine aura and come apart into atoms the moment it arrives. Does the young man still want to fight a constellation? And Kim Joo-hook, despite every attempt to frighten him, says yes. So she stands up and says she understands, and that either way he will have to wait because she cannot simply hand over a sacred relic. They will send an invitation in a week, and until then, she guarantees Yen Lan's safety. He accepts and says they have an agreement. But Lien Hua points out that if he gets lost in the pleroma, what then? Despite every restriction, they need terms. Yen Lan grinds her teeth and says quietly that this is nonsense, and Joo-hook agrees to it anyway. If he loses, his life is entirely in her hands. And if he defeats the constellation, she stops calling herself Yen Lan's mother and leaves her alone permanently. He will take care of her. Yen Lan is shocked and embarrassed simultaneously. Lian Hua privately notes that he is a terrifyingly self-confident young man and says she agrees. Then she leaves the gym in silence, and Kim Joo-hook does not say anything after her. He just frowns thinking about something. A week later, he is standing in a space made of snow and cold in front of an ice throne on which sits the king of the snowy depths. A man with cat ears showing through ashen hair and 4 stripes across his cheeks that read from a distance like whiskers. He looks at Kim Joo-hook like something about to pounce. And for a while, they simply hold eye contact, the constellation with its head propped on one hand, both of them playing a game in which neither intends to look away first. Because a few days before that, Kim Joo-hook had opened a door in the Valhalla dorm and told Yen Lan she could stay here for now. Beige parquet, white walls, a wide window with a balcony, white curtains, a television, a floor lamp, a small bedside table. Yen Lan, with an enormous hiking backpack on one shoulder, says okay, and then walks into the kitchen, looks at the induction hob, and asks what kind of luxurious hostel this is because this is a fairly wealthy family's home. Then embarrassed, she asks whether she can really live here. He confirms it. He had originally planned to move into a premium room, and this square footage was given to him to use. She stammers that she understands, then she goes quiet and lowers her head, and then gathers herself and asks him something. Why does he care about her so much? He does not understand. So she explains whether she gets attacked or not is a matter between her and her family. Why should he be worrying about it? Is he really willing to go that far for a student? Kim Joo-hook scratches the back of his head and says that her being his student is only one of the reasons. The actual reason is that he hates people like Seo Linhua, the kind who order you to obey because they sit higher in a hierarchy. Who can tear off anybody's hand if they feel like it? He is sick of that arbitrariness. That is why he stepped in. Then he asks whether she is embarrassed. Yen Lan waves both hands and her head and says, no, not at all. It is just that nobody before. She tries to finish and it comes out badly, and she settles for saying that in general she is grateful to him. Kim Joo-hook smiles at how awkward that was, and then reminds her that the upcoming training will make her regret those words of gratitude. She stops smiling and asks what. Then he says he is going to ask her about something, and she asks frightened what. He asks completely seriously whether her family's constellation is the king of the snowy depths. So he asks what he is like. She thinks about it, looks at the floor, and says she knows he commands ice, and that her knowledge beyond that is very limited because she heard that the constellation never interferes in family affairs, and some members of the family do not even know who he is. Joo-hook says really, and points out that this is strange since the matriarch specifically said he ordered Lien Hua to take her. Yen Lan agrees and says that as far as she remembers, she has never once been in contact with the constellation and never received that famous protection her entire family is wrapped in purely by birthright. She is genuinely confused about it and Kim Joo-hook does not know what to make of it either. So he exhales and says that if that is how it is, then he will knock everything unnecessary out of this constellation and then the two of them will have a heart-to-heart. Yen Lan is impressed and says nothing. And on his way to the door, he tells her to rest and pull herself together because soon she is going to have to show him the way to this family. She says yes. He leaves. She watches the door for a while and then finally takes the backpack off. Later in his own room, Ju-hook is on the phone with Adelia Ventric, who asks how she can help him. He says he has a request and that he fought the matriarch of the Soul family. She reacts as though somebody hit her and asked what happened. He explains that she came looking for her daughter and they had a slight disagreement. Adelia asks whether that means a direct descendant of the Soul family is currently inside Valhalla. He says yes. And also that the gym equipment fell apart. Can she solve that? She says, still processing, that she thinks so and that there is probably nothing difficult about it. He says, okay. She should do that for him. She says she understands and asks whether he needs anything else. He asks whether she knows anything about the Soul family's constellation, the King of the Snowy Depths. She says she has heard he does not interfere in family disputes, exactly like the lady in the beak mask, and that since the Soul family itself is fairly indifferent, very little is known. He asks whether that is true and then asks, by the way, whether she has woken up. Adelia says, sadly, no. Same as last time. No answer. Ju-hook says quietly that he understands, and then privately wonders whether sanctuarization really cost a constellation that much, since you apparently cannot even assemble a constellation party. Then she goes red and addresses him very timidly. He asks what, and she asks whether, like last time, she could request that he mention her participation to the patron. He grins and says he sees she is no longer suffering. Then he hangs up while Adelia realizes she should not have said that and exclaims that she is very sorry into a deadline. And Kim Ju-hook, thumb still on the end call button, asks out loud why nobody knows anything. Then Barch appears and observes that this is not like Kim Hyun-oh at all. Ju-hook asks what? Barch asks whether asking questions is really Hyun-oh's style since he always did that after the fight, and Ju-hook concedes he's right about that and then explains himself. Even though he is getting stronger, he is nowhere near his previous level. So would it not be stupid to attack a constellation knowing nothing? Barch admits he did not expect to hear that from him. Ju-hook goes further because he is fighting in the pleroma of the mental image where constellations can do genuine damage. Then he stops. Because if that is true, why was Bark so weak inside that same dimension, when by his power, he should be equal to any other constellation? And he adds that if Kim Hyun-oh is fighting a constellation in there, Barche could offer some advice. Barche explains that power in that space has nothing to do with Hyun-oh's real power. Ju-hook asks, unhappily, what he is supposed to do with that. And Barche explains that strength in the pleroma answers only to a person's own conception of his own strength. Ju-hook asks whether he is joking since that is the same thing. Barch insists it is not. For an ordinary person, there is genuinely no difference. But Kim Hyun-oh is different, and he must not forget it. Ju-hook sits with that and then agrees because now he understands. There is only one thing left. He has to talk to this constellation in the language of pain. A week later, he arrives in China with Yen Lan at the Soul family estate, set among icy mountains and bare trees. With the academy students lined up in 2 columns holding their backs as straight as they can manage, Manhwa comes out to meet them and asks whether he really came, surprised and even slightly flattered. Ju-hook smiles and asks how he could not. She goes serious immediately and asks him to follow her. He puts a hand on Yen Lan's shoulder and tells her he will be back soon, and then she can only watch his back. The iron doors with glass inserts open, and Lianhua walks him inside. And the next moment, they are standing on what looks like an enormous lake under thick ice and snow with sharp peaked mountains ahead. He asks what kind of place this is and where the room is. She crouches, puts a hand into a snowdrift, and pulls out a small closed wooden chest. When she opens it, blue electrical discharges come out of it, and she says she has still been thinking about what to do with him if he loses. Then she turns to him without hiding the white glove inside and asks whether he would not like to become a slave of their family. He tells her irritably that he already said she can invent his punishment herself and that it would be better if she simply handed over the glove. She lifts the relic with both hands and passes it to him carefully. Kim Ju-hook takes it rudely and dismissively, and the King of the Snowy Depths is in front of him instantly, asking sternly who he is. Ju-hook sets his fist and answers that first. The man should introduce himself. Then he moves closer to the stairs, looks at the constellation, and realizes that this is not his student, but he looks familiar. He would like to know why. The king repeats his question and then closes a fist, lifting several sharp shards of ice into the air, and adds that this boy appears to be quite a nuisance to the Soul family. Ju-hook smiles and says he is perceptive, and maybe they should get acquainted. and the constellation sends the attack at him and answers, if he survives. Kim Joo-hook registers that this one attacks at range. The ice comes in and the energy behind it, and white mist swallows everything. The king watches carefully and is not pleased with the result because every icicle is buried in the ground and Joo-hook is standing calmly beside them. He grins and says he did not expect the boy to come back from that because that attack could not be dodged with a simple jump, and ordinary magical power would not have been enough. Apparently, he is not some kind of creature. Then the constellation comes closer and says he was going to tell the boy his real name, except he forgot it while he was locked in this place, so he will give him the nickname instead. Many know him as the King of the Snowy Depths. Joo-hook, squinting into the rush of freezing air, asks why the wind suddenly does that. The king gathering ice over himself continues. His followers call him the god of chaos. Those who feared him called him the snow demon. Combine the two, and you get the snow god of chaos. And finally, he is the patron constellation of the Soul family, the king of the snowy depths, the snow god of chaos, standing in front of Kim Joo-hook in full, who does not display any particular respect and says dismissively that this is interesting and that his name is Kim Joo-hook. The king repeats it and says that is excellent and that he will remember this name. Then with one wave, he raises a dozen ice floes out of the ground and surrounds him. Joo-hook looks around and asks whether the constellation thinks he is planning to run. The god of chaos throws his hand forward and builds new barriers in front of him. And Joo-hook notes that these are icicles and that he does not much want to deflect them with his bare hands. So he would do it differently. The king asks whether that is a sword because Kim Joo-hook, now armed, splits the ice block with a single swing, and the blow is powerful enough that the god of chaos cannot stop it and the fragments come straight at him. He does stop all of them, and then asks whether the boy is counter-attacking and calls him a fool, because all the ice and snow in this place answers to him. And Joo-hook closes the entire distance in one leap and asks mockingly, is that so? Another swing. The god of chaos catches the blade and grabs the scabbard and says with contempt that the boy was only trying to confuse him and get closer. The idea was good. His strength was not enough. Kim Joo-hook grins and asks whether he is sure about that. Not enough strength. Because the king has just noticed his own hand starting to shake around the weapon. And Joo-hook asks why the constellation should not simply take this hit since who knows what else he is short of. Then he puts everything real that he has into the man's stomach and the god of chaos goes backwards into his own throne. Kim Joo-hook raises a fist with white steam coming off it and observes that apparently the constellation has not been thrown around in a while. The king, covering one eye, writhing says, this is incredible power in this sword, now he understands, is he the god of war? And Joo-hook answers proudly that although his students gave him that nickname, he is absolutely correct, which softens the god of chaos entirely because he remembers the god of war. He cannot claim he knew him well, but 300 years ago, he witnessed that power personally. Because one day, among snowy gray mountains, under a dark purple sky hanging so low, it nearly touched the peaks. The king of the snowy depths was attacked by an enormous number of monsters. He handled as many as he could and was left alone against a countless army, and he decided to take as many of them with him as possible. And then the god of war arrived. He wanted to ask why he had come to his aid, why he was standing there in front of those monsters without moving. But Han-Oh swung an ink-colored sword, and then the two of them were alone, and he could not say a word. Now looking at this boy, the god of chaos knows he cannot confuse that magical power with anything else. It does not matter what he looks like. This is undoubtedly the god of war. Kim Joo-hook interrupts his thinking and asks where he wants to start if they are continuing. The king frowns and then answers calmly that it will be as the god of war says. He has been waiting for this day a long time. Then he covers himself in more ice and says he will fight him at full strength. While that happens, Yahello is sitting in a reception room at a round table of dark wood with her eyes down. And when she hears noise, she looks up at the translucent doors behind which human silhouettes are standing. Their eyes stand out against the black outlines and seem to see straight through her. She lowers her head again because this is exactly why she did not want to come to the Soul family. And she remembers Kim Joo-hook telling her to rest and pull herself together because soon she would have to show him the way here if it were not for that request. Then the door opens and two girls come in and one of them says her name quietly. The first daughter of the Soul family, Sol Yoran, and the second daughter, Sol Pei, both with ash-colored hair marked in dark blue and simple Chinese wrap dresses. Yahello is not happy to see them and asks rudely what they want and whether they came so she could hit them. Pei stammers that no, they just came to see her. Irin, with slightly more confidence, asks why they would start a fight when they could not beat her anyway. So Yanlon points at the silhouettes behind the glass and says that if they came to look at her, they can stand out there with the rest and stare at her like an animal. Then Sol Yurin scratches her head, embarrassed, and says she wants to apologize for the misunderstanding between them. People apologize in person. Yanlon asks, genuinely surprised, and apology. Sol Pei explains that since she ended up in that castle immediately after their quarrel, they never had time to talk, so she would like to do it now. Better late than never. She knows these words are not worth anything anymore, but they are truly sorry about her imprisonment. Yanlon asks angrily, so what now? They apologized. So what? She was supposed to believe it was sincere and not out of fear. She screams that last part, and it puts Pei in tears. Irin puts a hand on her sister's shoulder and turns to Lan more firmly and tells her to stop and says she knows it looks like they are trying to get out of something, but they are genuinely asking her to listen. Because every previous attempt they made to see her was blocked by their mother. Yanlon asks what? And Irin adds that she was even suspended from training on their mother's order, which shocks Lan far more, because that means they were not avoiding her out of envy. She always thought that was what it was. Pei, calmer now, says they really were jealous of her, but that the envy always stayed kind. They were proud of her. Because of her, the Sol family gets taken seriously. Then Irin tells her the rest. While the two of them were working up the courage to talk to her, their mother called them in for an important conversation. And she quoted Lianhua directly. They were not to allow Lan to take part in the training. Their mother also said that she was a threat to them in the fight to become the next head of the family, and that even if she promoted them, the elders would still choose Yanlon. Lan says nothing. And Sol Irin says with a heavy heart that they were forced to go along with their mother and do as she said, but she was wrong about one thing. Neither of them was ever interested in becoming head of the family. Not only were they not interested, they were not supposed to be. Yanlon stands up and asks what she is talking about. And at that moment, Seol Yun walks into the room and asks whether she would like her to explain all of it in more detail. Back in the snow, Kim Ju-hook is still fighting. The king lifts more shards and throws them, and Ju-hook dodges, pushes off the ground, and jumps in close. So the king closes a fist and grows an ice flower that opens into long sharp thorns and forces him to stop. He cuts through them and says this is annoying and comes forward again asking whether the constellation intends to keep playing with icicles. The king says that since the boy wants a stronger attack, he can have one. An enormous crystalline snowflake forms directly in front of Ju-hook's face, grows, and detonates. He comes out of it without a scratch and observes with open ridicule that he can do that too and that it is impressive. The god of chaos says sternly that he intended to freeze him head to foot and that instead the man got sprinkled with a handful of snow, as one would expect from a god of war. Ju-hook waves that off and tells him not to compliment his enemy like that, because it confuses him. And then he goes still because something about this one is different. He should have remembered a constellation this strong from 300 years ago, which means that all this time, the man has been working on breaking his own limiter inside the pleroma of the mental image. That is why he got stronger. How interesting. Because the power of the pleroma answers to special rules. As Barch said, a person's conception of his own strength is what matters, and this cat is most likely a reincarnation of his former personality since his real body decomposed a very long time ago, exactly like his own. This is a genuinely interesting opponent, so Ju-hook exhales and says he wishes he could have met him sooner. The king asks what he is talking about and Kim Ju-hook draws his sword and explains that it was simply a mutual exchange of compliments. The god of chaos grins and agrees and says that his gratitude, he will defeat him. Then he comes down the stairs, sheaths his right arm in ice, loads it with magic, and swings. Ju-hook pulls his sword arm back, and they meet, and the sound is metal. And afterward, the two of them are standing back to back and the god of chaos says humbly and with a smile that perhaps he should let it go. He is not even close to him. Then his icy vestment shatters, and he goes down onto his knees. Kim Ju-hook hears that concession and smiles, and something faintly sad gets into it anyway. Outside, a glove wrapped in blue streams is hanging in the air with Kim Ju-hook standing motionless beside it with his eyes shut, while Lianhua watches and thinks this is taking longer than she expected. Well, the boy really was using some strange magic, so presumably the constellation has been playing with him. Then she notices a change and frowns, because after that much time in the mental image, he looks completely normal. She calls to him carefully, and Ju Hyuk turns around immediately and says, yes. Yes. He beat her cat. Manhwa asks whether he is joking. Then a notification window opens saying that the king of the snowy depths is grateful to Kim Ju Hyuk. She reads it and still cannot make it work, and says what? Then she looks at him with her mouth open and asks whether he really did this and puts a hand out carefully as though she is afraid of him and says this is unthinkable. A high school student defeating their patron Constellation. Kim Ju Hyuk walks up and tells her she can ask him herself since he seems to respect him. Manhwa closes her eyes heavily and then Ju Hyuk puts a hand on her shoulder and adds that she did promise never to touch Yanlon again. What she does not yet know is that he intends to make some adjustments, and his face turns into something bloodthirsty with red eyes and no pupils in them. Sometime later, he walks past the students, opens a door, and tells Yanlon they can go. She turns around and asks what. Then he notices there are 3 more women in the room and asks why they are all gathered in here. Seol Yun speaks first and says, just think. They have met Ju Hyuk again and that she never would have expected him to turn up here. He remembers her kindness and politely greets the chairman of White Lotus and says he never expected to see her here either. Yanlon looks up and asks, hopefully, whether he is already finished with his business. Kim Ju Hyuk says yes and that he will tell her everything on the way home because the staring in this building is too intense, which is aimed at the students who have been watching them without blinking and listening to every word. Later, the two of them walk down an empty street with the sunset out ahead and Yanlon lowers her head and observes that he came back much faster than she expected. He lost. Right? Ju Hyuk asks what? And she keeps going already upset saying it must have been hard because he was not only fighting a constellation but doing it without any divine protection. Kim Ju Hyuk plays along and agrees that hard is not the word. Then Yanlon asks what terms Manhwa set. He says becoming a slave of the Soul family. She asks, confused, whether that means he is now a servant of the family. And Ju Hyuk smiles and answers evasively, who knows, while privately noting that she is naive and he should probably enjoy this before he tells her everything. Then Yanlon gets serious and says with alarm that she has to stop him because her aunt and her older sisters told her everything. Manhwa is insane. She is willing to give her life for the position of head and she has wanted it since she was young. Seol Yun told her to slow down. But even after Manhwa became head of the family, she never eased off because she needs to stay ahead until she dies, until she is dried up completely. Even the elders have started watching her. She never liked children. They're only an obstacle that threatens her position. That is what she said. She punished them constantly for anything, for nothing. And her mother treated her worst of all because of her talent. That is why she was imprisoned. Kim Ju Hyuk listens to all of it carefully, then Yanlon stops and asks whether this is not funny because she never even intended to become head of the family. Why did she do this to her? And Ju Hyuk answers sympathetically while barely hiding a smile and asks her to let him interrupt the depressing monologue and cheer her up slightly because he won that fight. She asks what and whether he is messing with her. He asks calmly whether today is April 1st. Then he gets to the part that actually matters. This entire circus started only because the patron Constellation called her mother in. Yanlon confirms it, and he says that is exactly what does not fit. Because from her own account, her Constellation had no interest in her leaving the family. So he asked him personally. Because he had walked over to the king, sat down opposite him, told him he was not going to die anyway, so he should get up and said he had a question. He had heard the Constellation called for Lon. Why does he need her? And the king explained that this was a request from the current head of the Soul family. Her youngest daughter needs divine protection and persistently keeps moving away from it. She said her daughter would not contradict the Constellation, which is why he gave that order. Ju Hyuk asked whether that was all since he was under the impression the Constellation had already given up on Yanlon. And the king replied that this was the first time he had heard about any of that, and also the first time he had heard that the head of the family's youngest daughter is called Yanlon. Kim Ju Hyuk asked smiling whether he is serious because it turns out the head of the family simply used the kitten. Yanlon freezes on that street with her mouth open, and Ju Hyuk tells her calmly that her mother confused people, lied to their faces, fed her empty promises, and used their own patron purely to reach her own selfish goals. Yanlan's teeth come together. And she says the name and asks whether there is anything sacred to that woman at all because she deceived both her family and her Constellation. She ruined her life. And for what? For the position of head. Manhwa is simply disgusting. Then Kim Joo-hyuk, after a pause, mentions that he asked the Constellation to terminate the contract. Somewhere else, Sia Lianhua says, "What contract?" "The one she entered into with the king of the snowy depths as head of the family. It is probably happening right now." And in the system window in front of Lianhua, new notifications arrive saying exactly that. Zhu Hua adds that never mind the position of head. At this point, she will not be permitted to clean wicker shoes. Then he tells Yan Lan that now she does not have to get her hands dirty. She asks whether it was all for her sake and says he should not have gone that far. Then going red, she says she is very grateful to him and bows her head next to him and sighs heavily. Kim Joo-hyuk smiles and tells her to stop and says that since the Seoul family business is finished, she can focus on training. And Yan Lan says, delighted, that she understands. Somebody is watching them from a distance in a black robe and a skull mask and asks out loud whether he should continue following him. And a knight in a horned animal mask appears and answers sternly, no. He had better go looking for his enemies. In a hideout of a great cult, 4 people in identical black robes and skeleton masks are sitting around a table. And the girl with the pink bob asks why they were gathered. A man in black sunglasses with white hair explains that the Constellation called them. She points out that this is the same one who ordered Kim Joo-hyuk killed and asks why he suddenly needs them looking for his enemies instead. Another member suggests he may have changed his mind. So she asks who arrived on scene first after the original order. One of them says it was him, and she asks whether he has anything to share. He says this one is strange because he made inquiries about the guy and could not find a single piece of information except that whoever wrote the file lived in an orphanage. Absolutely nothing interesting. And this came from reliable informants, so they can trust it. The girl asks whether he is serious and says that she waited for an order to assist and never received one, and that neither the youths of the Seoul family nor its head could beat him. Then one of them in a skeleton mask adds that the order was postponed after that. And when Kim Joo-hyuk defeated their family's patron Constellation, they were given a new one. The girl asks whether he defeated a Constellation, and a notification window arrives out of nowhere in which the martial devil asks whether the storage stone is ready. The man says yes and takes it out and looks at it with open adoration, black cloth around an object shimmering in every shade of pink. Then the devil's voice asks whether they found his enemies. They did. 3 organizations stand in hostile relations to Kim Joo-hyuk, the Ventric family, Samsel, and Above Race. The Constellation listens closely. Samsel and Above Race are gangster organizations. The Ventric family is a prestigious English house, and that family suddenly took his side so they cannot be declared enemies anymore. One of them, with the upper half of his face in shadow, suggests they made some kind of deal with him. And the girl still staring at the stone recalls that although there is no official confirmation, there are rumors that an organization of thugs called Full Burial is targeting Kim Joo-hyuk. The 4th member, silent until now, asks whether these freaks are genuinely trying to raise the value of the name. She agrees that they probably are. Then the martial devil interrupts and issues the new order. They eliminate his enemies. The next day, Kim Joo-hyuk is walking a corridor with a bag on one shoulder and his phone in the other hand when a notification arrives because Choyun has now written his name 3 times in a row. He answers with a certain amount of irritation. What? She asks whether she can skip today's training because she needs to go home and pick something up. He says okay and wonders what she needs to collect and figures it is probably something important. Putting the gym bag in his locker, he notes that it would be excellent if she is going to bring back the sacred relic because the Choi Jin family's Constellation could be one of his disciples. After the fight with the Seoul family Constellation, he has been going through family heirlooms, and none of them were anything special. The disaster is around the corner. A new tower of destruction appears soon, so every student matters, and they have very little time. He heard there are a great many sacred relics simply lying around in the White Lotus Association. Maybe he should look there. Then a man's voice says his name. He turns around and finds a cat mask. He asks who is calling him, and the man answers calmly that there are 4 extra eyes and ears in this room, so it would be better to talk outside. Joo-hyuk agrees, but before leaving he instructs the 2 of them not to fight each other while he is gone. Yoo So-yeon screams that she will not do that. Yan Lan adds, should she beat her? Because it would be too easy. So-yeon gets angry and asks whether it is easy and tells her to apologize, and Yan Lan says excitedly that in that case, she has to fight her. Out in the corridor, the black cat explains that he is a representative of the market. Kim Joo-hyuk says he had already worked that out from the pretentious outfit and then asks whether the market did not guarantee anonymity and says it is a shame nobody warned him that people in cat masks sometimes break into his academy. Perhaps he wants to undermine the market's reputation. The cat asks him calmly not to escalate the atmosphere and says that according to his instructions, has something to give him. Then he hands over a dark blue envelope. Joo-hyuk asks what it is. The cat says the letter is from the true owner of the market, and Joo-hyuk immediately guesses that the true owner is the so-called hidden ruler. The cat, surprised by that, confirms it and asks him to read the contents and says that if he has any way of responding, he should come to the market. Joo-hyuk repeats, if he gets the chance, yes. Because besides him, this letter went to several other people. Their constellation is looking for somebody who can read it. The cat does not know the contents himself. And if Kim Joo-hyuk can read it, that will be very cool. Their constellation will be waiting. They will see each other again at the market. Then he leaves, and Barch asks whether this is a letter from a constellation. Joo-hyuk takes it out and confirms it and then asks whether he can read this because it looks like a child invented their own language. Then he states, with total confidence, that he is going into that market. Barch asks what, and Kim Joo-hyuk says smiling that he created these symbols. That evening, walking an empty city street, Barch observes that lately he has been leaving the academy without permission rather often. Joo-hyuk says yes quite seriously and admits he had to make a deal with that strange gray-haired teacher. Barch notes that the strange gray-haired teacher must mean Lilia and remembers her grinning at him after the last conference and telling him she was a genuine sensation. So he simply has to keep feeding her information. Then Barch asks, so he invented these scribbles. Joo-hyuk admits it. Barch asks why, since writing already existed back then. And Joo-hyuk tries to explain that he thinks this can be called part of his training and then says it would be better if he never brought it up again unless Bark wants to be flattened. Bark says, okay. Then Kim Joo-hyuk pushes open the creaking doors of that same abandoned cafe, spots the iron door, asks whether the entrance is behind it, puts his hand on the handle, and notes that he never thought he would come back here. And yet, he swings it open and steps outside again. Walking straight on, he looks up and observes that the sky is hinting at a grand meeting. The last time he saw it like this was about 300 years ago. Then somebody calls him, and it is the same man in the same leather jacket with a black mask over his entire face, politely asking whether he is here about the letter. Joo-hyuk confirms it coldly and asks where to go. The man asks him to follow, and Joo-hyuk asks whether he needs a mask and gets told he will be taken through a secret passage so he does not have to bother. Sometime later, are at the market in the 7th district, and Kim Joo-hyuk is standing on one of the top floors of the tower at a floor-to-ceiling window, wondering whether the black cat is here. Then Barch tells him to look at the building behind the glass, very tall houses, narrow towers, turn toward him with a yellow face that catches the moonlight like something glossy. And Barch explains that all the yellow parts of that structure are banknotes. Was this skyscraper here last time? Joo-hyuk says he is genuinely not sure. He does not remember. Then the black cat comes in and politely notes that he arrived, so he was able to read the letter. Joo-hyuk says it seems so, and that in short, no specific answer can be given to its contents. The cat asks what he is talking about, so Kim Joo-hyuk asks him to bring paper and a pen and says he will explain everything. The market owner produces both. Joo-hyuk thanks him, and then the black cat watches him write and starts quietly despairing. Because is this another failure? Only 5 people sold their rings. 3 of them already came here, and with their lies, they only angered the constellation. Then Joo-hyuk shows him the 2 characters he has written. The cat takes the paper and notes that these do look like symbols from the letter and asks what it means. And Joo-hyuk says smiling that it means no. The next instant, a notification window opens in front of the market owner in which the hidden ruler says no. Then the black cat lowers his head over the paper while the same phrase duplicates itself dozens of times down the system window. The ruler is upset, so he tells Kim Joo-hyuk that apparently he was right and that he should meet the constellation as soon as possible. Joo-hyuk agrees, and the cat produces a staff with an accumulative stone on it and explains that touching it will put him in the mental image. He grabs it. Darkness takes him for a few seconds, and then he is standing in infinite space. In front of him is a girl with long dark hair in a dark green coat, standing with her back to him, saying mysteriously that this is magical power, and that although he is changed on the outside, she cannot compare this strength to anything. She turns around and Kim Joo-hyuk smiles and says he has not seen the maniac in a long time. The girl with red eyes grabs her own face with both hands and then drops to her knees and announces that his humble student greets him with all honors. He winks at her and tells her she does not have to be on her knees and that she had better get up. She gets up, pleased, and says that, by the way, she did not think he still remembered those symbols. Kim Joo-hyuk, slightly embarrassed, asks how he could forget them since he invented them for exactly one purpose. Because once a girl was in a prison with a chain on her leg attached to an enormous stone with her lips cracked from dehydration and her body in filthy clothes. The door opened, and he walked into that dungeon with a blonde girl who stayed standing behind him. He came closer, put a hand on her forehead, and looked into enormous eyes full of despair. Because when he took her into his students, he realized she was not socialized at all. She did not know how to communicate. The only language she had was the language of her own emotions. She was the first person like that he had ever taught, so the two of them invented these symbols together. And he handed the little girl a sheet of paper, except she refused extremely persistently to study. So he tried to build a love of writing into her first to make learning the characters easier because once she had the language, he could finally teach her the art of battle. The constellation says all of that was only thanks to him. She studied then only for his sake, all for one thing. Then she asks whether the teacher understood what was written in the letter and Kim Joo-hyuk says yes and quotes it back to her. She missed him. When they meet, will he marry her? Which is precisely why his answer was no. The girl says with feeling that she has been waiting for this for so long. And Joo-hyuk explains, there is no time for that now and that he will bring her up to speed shortly because the world today is exactly as dangerous as it was 300 years ago. The constellation mutters that she understands and that in that case, is nothing she can do for now. He does not understand what she means by that, but she is already smiling again and asking whether the teacher saw the assignment from outside. He asks whether she means the skyscraper made of money. He saw it. It looks good, and she announces delighted that it belongs to him. From now on, that building is his. Kim Joo-hyuk says what and that he does not want it. She smiles in a way that is somehow wrong and asks why. Then she rushes at him and starts repeating the word endlessly. Why? And Joo-hyuk understands that she has gone completely feral because nobody has tamed her in far too long. The maniac stares at her teacher with lightning in her eyes and her aura turning into scarlet flashes, asking him why over and over like a spell. So he puts a hand out, folds his middle finger against his thumb, and flicks her hard in the forehead, and tells her to come to her senses. She rocks backward and yelps. Kim Joo-hyuk folds his arms and tells her she is overexcited and needs to think soberly. The maniac kneels down holding her bruised forehead and asks sadly whether the teacher did not like her gift and whether she got it wrong, and whether she did something wrong. One tear runs down her face, and he asks her sternly whether he ever wanted a skyscraper made of money. She says quietly, right, 300 years ago. Because he had once sighed and said that if only there were a skyscraper made of money now, the three of them were standing in a vacant lot. Kim Joo-hyuk, clueless, and the maniac, both girls holding swords out in front of them while he stood behind with his arms crossed lost in it. And the maniac turned around and asked uncertainly what the skyscraper is made of. He said money and explained that it was as tall as Everest. She asked hesitantly whether this is the teacher's dream. He scratched the back of his head, thought about it, and said you could put it that way, and added dreamily that when peace comes, he would like to drown in luxury and every previously unfulfilled thing. Both girls turned and looked at him, and the maniac said sadly that this is still very far away. So Kim Joo-hyuk looked at them and said that means they have to stronger, because only with difficulty will they be able to save their generation, and only then will they be able to breathe deeply. Now back to training. Clueless and the maniac answered together and set their stances with their swords in both hands, one glowing in gold, one in pale purple. Both of them thinking that they have to get stronger, and the maniac deciding that she is going to make her teacher's dream real. With her face lit up with tenderness, now 300 years later, she says sadly that although she could not please him back then after 300 years, she finally had the chance. She puts both hands against her chest and looks at him. Kim Joo-hyuk says that is how it is. Then the meeting arrives and he asks whether she already knew he would come back. She clasps her palms together and answers yes. Somebody notified her that he had been reincarnated. If it were not for that window, she would not have known anything. Then he notices her starting to shake and puts a palm up and tells her not to continue. But the maniac loses her composure anyway, and her face turns into an ominous mask with an enormous smile. And she says that in that case, she will simply go insane. Kim Joo-hyuk puts a hand out with lightning going through his aura, deciding she cannot be allowed any further, and says that either way, her timing is bad. She does not appear to hear it. She grabs her own face, smiles cheerfully, and asks what. He says this is not a time of peace. And after a while, the maniac chews her thumbnail and says okay and asks who could have expected the Tower of Destruction to appear again and a disaster to arrive again when the teacher has only just been reborn. Then she asks, agitated, why he has to go and save the world immediately, and she shouts repeatedly that it infuriates her with her eyes gone white and her aura scarlet. Kim Joo-hyuk watches her and says that this is partly why he has to refuse her gift. The maniac sighs, looks down, and says she understands and that nothing can be done. Then she asks the teacher for his hand. He puts it out, palm up, and asks what, and she extends hers, and a ring with a large stone appears above it. She looks at him joyfully, sparkling purple, and says this is the ring of the market owner, and it makes him the new owner. She lowers it gently onto his palm with spiritual power and adds that he will have rights to everything, absolutely everything. It will be much easier for him if he moves there. She is ready to help him at any hour of the day or night, so let them use this ring to the full. And Kim Joo-hyuk holds it between his fingers and says, okay. Thank you. While privately noting that people have been handing him rings far too often lately. Then he says he will be going, and the maniac watches him leave, delighted. Sometime later, the black cat is standing in front of an elevator with his hands behind his back when a window opens asking whether that person has left. He repeats the phrase this man and answers out loud that, yes, he returned to Valhalla Academy. Then a new alert arrives. The hidden ruler says she must buy Valhalla. The black cat stares at it and asks whether he is supposed to buy an academy and what for. Because of Kim Joo-hyuk, she has already given him the market owner's ring. Who is he? Why is a 17-year-old boy this interesting to a constellation? So he asks out loud what connects the constellation to Mr. Kim Joo-hyuk, and the answer arrives in the black window, paradise. Because the maniac is standing in a brightly lit wasteland looking at an azure sky with her clothes moving in the wind, saying quietly that he is her paradise. Somewhere in the middle of an endless ocean, a single dark mountain rises out of the water with the waves beating white against it. Inside, somebody puts a hand through a blonde man's skull and blood comes out of his mouth. Then a second blonde man takes a crushing blow to the head. A group of people backs away holding their weapons out, a dark-haired girl with a sword, a red-haired man in front with a dagger. They are looking at the legs of a man walking slowly toward them past a row of bodies. He says the Samsal group are worms. Logan, the first destroyer, asks furiously how they dared do that to his son. Then he raises a fist, and his golden aura turns black, and his eyes go bright white, and he says all of them should die. He drives that fist forward and sends a stream of destructive magical power into the Samsal group, and the entire space in front of him goes up in flame. When the smoke clears, Logan is holding his stance over a floor of bodies, and two people in black cloaks and masks are watching from cover, and a girl with dark blue hair and violet eyes asks whether this is the same one and why he is here. Her partner says he thinks Logan came to avenge his son and suggests they leave these losers to him and concentrate on their leader. And Logan looks over his shoulder and asks what kind of rats are whispering over there. Elsewhere, in complete darkness, a dark-haired bearded man in a dark brown suit is frozen with fear and asking where he is. This is Khan Nobel, the Dragon King, and he heard an explosion. And when he came to himself, he was already here, and this definitely does not feel like his office. He asks whether he is genuinely inside somebody's subspace. Then a voice in the dark says how annoying this is. He asks what? And a creature looks at him with one eye burning red and answers with the beating of his heart. Because a moment later, Khan Nibel is looking down at an enormous hole in his own chest with his suit and the floor beneath him soaked. On a throne in front of him sits a monster with two horns and eyes full of light, holding a human heart in one hand. Khan Nibel goes down at his feet, and the monster looks at the heart and tells him not to worry because until he wants it, he will not die. In the pleroma of the mental image, he does not die. The heart starts dissipating into the air in pink light, and Khan Nibel reaches for the hole in his chest, which is slowly closing. He grinds his teeth and asks what kind of space this is and what is happening to him, and whether this really is the pleroma. And on top of all of it, that incredible magical power and a goat mask. He looks at the figure on the throne, a man in steel knight's armor with his face hidden behind a goat mask, and asks whether this is the constellation of the Ilja clan. Tugue says he is glad he worked it out and that he is absolutely correct. Khan Nobel gets to his feet and says he heard a commotion outside and asks whether it was his own clansmen who attacked them and why they chose them as a target. Tugue says it was the work of the first destroyer who learned that they attacked his son. Khan Nibel pictures Logan's face and asks whether he is here, and Tugue folds his hands and tells him he had better prepare for the worst outcome. Khan Nibel asks why, since he also needs Kim Joo-hook, and asks whether their goals do not align. Tugue says that at first they did exactly that. Kim Joo-hook was his target. Then he asks whether Khan Nibel knows why. He says he would like, and Tugue reports that he was once named one of the strongest and that he clears the world of those whose minds are clouded by pride, the ones who take the liberty of considering themselves better than everybody else. Khan Nibel asks why the previous first one was killed then. Because he was a non-entity. He only had enough strength to imagine himself strong. Khan Nibel says he does not understand any of this and asks whether he really called himself omnipotent. Tugue says no, but they made a mistake. They offended the one who deserved the title of the strongest. His aura goes bright red, and Khan Nibel tenses and asks himself what they did wrong and what that word they means, then decides that now is not the time to think about it. Because right now, what matters is not dying at the hands of a crazy constellation. Tugue lights up in pink and red, and Khan Nibel decides to conserve as much power as he can because he has no advantage in here, but he has to be able to strike using the relic and their own constellation's magic, anything at all. So he puts a palm up and generates dark blue power over it, watching him warily, deciding he will find a way out of here afterward. Then he charges with that fist glowing and his eyes white, and Tugue says calmly, a sacred relic. Apparently, he brought it with him when he was transferred into the pleroma. Khan Nobel closes and sends the stream into him, and there is an explosion. When the fire clears, he says in shock that he dodged because the ruined throne is empty. He looks over his shoulder expecting him behind, turns sharply into a stance, and finds nobody, and asks where he went, and says he cannot feel his presence at all. Are there really no restrictions in here? Is it really that easy to hide an aura that powerful? Where is he? This horned devil. And he is looking straight ahead and does not notice Tug appear behind him. The constellation says that his strongest is his teacher. Then his eyes flash and he shouts that they raise their hand against him. His aura goes blood-colored and he puts his arm through Khan Nibel's chest and comes out holding his heart and leaning in close. He says this is exactly why he is not going to kill him easily. Khan Nibel's eyes go wide and his mouth opens, and a few drops of blood come out of it. The next morning in the dorm, Kim Joo-hook is drying his hair with one hand and holding his phone with the other and asking what this is. Barch asks what, and he reads out the breaking news. The Samsel criminal group that had been terrorizing the guilds has finally been destroyed, and members of the Ilja criminal group were found dead. Both clans left the board simultaneously, and journalists are asking who was behind it. Kim Joo-hook asks whether both groups were completely destroyed, and Barch asks whether he was not the one who was going to deal with them. Joo-hook says that is precisely the point. He was going to get rid of them when he left Valhalla. The problem seems to have resolved itself. He sits down on the bed with the towel beside him and keeps reading. Barch says this is surprising, and then when the rest of the sentence catches up with him, asks whether Kim Joo-hook was going to leave Valhalla. Does he not want to graduate with everybody else? And Kim Joo-hook answers flatly, no. This academy was only ever a resource to him. He came here for other purposes, and now that the conditions are met, there is no reason left for him to stay. Although, he will not leave immediately, only after the end of the next catastrophe. Barch says okay. In the chairman's office, Shim Deokwon looks up and asks who this is. A blonde man in a black cat mask says he is glad to meet him. He is the Black Cat, the owner of the market. Then he stays silent for a moment and says perhaps he will get straight to the point. Sell him the academy. Shim Deokwon's mouth opens. The Black Cat walks closer and repeats it. Sell him this academy. Shim Deokwon asks, stunned whether he just said he is the owner of the market. The cat confirms it and says he can see that Shim Deokwon knows which market he means. Shim Deokwon answers with a slightly excited smile that he has never personally attended, and the Black Cat, with visibly poor control over his own irritation, confirms that as well. Then Shim Deokwon says that in any case, he cannot sell Valhalla to a person this dubious. So the black cat brings his middle finger and thumb together and asks whether that is true and snaps. There is a blue flash, and a box of money is sitting on the desk, and the cat asks what about this. Shin Deokwan looks at the stacks and says he does not need money and that he is not saying goodbye to this academy that easily. Then he asks whether this man has any idea how hard it was to build all of it. Because once a young Shim Daekwon was cutting a monster in half with a blade while blood went everywhere and his peers fought off a swarm behind him. In those days, everything about labyrinths and monsters was desperate, and he was exhausted. Crimes committed by people could be handled by ordinary police. For monsters, the government asked the guilds for help, and some hunters answered those requests. The government also stood up a unit of contractors to face monsters, except anybody at all could get into it, so they could not be compared with guild members. So Shim Deokwan made a decision. He stood on a high cliff watching buildings going up below him and decided to create an academy and train contractors who would be inferior to nobody abroad. And he comes out of that memory and says the academy still functions successfully to this day and that his contractors have a place everywhere and that they achieved record response speed worldwide. Then he asks whether the man understands now. The black cat says it is truly amazing and adds with his arms behind his back that he has no intention of changing the direction of the academy. The functional policy stays exactly as it is. He will simply be the owner of it. Shim Deok-won asks whether he expects him to believe that, and the black cat snaps his fingers again and says it is possible and looks at the 2 boxes of money that have appeared and asks whether he has enough money. Shim Deok-won refuses and says, with a stutter, that the truth does not need money. While looking at the 2 boxes, the cat snaps again and asks, is that so? Shim Deok-won looks down and says, this money. The cat snaps again and asks, even so. And Shim Deok-won is now watching the pile grow with actual currency reflecting in his eyes, and says the word money. The desk is covered in boxes with banknotes scattered around them. The black cat waits. Shim Deok-won is 62 years old. He looks down thinking carefully, and then he asks the black cat to please take good care of his academy, smiling in anticipation. He can finally retire. Sometime later, the black cat is taking the sign off the desk, explaining that he needs to change it, and then reports to his employer that as she asked, he has acquired Valhalla Academy. Then he looks at a system panel and stares at it because the hidden ruler is telling him to connect the shop to Valhalla. He asks whether she means the market. Then the next panel tells him not to forget to install cameras. He sits down warily and asks cameras and asks whether this is not enough. The panel insists that he install them, and the black cat says obediently that it is good. While the maniac puts her hands together and says that now she will finally get to see in person who has been flirting with her teacher. Later, Kim Joo-hook is walking back with the other students when Bart's remarks that the academy is a little hectic today. Joo-hook asks whether that bothers him. Bart says it is as though the teachers were puzzled by something and asks whether independent work can really last that long. Joo-hook tells him not to be boring. Then somebody says his name, and Choyun is standing in front of him. He asks what it is and whether she has finally come back from her nest. She says yes with no expression at all, falls into step with him, and says she has been here since morning. Did he not notice? He says calmly that he was asleep. She asks whether he is going to the hall now, and he confirms it, and she says she will come with him because she wants to show him something. They arrive with an orange sunset coming off the glass, followed by Yoo Soyeon, while Yen Lon and Oh Sa-hyuk train behind them with enormous weights. Then a bag gets unzipped, and Choi Aaron is holding a sword and looking ahead with a warm smile. Kim Joo-hook asks what that is, and whether it is a new sword. She looks at the hilt and says yes, and that this is actually what she went home for. He looks at it and asks whether that is magical power and how much of it there is. Choi Aaron holds up the blade with a red aura rising off it and confirms it. It is her family's heirloom. Yoo So-yeon freezes with her arms at her sides and asks whether that is the Choi Jin family heirloom. Blue moon glow. Choi Aaron confirms it without any expression. Yoo So-yeon asks where she got it, and Choyun says that after passing the trials, she became the legal heir of her family. Yoo So-yeon puts her hands out and points out that high school students are not usually trusted with relics. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at her, puzzled, and Choi Aaron asks why not. If her father cleared it, and then looks at Joo-hook and asks whether he thinks she can train with this now. He scratches his head and says that is up to her to decide, narrowing his eyes slightly. Then he asks awkwardly whether he could touch it. Yu So-yun detonates and shouts that this is a family heirloom carrying the power of a constellation and that it is an intimate object and calls him impudent for even asking. Kim Joo-hyuk grinds his teeth and asks how a person makes her quieter, and Choi-yun simply hands him the sword and tells him to take it, of course. He thanks her and reaches for the blade. Yu So-yun says in shock that she gave it away. Kim Joo-hyuk runs his palm down the length of it and makes a thoughtful noise because something is strange since the magical power coming off this sword feels extremely familiar. Then he frowns hard and he is standing on a battlefield surrounded by swords stuck in the ground in front of a bare-chested man who says it has been a long time. This is Choi Jinga, the patron constellation of the Choi Jin family, greeting him with a friendly smile and calling him Hyun. Oh, Kim Joo-hyuk looks at him, and then it lands, and his eyes go wide, and he points a finger and asks whether that is him. Baby, Choi Jinga puts his sword into the ground, smiles, and asks how long he intends to keep calling him that because he has grown up. Then he thinks about it and asks whether he ever actually told him his name. And Joo-hyuk says that all he ever did was charge at him with a sword. Choi Jinga grins and says, anyway, once he became a constellation, he forgot it. Kim Joo-hyuk says he is still going to call him baby. Choi Jinga is indignant, and Joo-hyuk looks at him and thinks that this tomboy became a constellation. He was always restless. While Choi Jinga is thinking that fine, he is older than him, no matter how you look at it. Because 300 years ago, a small dark-haired boy in dirty clothes held a sharp sword out in front of him and offered with a very serious face to fight. Kim Hyun-oh looked down at him and asked what this baby was about. Behind him, Clueless and the maniac were watching the armed child with interest. And the kid asked whether this lord is the strongest of the local adults and looked up and said they need to fight. Clueless went pale with indignation and said he called her teacher a lord and asked whether they should kill him immediately. Kim Hyun-oh told her to calm down. Then he asked the child why he wants to fight so badly and whether he simply likes fighting. The kid stood with his legs wide, holding a blade in both hands with Clueless on the teacher's right and the maniac clinging to his left arm. He looked down at his own sword and said he wants to become stronger than anybody, regardless of gender or age, because monsters killed his family, only because not one of them could defend themselves. Kim Hyun-oh came closer and looked at him with something like sympathy, and the kid gripped the handle tighter and said that is exactly why he wants to become stronger so that nobody else has to go through what he went through. Then he looked up and set his stance and shouted at him to fight because his sword skill is going to be the strongest in the world. Kim Hyun-oh smiled, put a fist out, kneaded his own shoulder, and said, "What a brave man." Then added mockingly that the kid should at least hold the sword correctly and told him to call him by name when he challenges him. Clueless looked down at the armed child with condescension. The kid said okay, frowned, and shouted for him to fight. And Kim Hyun-oh smiled and said great, and came at him saying he was not going to go easy with his fist full of magical power throwing lightning off it. Back in the present, Joo-hyuk says that at the time, he did not get a single day of rest because the kid made him pick up a sword every week. Choi Jinga raises a finger and asks whether he does not think that at least once he could have let him win. And Kim Joo-hyuk asks through his teeth whether that is really what he is hearing from an ambitious swordsman who wanted to astonish the world with his swordsmanship. Choi Jinga admits that thanks to those endless defeats, he improved his technique and flexes and looks smugly at his own blade. Joo-hyuk asks whether he means the invincible blade exactly. So Joo-hyuk says that if he had become his student, he could have kept an eye on him permanently and asks whether the kid ever thought about that. Choi Jinga puts the sword on his shoulder, touches his chin, and says it is not that he never thought about it. But if he had been his student, it would be blasphemy to call this technique his own. He simply had no other choice. Kim Joo-hyuk looks at him approvingly and says the baby grew up and became a man. Then he smiles and says that now he understands where this nostalgia has been coming from because he pictures Choi Aaron's face wrapped in blue aura and then looks at Choi Jinga wrapped in fire, both of them with the same determination in their eyes. Choi Jinga says cheerfully that when he became a constellation, he taught the contractors his sword technique, and Joo-hyuk notes it is very different from the blade he knew. Choi Jinga looks down modestly and says, this, and explains that as he knows, training magical power matters more than training the body these days. They would not survive his blade as it is, so he made some changes to make it easier to learn. Although, is still nowhere near the level of the strongest technique. Joo-hyuk asks, with interest, how, and Choi Jinga changes the subject entirely and asks why Hyun-oh has the body of a high school student. Ju Hook asks whether he got a notification too. Choi Jing asks what notification, which is strange because the maniac learned about his rebirth from an alert. He never asked Clueless, but Bart said he saw it too. So Kim Ju Hook asks himself whether the notifications only went to those directly connected to him, then everything falls into place. Choi Jing looks at him with something sly moving in his eyes, and says this could also be considered fate and asks whether they should cross swords. Kim Ju Hook grins and says okay because he wants to see how much stronger the baby got. He draws. Choi Jing sets his stance with the sword in both hands while his aura flares bloody red and throws lightning, and says this is great because he has not been this excited in a long time. And without warning, Kim Ju Hyuk puts his sword out and charges with his eyes glowing white and his aura going blue. And Choi Jing swings and sends a stream of fire back at him. Later, with the sky orange and the sun going down behind the mountain, Kim Ju Hook is sitting in the gym looking at a sword glowing pink and running his palm along the edge of it. He thanks Choi Erin and hands it back, and she takes it with both hands. Then he points at her and says her Constellation is a good guy, so she should go to him more often when she has questions. Choi Erin says okay. While somewhere else, Choi Jinga is lying flat on his back at the bottom of an enormous crater carved apart by swords with his arms and legs spread out, saying that seriously, this is unthinkable. He is extremely happy. And in China, at the Seoul family estate, a fair-haired woman is sitting across a round table from 3 elders. Seol Yun, head of the White Lotus Association, asks why they called her. The 3 of them look at her sternly and say nothing. Then the elderly woman says that as far as she knows, the position of head of this family is still empty. That is exactly what they called her for. An old man with a black scarf on his head says they would like her to become the head of their family. Then he folds his arms and adds that by tradition, the leader of the association cannot hold that post. So the elderly woman asks whether she has any other candidate in mind, and a white-haired old man with a long beard looks at her from under thick gray eyebrows and says that whoever it is, they should choose somebody who will not use the power of the constellation for personal gain. Seol Yun lowers her eyes and touches her chin with a folded fan, then she smiles and says she understands, and her whole face lights up. She looks at the 3 elders and says there's a candidate she would like to recommend. Then she goes quiet and pictures the sullen face of Yen Lon, currently training in a practice hall with Choi Erin.